Chapter 161, Extra Large. Fong Ming walked through the city. There are a lot of huge lizards, as if they were the rulers of this city. In front of such big guys, any zombies are easily destroyed. Fong Ming guessed that there might not even be any level 2 zombies here, because there was no chance of that. It was hard enough to reach level 1, and then they were eaten by the big lizards. Therefore, it is a miracle that Fatima and the others can break through to level 2. This also shows the extraordinary power of the Kama Sutra. Just by touching it every day, they were able to reach level 2 without using the corpse pearls. But now, the entire scripture has been absorbed into Fong Ming's body. Has he become a living scripture? Fong Ming always felt strange. He saw a lizard and killed it. After half a day, he had killed more than 10 large lizards. More than 10. Seeing that it was getting late, Fong Ming decided to go back. Of course, he wasn't going back to the mountain city, but to Fatima and the others' mansion. He was walking back, but after a few steps, he suddenly heard a loud roar. A loud. It was deafening. Fong Ming frowned. He didn't need to think about it. It must be another giant beast. However, although the large lizards before also roared, none of them made such an exaggerated sound. Is this one particularly good at roaring? Fong Ming ran in the direction of the roar. He was incredibly fast, and it only took a few seconds for him to arrive at the source of the roar. Holy cow! Fong Ming was shocked. My God, what a huge monster! It was indeed a lizard, but the other large lizards were completely weak compared to it. It was about 300 meters long and its shoulders were 80 meters high. It was simply a giant. Boom! 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 As it walked along, it destroyed all the tall buildings in an instant. The key point is that its tail is constantly shaking, and when it hits a building, the building is knocked down with a loud bang. How terrifying is this power? What level of superpower is this? Level 3? Or even level 4? Can Fong Ming not be shocked? What is the situation with this Asan? First, it was a Kama Sutra, and then this big guy appeared? What kind of hormones are you taking? It must have come from the little life. Fong Ming was stunned. Wait, were those little lizards its offspring? Or are they still underage? I'm fucking. Fong Ming was really a little bit of a headache. If this speculation is true, then once these lizards grow up, what a terrifying thing will it be? It's one thing if they've been living in the 3 countries, but is this possible? How much land is left in the world under the influence of global flooding? If these lizards run out of food, they will definitely go looking for it, and China may also become a target. Let's try the strength of this big guy first. Fong Ming rushed over at full speed. He was fast as a ray of light. However, the green eyes of the giant lizard turned and apparently spotted him. The huge foot lifted and stepped down on Fong Ming. Boom, as if a mountain was falling on him. Fong Ming burst out at top speed. When the huge foot fell, Fong Ming rushed out in time and punched the giant foot. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and Fong Ming felt as if his fist had hit a mountain wall, causing his bones to crack. Where was the giant lizard? It didn't move at all. Good stuff. Fong Ming gritted his teeth. His strength was level 3, but when he punched it felt like he was trying to shake a tree with a grasshopper. This defense is really terrifying. The defense of the small lizards was already amazing, but when Fong Ming unleashed his power, even if he couldn't break through the scales on the surface, he could still directly pour his power into the lizard's body, directly destroying its internal organs and killing it. But this one is different. Its scales were so thick that Fong Ming's punch couldn't even penetrate them. At this moment, the giant lizard stepped forward again. Fong Ming leapt up and climbed up the giant's leg. He appeared on the back of the giant beast. Gravity. He concentrated his gravity power on his fist from above and smashed it down. The punch was terrifying. Fong Ming's own enormous strength, combined with the force of gravity, doubled the power of the punch. And, concentrated in such a small fist, how much pressure could there be? With one punch, the seemingly indestructible scales of the beast finally cracked, and green blood sprayed out. This also made the beast roar in pain, as if it were tearing the sky. But in the next moment, Fong Ming immediately raised a strong warning. Boom! He jumped up and shot into the sky. At almost the same time, countless stone thorns sprouted from the back of the beast, as if countless soldiers were lying in ambush within the beast, all thrusting their spears out at once. In midair, Fong Ming spread his wings and danced through the sky. His brow furrowed. This beast has supernatural powers. Earth element. No wonder its defenses are so formidable. The little lizard was already too tough for him to pierce its thick skin, and this big lizard is completely impenetrable. The little lizard couldn't use the earth element, but this big one can. If the little lizards are all its offspring, then that would explain it. Because they are its descendants, they naturally inherit its characteristics, but because they are only descendants, they cannot inherit its superpowers. That makes sense. The question is, how does Fong Ming plan to deal with this big guy? Fong Ming once again approached the giant beast. After avoiding its foot attack, Fong Ming jumped up and onto the giant beast's head, where he began to release poison. The poison spread all over the beast's head, and then the big guy shook his head, then his feet were unsteady, and then his body rolled over, coming to a four-legged position. It worked! Fong Ming was just about to feel a sense of joy when he saw the creature's body instantly turn to stone. Then it rolled over and started moving around as if nothing had happened. It whipped its tail at Fong Ming. This tail whip was incredibly fast. Fong Ming used all his strength to break out of the speed, and only just managed to avoid it. Good guy, really good guy. Fong Ming was speechless. This guy had been poisoned, but why was he still able to get up? It seems that it sensed that it was poisoned, and then turned itself into a stone form, which neutralized the poison. Of course, the poison has no effect on stone. It sounds reasonable. But how do you kill a beast like this? You have to hit it in the head with one blow, otherwise it can solve the problem with a petrification. Again! Fong Ming launched another attack, this time using his psychic powers. I'll create an illusion for you. Go to the sea and play in the waves. Drown you. However, the monster only crawled a few kilometers in the direction of the sea, and suddenly it turned to stone. Then it returned to normal and turned around to kill it. Can illusions affect stone? Apparently not. So it was fine for it to dissolve the illusion with stone. Chapter 162, Smashing Eggs, Big Harvest. Fong Ming had exhausted all his tricks. Fire, ice, darkness, erosion. After using all his abilities, he still couldn't hurt this giant. Its response is simple: petrify. Petrify everything. Fong Ming knew that it wasn't that its petrification ability was so powerful that it could defeat the heavens, but that this monster's evolutionary level was probably higher than his own, so it only needed to use such a skill to neutralize all of his attacks. For example, if Fong Ming's poison was stronger, it would directly corrode its scales. Even if it could resist the poison, could the corroded parts be restored? Obviously not. For example, if his golden power reaches the point of crushing and he uses his hand as a sword to cut off the head of this giant beast with one stroke? Even if you are petrified, I can still cut you down like a piece of mud. The problem is that the beast has evolved to a higher level, and it can break all the rules with one force. Of course, its power does not refer to brute force, but rather its ability to petrify. After a long fight, Fong Ming had to give up. The two sides belong to you, but you can't do anything to me, but I can't do anything to you either. So, what can Fong Ming do if he doesn't give up? Fight with this big guy until both sides are exhausted, and then fight again after recovering? That's crazy. However, Fong Ming did not run far away. He wanted to keep up with the big guy and go to the other side's lair. How could such a big guy just run out for no reason? There must be a problem. Since there are things like the spirit peach, jade pendant, and the Kama Sutra, it would only be reasonable for some strange and weird things to appear. However, the beast did not go home, but wandered around, roaring loudly. After a while, a large lizard came running over. What a family! Wait a minute. Fong Ming suddenly saw a very spicy scene, because these big guys were actually mating. Hey, this is too much. You're all family. Forget it, they're animals. So, was the big beast calling out to the little ones to mate? The point is, the biggest one is a female. After a long time, the battle was over. Fong Ming followed the female beast as it crossed a long distance and finally entered a mountain. The giant beast came to a valley and lay down. It seemed to be its nest, and there were many eggs around it. Shit, There are still a lot of eggs that haven't hatched, and it's in a hurry to mate and lay new eggs? This reproductive ability is too terrifying. If it is not restricted, will the whole world soon become a paradise for these giant beasts? Fong Ming nodded to himself. Tomorrow, after the big guy leaves, he'll smash all the eggs here. Ha! He was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Because he sensed a breath that was the same as the jade pendant, but much more concentrated. Could this be the secret to the rapid rise of the giant lizard? Fong Ming stopped moving. He sensed that the source of this aura should be under the giant. But how could he investigate the beast while it was lying there? The best thing would be to destroy it, but the problem is that it can't be done. Lure the snake out of its hole? It's worth a try. Fong Ming flew out, grabbed an egg and ran. Boom, he burst out with incredible speed, like a rocket. The egg was huge, about half a meter high, and Fong Ming had a hard time holding it in both hands. It weighed about 50 catties, which was nothing. The beast was first stunned, then furious, and chased Fong Ming away. Fong Ming deliberately slowed down to let the beast catch up. After fighting for so long, Fong Ming already knew all the data about the beast. In terms of strength, he was only 1/3 of the beast, but in terms of speed, he could surpass it 10 times. Fong Ming ran for half an hour, then suddenly stopped. The beast was stunned. You're not running anymore? Then, it continued to move its limbs and rushed toward Fong Ming. Fong Ming smiled, threw the egg in his hand hard, and smashed it at the beast. Boom! What happens when you hit a rock with an egg? Naturally, the egg broke. The beast was furious, roaring to the sky and crawling towards Fong Ming at great speed. Come after me. Fong Ming laughed and ran as fast as he could. This time, he broke out into a full sprint. How could the beast catch up? It's more like eating shit. Fong Ming immediately lost the beast without a trace, and then he returned to the valley. Bang, 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 he smashed the eggs one by one. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. It didn't take long to finish. Fong Ming walked to the place with the most concentrated aura and started digging. He used his golden power to turn his hands into a giant shovel, scooping up huge chunks of earth and digging down at an astonishing speed. 2 meters, 5 meters, 20 meters. In just 10 minutes, he had dug 30 meters deep. He had dug so deep that he had not yet reached the spring, and the soil was still dry, but the scent was getting stronger. Is it time? Dig. 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 Finally, Fong Ming dug down another 10 meters or so, and he dug out a rock. It was jade, but it was full of white fluff, as if it were alive, spinning slightly. A force surged into his body. An enhanced version of the jade pendant. No wonder the giant lizard could evolve so rapidly. It was because of this stone. Well, I'm off. I have to go back and study. The beast will be back soon. Without this stone, the giant lizard should not be able to evolve any further. Fong Ming laughed heartily, jumped out of the pit, and left. I've made a fortune. Fong Ming couldn't believe it. He had just arrived at the Indian's house and had already made such a huge profit. It was really worth it to take this trip on a whim. Soon after, he heard the roaring of the giant lizard again, and this time it roared continuously. Obviously, it had found that all the eggs it had laid had been smashed. As for the jade being taken away, it might have found it or it might not have found it. After all, it was just a cold-blooded animal, so what kind of brain could it have? Fong Ming smiled and retreated back to Fatima, but he didn't stay for long. Instead, he told the women to leave immediately. Even if he doesn't return to China, why does he have to stay in Tan City when he is so big? The women already regarded him as the walking embodiment of love, and were completely infatuated with him, so of course they would do whatever he said. They left quickly. At least they were level 2 supernormal beings, and even if they weren't physically strong, they were still fast. So, 2 hours later, they arrived in another city. It was much more normal here, full of zombies. Well, it's normal and reasonable to have zombies all over the city these days. They found a hotel and were able to move in after a little tidying up. The most important thing was that Fong Ming had food and water, which solved the biggest problem. After dinner, he called home to report that he was safe, then took out the stone and began to study it. Chapter 163, The Museum. Fong Ming studied for a long time, but came to only one conclusion. Like the jade pendant, it can only be worn close to the body and will gradually improve and evolve. However, the effect is completely different. The jade is much larger. Can a piece of jade that can evolve a lizard to level 3 not be effective? Fong Ming thought for a while and asked the Fatima girls to absorb the energy of the jade together. Because the jade stone has been radiating energy, it would be a waste not to absorb it. And Fatima and the others are already his women, and he has never been stingy with his women. Fong Ming believed that under the triple effect of the corpse pearl, the Kama Sutra and the jade, the ladies should soon reach level 3. Very good. He stopped studying the jade, because there was nothing to be gained from it, and focused his attention on the Fatima women. The women who survived were either from wealthy families or Bollywood stars. All of them were extremely beautiful and had great figures. Fong Ming also found a familiar face in them. Aishwarya Rai. Fong Ming had seen her star in a movie and was extremely impressed. She was a beauty queen, representing India in the Miss Universe contest, and won the title without a doubt. She then entered Bollywood, and in 3 years she had already acted in 4 films, and was extremely popular in India. Fong Ming didn't recognize her before because Aishwarya Rai hadn't groomed herself for a long time, and there was still a difference between the real person and the image in the film. But after a closer look, and finally after Fatima asked, he was able to confirm it. Fong Ming laughed. He didn't realize that he had accidentally fallen in love with his own goddess. There are almost half as many film and television stars like Aishwarya Rai here, but Fong Ming hasn't seen many Indian movies, so the only one that left the deepest impression on him was Aishwarya Rai, the only Bollywood actress he knew. However, when the women one by one spoke of their works, Fong Ming would occasionally say oh. Some of them he really did watch. Well, he's got all the Bollywood actresses in one pot. Should he go to the ugly country again? Or the corrupt country? There are many beautiful women in the corrupt country, but the ugly country is too open, so it should be impossible to find a virgin. The Ballflower? Or the most beautiful woman in France? She's too old. Fong Ming sighed, and the idea passed in a flash. Zombies were everywhere, and there were also the threat of corpse birds and rats, and mysterious and powerful creatures in the sea. How could he focus on collecting beauties? It was a coincidence that he met Fatima and the others. He wasn't specifically looking for a woman, and on the contrary, he had obtained a mysterious classic that made him feel like he had become the god of love. Therefore, his focus should always be on improving his strength. Unless one day there are no more threats like zombies and corpse birds in the world, he can stop and enjoy himself. Until then, he must constantly improve his strength, otherwise he may suffer a terrible misfortune. Life is more important than anything else. Fong Ming had asked Aishwarya and the other women to study Chinese, and Fatima was their teacher. Fong Ming hoped that when he came next time, the women would at least be able to understand him a little. The other task of the women is to find items similar to the Kama Sutra and the Spirit Jade. Fong Ming is certainly no expert on the 3 families, so he leaves this task to them. Then, Fong Ming returned to his country. On the way, he detoured to Meng in Myanmar, but these 2 countries were basically flooded by the sea, except for a few mountains that still stood upright, and the plains had completely disappeared. He sighed. He had originally wanted to go to the infamous park in the north of Myanmar, but it was all flooded, so he could only sigh in despair. However, the bully in the park who had imprisoned people in watery prisons was now drowned himself, so it could be said that he had got his comeuppance. Fong Ming only glanced at it and then left, returning to the mountain city. The women came up to him one after another. Honey. Fong Ming looked relaxed, and it was still good to be at home. Hey, it seems like my husband has changed. Mu Qingcheng was the first to say, my husband seems to have a special charm that attracts me to want to make love with him. Her superpower is charm control, so she is most sensitive to Fong Ming's changes. The other women only realized it after she reminded them. Although they were also feeling passionate, they thought it was because they missed Fong Ming too much. Fong Ming smiled and told them about the Kama Sutra. The women were amazed. The world is truly full of wonders. But why hadn't anyone absorbed it before? Meng Jining, as the ace of a national investigation agency, immediately pointed it out. The women brainstormed. Could it be because of a natural disaster? The environment has undergone some changes, so the scripture has also changed. Otherwise, how could it be that so many people have touched the scripture, and there must have been many virgins among them, and yet no one has discovered its usefulness? And the spirit jade, it should not have emitted energy before, otherwise there would have been countless huge monsters in the world. Fong Ming nodded, and the women's analysis was quite reasonable. When the natural disaster struck, most people became zombies, and only 1% of the people became supernaturals. Scientists in the previous life speculated that it was because an ancient virus was released that the creatures mutated. But now, looking again, Fong Ming was a little unsure. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to various museums and take a look. Maybe there will be discoveries. That night, Fong Ming naturally wanted to let the women try the power of arrows, so everyone benefited greatly. Husband, don't kill the zombies anymore, let's just keep having sex, Mu Qingcheng said in a seductive voice. She was already a beauty who could turn men's heads, and when she said something so explicit in such a seductive tone, Fong Ming almost had a heart attack and high blood pressure. Fong Ming gave her a dirty look. A night of love. The next day, after breakfast, Fong Ming set off directly for Los Angeles. In fact, he wanted to go to the imperial capital. After all, the Forbidden City had the most cultural relics, but the sea had already flooded the imperial capital, leaving only mountains and skyscrapers above sea level. Dive into the sea to find it? Forget it for now. Fong Ming will definitely find something simple. Los Angeles, the ancient capital of 13 dynasties. If there are strange artifacts among the cultural relics, then the number of artifacts should not be small. The average elevation of Luoyang is 147 meters, so only some areas were flooded by the sea, and most areas were still safe and sound, and the Baran Museum was also intact. After the disaster, people will go to various places to find food and drink, but they will definitely not run to the museum. Fong Ming walked in. His spirit waves swept around, searching for something different. However, after searching everywhere, he was disappointed. He found nothing. Fong Ming frowned. Could it be that his train of thought was wrong? Chapter 164, Demon Subduing Staff. Fong Ming walked out of the museum. He had nothing to show for his efforts. He rubbed his face, really disappointed. But, since I'm already in Los Angeles, I might as well take a look around. Fong Ming strolled through this ancient city full of history. Unfortunately, all that was left were zombies wandering the streets. Fong Ming could only imagine the bustling scene of pedestrians and horses and carts hundreds or even thousands of years ago. All gone. Even if all disasters could be quelled, how long would it take for humanity to regain its former prosperity? Hundreds of years? Or even longer? After walking for a while, he suddenly noticed a large group of people. Ha! There was even an acquaintance among them. Wu Yaozhong. Why is he here? Fong Ming thought about it and couldn't help but be enlightened. Wu Yaozhong had mentioned to him before that the major settlements across the country were interested in forming an alliance and would be holding a meeting in the near future. Wu Yaozhong wanted him to attend. With Fong Ming's strength, he would definitely be the leader of the country. At that time, he could follow Fong Ming around and naturally become a deputy or something. That would be so glorious. However, Fong Ming refused without hesitation. Wu Yaozhong had no choice but to come himself. Fong Ming laughed and said, "You guys go ahead and have your meeting. Will the topic of the meeting be how to resume production? I don't think so. It's probably about power and money. Which settlement still has a national character? It must be the strong rule. So, can we expect a strong official organization to emerge, integrate the strength of the whole country, eliminate the zombies, and rebuild the homeland? No way. It's not going to happen for years. The emergence of supernaturals has caused the class gap to become extremely large all of a sudden. It's like a lion wouldn't discuss peaceful coexistence with a sheep." Fong Ming naturally did not want to get involved in such a power struggle, but whoever was in power would eventually have to fight the zombies. If the zombies are not destroyed, then the last to perish will definitely be human beings. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. Therefore, the person in power must put the eradication of the zombies first, or at least drive them out of most cities. Otherwise, how can humans live in peace and raise their children? Although there is no need to worry about buying a house now or in the foreseeable future, the pressure to survive is still very high. So as long as there is a general direction for dealing with the zombies, Fong Ming is too lazy to get involved. He had more important things to do. To improve his own strength. He went to the 3 houses and found a level 3 lizard. What if he went to other countries? Will he find a big guy that is also level 3? Fong Ming is a practitioner of the 3 major systems, but he still couldn't defeat the big lizard, so it can be seen that he is not invincible. If the big lizard invaded China, how could it be stopped? Can Fong Ming fight it every day? Therefore, Fong Ming must quickly improve his strength and become the strongest being in the world, at least to be able to defend the pure land of China. Then, when his children are born in the future, they won't be confined to a small manor or some other place, and they won't know how big the sky is or how vast the earth is. Why bring them into this world? Suffer? Fong Ming left without alerting anyone. However, when he left, one person in the conference room suddenly looked stunned, his hand pressing against his chest, revealing a strange expression. Fong Ming thought about it for a moment, and instead of going back directly, he went to the Shaolin Temple in Songshan. The Kama Sutra involves religion, so if cultural relics cannot become spiritual objects, what about religion and things like that? Before long, he arrived at Songshan. Of course, it wasn't flooded, but the zombie outbreak didn't spare it either. There were wandering zombies everywhere, making this Buddhist holy land dirty and filthy. Fong Ming shook his head repeatedly, but kept walking. He climbed the mountain and entered the temple. Ha! But Fong Ming was immediately taken aback because, after entering the temple, there was not a single zombie inside. He clearly saw a zombie lingering at the door, but it just walked past without entering. Fong Ming was curious, so he deliberately stood at the door and let his own breath come out. Suddenly, the zombie followed the scent and came over. But at the moment of entering the door, the zombie stopped and turned around and left. Fong Ming was very surprised. Zombies feed on flesh and blood and are insatiable. Even if you break its limbs, it will still eat without regard. This thing doesn't know pain, and it doesn't know what death is, so how could it possibly back down? Fong Ming walked out. The zombie immediately turned around and came back. Fong Ming smiled and kicked it, and the zombie was kicked into the gate. But a shocking scene appeared. When the zombie's body passed through the door, its body spontaneously ignited, and it burned very quickly. When its body fell to the ground, it had already burned to ashes, so it didn't even make a sound. Fong Ming was first shocked, then overjoyed. There is treasure in the temple. I told you, even the Indians have the sacred book of the Kama Sutra. Could there be no treasures in China? Our great country is not as good as the Indians? Fong Ming walked into the temple again and carefully contemplated it, but he couldn't feel anything unusual. The temple is only for zombies. I am a normal creature, but zombies are things that should die, so they are being saved by the Buddha? What about evolutionary creatures? Like rats? Big lizards? Well, they should be able to pass normally, because I am an evolved creature. Fong Ming muttered to himself as he searched the temple. What gives the temple such power? Fong Ming searched inch by inch. Hum, the mental waves kept giving him clues. After 10 minutes, he stopped at the foot of a large tree. It was a Bodhi tree, nearly 20 meters high, with a canopy wide enough to cover several hundred square meters. But ordinary Bodhi trees have green leaves, but what about this one? Golden. But apart from that, he didn't find anything special. Are there any Bodhi fruits? Unfortunately, there were none, otherwise he could have tried one and seen if it would have had an evolutionary effect. Fong Ming shook his head and walked away, continuing his search. After a while, he arrived at the main hall. The Buddha's image was solemn. Ha! Fong Ming was taken aback. His spirit wave detected a faint fluctuation from one of the arhats. He walked over and swept his spiritual wave over it again, making a more accurate judgment. It was not the arhat who was emitting the fluctuations, but the demon subduing staff in his hand. Fong Ming reached out and pressed down. Boom! Suddenly, the demon subduing staff emitted a brilliant light. As the light was released, the arhat statue also collapsed, disintegrating into dust. When the dust settled, Fong Ming was standing there, holding the demon subduing staff. It was glittering with gold. Chapter 165, The True Martial Arts of the Two Yings. Fong Ming held the magic staff in his hand, and it glistened with golden light, giving off an indescribable solemn aura. A treasure. Although Fong Ming did not know the specific function of the demon subduing staff, he was sure that it was definitely a treasure. Let's try it. He took the magic repelling staff out of the temple, and immediately a large number of zombies appeared in front of him. Smelling his scent, the zombies rushed over. Fong Ming held the demon-repelling staff high. However, it was clear that it was not the magic staff that stopped the zombies from entering the temple. Even though they were only 3 meters away from Fong Ming, they still charged forward, with no intention of stopping or backing down. Fong Ming swung the magic staff and spun around in place. Boom! A golden light radiated in all directions. It was as far as 20 meters away. As the golden light passed, all the zombies instantly disintegrated like snow melting in boiling water. Not even the bones remained, they turned to ashes. Damn, that's awesome. However, these are only ordinary zombies. We still need to see how they fare against level 1 and 2 zombies. Fong Ming immediately went to find them. To find high-level zombies, you have to go to the city. There are no such places in the wilderness. He entered the city and searched for a while, and found a nest of zombies. There were level 2 zombies sitting there. At this time, the zombies also discovered him, and immediately rushed towards him like a tide. Fong Ming smiled and swept his staff across. The light was dazzling. It was as if he was holding a laser weapon in his hand. The light passed over, and the zombies were instantly vaporized. Ordinary zombies were wiped out with a single swipe, but what about level 1 zombies? It's still gone after one swipe. Not completely, but there was still a corpse bead left. This is really awesome. A Buddhist artifact, used to help the wicked? Fong Ming laughed heartily and approached the level 2 zombie. The advanced zombies have a little bit of intelligence, but not much, so even though many of his younger brothers were destroyed by a single blow, this level 2 zombie had no intention of running away out of fear. It let out a roar and ordered its younger brothers to continue attacking Fong Ming. Fong Ming swung his stick, killing the zombies like mowing the grass. However, in terms of killing efficiency, this is not necessarily as powerful as Fong Ming's superpower. For example, if Fong Ming had the ability to control gravity, he could cover a vast area with a radius of 30 meters. Within this distance, he could also kill all zombies below level 3 with a single thought. The demon slaying staff is only 20 meters away, and it has to make a full circle to reach a 360-degree killing range. But, although wielding the demon slaying staff also consumes his supernatural power, the amount is extremely small, only 1/10 of the amount he uses when using his gravity power. This is pretty impressive. Using the demon subduing staff, he only needs to expend 1/10 of his power to achieve the same effect, which means that Fong Ming's endurance has suddenly increased tenfold. Isn't that enough? Awesome. Fong Ming strode forward, quickly approaching the level 2 zombie. The level 2 zombie opened its mouth and a jet of black gas shot toward Fong Ming. Poisonous gas. Fong Ming released darkness to fight back. He saw the darkness devour the poison gas, but the poison gas also corroded the darkness. However, the darkness still had the upper hand, and only a little of it was corroded, while the poison gas had already been completely consumed. After all, the darkness is level 3, while the poison gas is only level 2, so there is a huge difference. Fong Ming swung the demon-slaying staff and struck the level 2 zombie. A pillar of golden light shot out. The level 2 zombie tried to hide, but how could it possibly hide from the speed of light? Immediately, it began to melt, and then, with a pop, a bead fell, and it landed in a box. Solved, done. 1 second. Too weak. I'm going to take my demon beating staff and go fight that giant lizard. Can I take it down? Fong Ming was suddenly excited. Since his rebirth, he had never encountered an opponent, so he was naturally very unhappy that he could only draw with the giant lizard. However, he had to search the entire Shaolin Temple again to see if there were any other treasures. He returned to the temple and searched it carefully. Unfortunately, he didn't find a third special item. Should he go to Wudang Mountain to take a look? Fong Ming couldn't help but think of the Cloth Palace, which was also a sacred place of Buddhism. Hey, speaking of Buddhist holy places, shouldn't he go back to the Three Families? After all, it is the birthplace of Buddhism. Fong Ming suddenly felt that he had too many places to go to at once. Let's go to Wudang Mountain first, it's close. So he went to Wudang Mountain. Soon, he was back in the area. Wudang Mountain is so high that it is naturally impossible to be submerged by the sea, not to mention Wudang Mountain, even the county below is also far above sea level, so there is no danger of being submerged. However, it was the same as the world of the zombies. Fong Ming entered the Taoist temple. But unlike Shaolin Temple, where not a single zombie could set foot, here it was crawling with zombies. Does Wudang Mountain not have any treasures to ward off evil spirits? Fong Ming was not giving up, and kept searching. He searched the Taihe Palace and Zhixiao Palace, but found nothing. Finally, he arrived at the Yushu Palace. Ha, the spirit wave is responding. Fong Ming walked quickly and soon stopped in front of a scroll. He looked at it and saw 6 characters written vertically on the cover, but he didn't recognize any of them. It must be cursive script, and it's even wild cursive script. He didn't recognize a single character. Fong Ming broke the display case and reached into it to pick up the scroll. No one would accuse him of destroying cultural relics now. The book looked old, full of the vicissitudes of history. He flipped through it, but again, he didn't recognize a single word. It's too messy. It's okay, I'll try to touch it directly with my spiritual power. Fong Ming released his spiritual power, and suddenly, his body trembled, and his whole body trembled violently. In Fong Ming's mind, a series of images were rapidly flipping. The divine martial arts of the two Yings. Fong Ming finally knew what the 6 characters on the cover meant, because they were directly reflected in his consciousness, transcending the limitations of language and even race, allowing him to understand their meaning in seconds. Which deity is worshipped by the Wudang sect? The great emperor of true martial arts. This great emperor is in charge of yin and yang, which was also the inspiration for Zhang Sanfeng to create Taijiquan and the foundation of Taijiquan. In the beginning, was it Zhang Sanfeng who found this book and got inspiration and enlightenment from it, creating Taijiquan and founding the school? However, it is clear that Zhang did not receive the true teachings of the divine martial arts of the two Yins. Because after Fong Ming obtained this manual, just like the Kama Sutra, the text and patterns on the scroll disappeared, and the scroll itself also quickly decayed and disappeared completely. Therefore, if Master Zhang had received the true transmission, this scroll would have long since disappeared from the world. Fong Ming was shocked. If Zhang had only learned a little, he could have created Taijiquan, established a school, and become famous for all eternity. How high would he have reached if he had learned the true method? But the god of martial arts is clearly a mythical figure, so why would he leave behind a manual? It's not just the god of true martial arts. Isn't the Kama Sutra also full of theology? Fong Ming frowned. How did an ordinary natural disaster suddenly become so fantastical? Chapter 166, Mythology Comes to Life. But was this natural disaster really ordinary? Fong Ming shook his head. Is it scientific that the glaciers at both poles melted overnight? Obviously not. It's full of fantasy. So, now that mythical figures or objects related to mythical figures have actually come true, it doesn't seem to be a big shock, but rather a matter of course. Ah, I'm going crazy. Fong Ming kept rubbing his eyebrows and suddenly felt that the water was very deep. What is behind the flood? Zombies are too unscientific. They should only appear in myths and legends, but now they have appeared in reality. What is the truth behind all this? Fong Ming sighed. If he knew nothing, it would be fine, and he would just think that this was an ordinary natural disaster, and that the zombies were caused by an ancient virus, which is the common understanding in the scientific community. However, everything became fantastic from the Kama Sutra. He didn't know that the bodies in the ancient tomb had come back to life, which was also fantastic. Want to go to the palace of the Bodhi again? He looked southwest. It wouldn't take long to go there, but it was getting dark, so he decided to go tomorrow. Besides, he had just acquired the true martial arts of the two Yins, and he needed to study it well. Then he turned back to the palace. Fong Ming returned to the mountain city. At this time, the women had just finished a day of fighting and returned to the hotel. Everyone went to take a bath first, and then sat down in the dining room, waiting for dinner to be served. When the ladies heard Fong Ming talk about his day's harvest, they all felt like they were listening to a fairy tale. This is too exaggerated. It wasn't until Fong Ming took out the demon subduing staff that the women tried it out one by one. As long as they had supernormal abilities, they could control the magic staff and swing it to produce golden light. However, it could be seen that the golden light produced by each person was different. There are differences in strength and thickness. Naturally, the golden light emitted by Fong Ming was the thickest and brightest, while the lower the level of evolution, the thinner and paler the golden light emitted. They tried it again and found that the thickness and brightness of the golden light directly affected the efficiency of the zombie's salvation. But even a level 1 psychic can use the demon slaying staff to threaten a level 2 zombie. But it is only a threat. Even though they have the ability to harm and kill a level 2 zombie, they may also be killed by a level 2 zombie. Unlike a level 2 evolved, such as Meng Jining, who can kill a level 2 power user with a single strike using the demon slaying staff. Therefore, it can be inferred from these that the demon slaying staff can increase the combat effectiveness of a psychic by 1 level. Only against zombies. Fong Ming even bathed in the golden light, and not only was he not harmed, he even felt comfortable. The Buddha's light shines down, holy and majestic. So, is this a magical weapon that can only be used to kill demons and evil spirits? But no matter what, this is a really good thing. I won't be afraid of zombies anymore. Because at Fong Ming's rate of growth, is it possible that he will encounter zombies that are 1 level higher than him? No, at most, they'll be on the same level. Then with the magic staff in his hand, he can kill all the zombies in a second. But will it work on the big lizard? Probably not. Let's try it tomorrow. Fong Ming will study the Jinwu Liang divine power again. This is a method of cultivation, very much like a martial arts manual, and it actually requires the cultivation of something like true qi within the body. The method is called mana. Mana is a bit like supernormal ability, which can communicate with the elements of heaven and earth and transform them into all kinds of incredible supernatural powers, just like shooting fireballs and ice arrows. Mana can also strengthen the body, which corresponds to Fong Ming's supernormal ability of strength. It can't strengthen mental power. Fong Ming tried to practice it. Immediately, he discovered that there was a trace of qi or energy attracted by him, entering his body and beginning to strengthen his physical body and supernormal abilities. Sure enough, his spiritual power did not move at all and did not benefit from it. Fong Ming could not see these threads of qi, but through the Jinwu Liang divine art, he sensed them and could even use his spiritual energy to sweep them away. It was as if he had opened his third eye and could see and sense things that were normally impossible to detect. Wait. He went to take out the large jade stone and then continued to practice the Jinwu Liang divine technique. Oh my god. He discovered that the extracted qi had suddenly increased. If it was a trickle before, now it is the Yangtze River in the sea. However, the spiritual power still did not actively improve, and it could only be passively improved imperceptibly. He finally found a way to use the spirit stone. It turns out that the spirit stone needs to be used in conjunction with a method of cultivation to achieve the greatest effect. Otherwise, if it is absorbed passively, it can only achieve a little effect. After an hour, Fong Ming found that he could no longer absorb the energy from the spirit stone. It was as if he had eaten too much. Yes, that's the feeling. The body can no longer absorb this kind of qi or energy. Fong Ming stopped, opened his eyes, and couldn't help but look thoughtful. The ancient, mythical techniques left behind by the characters in the story can actually be used in the modern world. What does this mean? What does it mean? Fong Ming couldn't help but come up with a bold guess. Long ago, did the zombie plague also occur on Earth? At that time, there were also people with supernormal abilities, and they even figured out how to use spirit stones. So-called techniques are just ways to accelerate the absorption of energy from spirit stones, right? Even the ancients had developed magical artifacts. Isn't this the kind of superhuman combat you see in fantasy novels? Given the power of the supernaturals, wouldn't people in the primitive era have worshipped them as gods? So, the immortals in the myths were all supernaturals? If this theory is true, then how did the ancient superpowered people disappear? Even the Kama Sutra and the Vajra, it seems, have not shown any abnormalities over the course of history. Ha! Fong Ming had a thought, because before the catastrophe, there were no supernormal people in the world either. Therefore, it is like the ebb and flow of the tides. Only when the right time comes can supernormal abilities be produced. Therefore, only the legends of immortals have been passed down in history, but there are no more immortals. Why did Qin Shi Huang send Su Fu to find the elixir of life? Was there really a strange person who lived a very long time in ancient times? There is also the classic of mountains and seas. Are the monsters recorded in it mutated creatures? When a tide passes, the supernormal people, including the strange beasts, disappear into the world, leaving only a legend. Fong Ming thought for a long time. In the end, he stopped thinking. What's the point of thinking about something that's destined to have no answer? He worked hard to improve his strength, to have the strength to cut through everything and fear nothing. Just block the enemy's attack with your own and deal with the water with the earth. He smiled and called the women over. He tried to teach them the Jinwu Liangyi divine power. Chapter 167, The Corpse Bird Strikes. For the next 2 days, Fong Ming did not go out, but instead instructed the women to practice the Jinwu Liangyi divine technique. He had directly obtained the method of cultivation, somewhat like being bestowed with the power of transmission. The method of cultivation was directly imprinted in his mind, as if he had practiced it his entire life, so there was no need to understand it, and it would come naturally. However, the women were different. Fong Ming taught them step by step. The hardest step is to sense the qi. In the practice, it is called qi. It is everywhere in the world, but it is invisible and intangible. According to Fong Ming, it may be energy from another dimension, which overlaps with the Earth's space for a short time at a certain point in the cycle of the tides. Once this time point passes, it is no longer possible to sense the aura, and so the supernormal abilities quickly disappear, becoming a mythical legend, and the magical tools become dusty, and the practice becomes useless gibberish. To sense the aura, you must first be a superhuman, which seems to be the key to opening another dimension. But even if you have the key, first, you have to find the keyhole, and second, how many turns do you need to open it? So the progress of the girls is completely different. Meng Jining was the first to sense the aura, but she was stuck on how to absorb it even though she had the method. When she finally mastered how to absorb the aura after 5 days, Mu Qingcheng, who was second in line, had just barely sensed the aura. The gap was still quite large. Is this what they call talent? However, Meng Jining successfully absorbed the aura with the Jinwu Liangyi divine art, which accelerated her evolution. This naturally encouraged the others, because it was now certain that everyone could practice the art. Then let's work hard. Fong Ming can also find time to do so. Meng Jining could teach others to practice, and Fong Ming planned to go to the Asan family again. On his way back, he would stop by the cloth palace to see if there were any treasures there. But before he could leave, he received a call for help from Xia Du. There were a large number of corpse birds there. Fong Ming couldn't help but shudder. In terms of past life experience, there are 2 major disasters that are even more dangerous than zombies. One is rats, and the other is corpse birds. The corpse birds also have the ability to fly, and they can attack from the sky, which is a much greater threat than the zombies. Why is air supremacy so important in modern warfare? This shows the importance of the Air Force. The corpse bird is a natural air force, and it can launch a 3-dimensional attack, which is indeed a great threat. Fong Ming decided to go. He traveled alone, pushing his speed to the limit, and soon arrived in the capital. Before he even entered the city, his eyebrows furrowed. Because the entire city was already covered in a dark mass. It was full of birds. But if you look closely, none of these birds are alive. Their eyes are blood red, and some have lost all their feathers, but they can still fly in the sky with just 2 bare wings. Fong Ming was amazed. In his previous life, he had only heard about the dangers of corpse birds, but he had never seen one. Some of the corpse birds were so big that when they swooped down, they would pick up a zombie and break its head open in midair, then peck out the corpse pearl and swallow it whole. Fong Ming was shocked because at least a level 1 zombie was required to produce a corpse pearl, and a level 1 zombie was actually killed so easily? He stared at it. The corpse bird was like a vulture, with a long neck and half-bald feathers, but it was at least 10 times larger than a normal vulture, and its wingspan was so wide that it seemed to block out the sky. It killed a level 1 zombie in seconds, so this guy must be a level 2 corpse bird. Fong Ming entered the city. As soon as he entered, he was immediately attacked by zombies and corpse birds, but the 2 sides did not join forces, but also attacked each other, even though they were both of the corpse generation. Fong Ming laughed. Okay, that's fair enough. He activated his gravity power, and boom, 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 the 30 meters around him became a complete Jedi zone, and no matter what kind of corpse it was, it would only die from a headshot. However, the zombies and the corpse birds were completely without intelligence and had no fear, so they kept coming. The smell of flesh and blood makes them excited. Fong Ming walked along, and the zombies and corpse birds attacked all the way, without stopping. After a while, he came to a settlement. Now everyone has retreated into the house, so it is difficult for the zombies and the corpse birds to attack them. The key is that the 2 types of corpse are still constantly fighting each other. Therefore, as long as humans can hide well enough, they can sit back and watch the tigers fight. Therefore, Fong Ming did not enter the settlement so as not to bring danger to others when they were not in trouble, and let them suffer from unwarranted disasters. He continued to walk. However, the killing efficiency of his gravity power was still a bit low. Most importantly, it is too costly. What should I do? Do you have a magic staff? No need. There is an even simpler way. Fong Ming used his poison ability, and a large amount of toxins were released from his body. This is a level 3 poison. How terrifying is it? If you are exposed to the toxin for a long time, even a level 3 psychic or zombie will die. Therefore, as Fong Ming walked around, a large number of zombies and corpse birds instantly turned into white bones, which was terrifying. Fong Ming walked for a while, and suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from ahead. This isn't the sound of zombies fighting against corpse birds. He quickly walked over and saw a woman fighting a corpse bird in a courtyard. This corpse bird was no ordinary bird, but a giant with a wingspan of over 20 meters. Its claws were like those of fine gold, and when it grabbed a stone with one claw, it turned the stone, the size of a human head, into powder. Fong Ming guessed that this corpse bird was most likely a metal type, which is why its claws were so terrifying. If you look at its feathers, they seem to be made of cold iron. Suddenly, it turned its body and the iron feathers on its body shot towards the woman. It was like a shower of arrows. How did the woman respond? Fong Ming looked at the woman, dressed in a long skirt. You came from ancient times. Which dynasty is this? Fong Ming wasn't sure, but it was definitely ancient costume, with the skirt dragging on the ground. Doesn't this affect your flexibility? No, it doesn't. The woman's hands were dancing, her flowing sleeves were like clouds, and she was absolutely beautiful. And her appearance is worthy of this beautiful picture. She is absolutely beautiful. Lu Yuqi, Meng Jining, and others are all beautiful women, but they pale in comparison to her. The only one who can compare with her is Mu Qingcheng, who has the bonus of charisma. The point is, her superpower is obviously not charm. And this woman also has a powerful aura, as if she were the Empress. Yes. Although Fong Ming has never met a female emperor, if there were one, she would be as proud and cold as she is, looking down on the world. Chapter 168 Xiao Yan Yun. A woman in ancient costume fights a battle with a corpse bird. Fong Ming looked at it for a while, and his expression became serious. Because this corpse bird is not a level 2, but a level 3. However, the woman was able to fight back and forth with the corpse bird, which made Fong Ming marvel. In addition to him, there is another level 3 evolved human. However, Fong Ming raised his eyebrows slightly because he discovered that the woman was a bit overconfident. She is definitely a level 3 evolutionist, but after a single blow, she would have to take a breath, unable to sustain her attack. This naturally affected her combat effectiveness. Otherwise, Fong Ming felt that she could have resolved the battle long ago. Now. Boom! The corpse bird flapped its wings, sending the woman flying. Coincidentally, it flew in the direction of Fong Ming. Fong Ming no longer watched the show. Bang, he broke through the wall. The level 3 corpse bird had already developed some intelligence, and immediately flapped its wings again, sending dozens of cold iron feathers flying towards Fong Ming. Fong Ming was quick and nimble, and with a gentle push on the woman's back, he absorbed most of the impact she would have felt, and then he charged towards the corpse bird. The flying feathers struck, and Fong Ming opened his dark engulfing, and in the next instant, he saw the bird shoot out of the darkness and return to the corpse bird. The corpse bird was obviously stunned, and immediately flapped its wings again, firing more black feather arrows. The arrows clashed, and both were annihilated. At this moment, Fong Ming had already rushed to the corpse bird. The corpse bird was about to flap its wings and fly. It can fly, so why fight on the ground? However, it found that its wings could no longer flap. Fong Ming smiled. He exerted gravity on the corpse bird's wings. Die! He punched him. The corpse bird couldn't move its wings, but it didn't care. It raised its claws and gave Fong Ming a jumping kick. Not only were the claws huge, but they also emitted a cold metallic light. With the strength of the corpse bird and the sharpness of these claws, it can definitely tear everything apart. Fong Ming smiled slightly, and his fists instantly turned golden. Who's afraid of who? I'm just superpowered. Bang! The fist and claws collided, but the sound of metal colliding was heard. Fong Ming roared, and his power exploded. Can the corpse bird wrestle with Fong Ming? No, so the corpse bird was knocked out by Fong Ming's punch. The woman had just landed, and she witnessed everything with her own eyes. She couldn't help but show shock in her eyes. How is this possible? You are obviously a cultivator of the FA, but why do you seem to be a cultivator of the Wu? You have such strong physical strength that even the alien beast cannot defeat you? Fong Ming let out a long cry and chased after the corpse bird. Keep fighting. Boom, 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 he punched like rain, and his fists were also carrying lightning. You know, metal conducts electricity. So the corpse bird was electrocuted and felt numb all over. The corpse was not afraid of electricity, but its brain was. The corpse bird was swaying like a drunk, and it seemed to have difficulty standing. Fong Ming continued to punch. But this time, Fong Ming used his ice-freezing ability to reduce the corpse bird's body temperature to -100 degrees. At such a low temperature, the corpse bird's body was severely lacking in flexibility. When it was bombarded by Fong Ming's terrifying power, it was smashed to pieces. Fong Ming followed up with another punch to the bird's head, and with a bang, the bird's head exploded. It was finally dead. Fong Ming collected the corpse pearl. Level 3. The first one. He smiled. This was a surprise. He thought the corpse bird was only level 2. Well, the zombie bird's recipe also includes zombies, so the zombie bird evolves faster than the zombie. Zombies are only level 2, but the corpse bird is already level 3. After the corpse bead was removed, the corpse bird's body, which had been as cold as iron, suddenly collapsed, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and bones that also emitted a strong stench. Fong Ming turned around and looked at the woman in the costume. Hello, my name is Fong Ming. How do you do? The ancient costume woman looked at Fong Ming. Her slender phoenix eyes were not only beautiful, but also full of majesty. She seemed to want to get angry, but suppressed it and said lightly, "Ben, my name is Xiao Yan Yun." Oh, Miss Xiao. Fong Ming nodded. You are the first level 3 psychic I have ever met. This beauty not only wears ancient costume, but also has a very strange pronunciation, as if she is using a dialect. Fong Ming can understand it, but it is a bit difficult. But I'm speaking to you in Mandarin, why are you speaking to me in dialect? Fong Ming and Xiao Yan Yun started to communicate. In fact, it can't be considered communication. Basically, he was asking questions, and Xiao Yan Yun simply answered with a yes or no, or she would nod or shake her head to express herself. It's hard work. Fong Ming said, Are you hurt? Can you tell? Xiao Yan Yun asked in return, using 5 words for the first time. This was the most words she had ever spoken, apart from introducing herself. Fong Ming smiled, When you were fighting the corpse bird, I saw you miss several opportunities to finish it off. Xiao Yan Yun nodded slowly, That's right, I had problems with my cultivation, and my foundation was weak. Fong Ming was stunned, cultivation? Although he had obtained the true martial arts of the two Yins and had indeed begun to practice them, he would not call it cultivation. This was too ancient. Xiao Yan Yun didn't explain, but just shifted her gaze, looking very cold. Fong Ming was a little upset. After all, I helped you, didn't I? Forget it. For the sake of being human, I won't get into it with you. Besides, you didn't ask for help. I jumped in myself. Okay. He nodded, then goodbye. He then walked away. You're so beautiful, I'm going to lick you? Ha! At that moment, a black cloud appeared and a corpse bird swooped down. But this corpse bird was not a metal type, but a fire type, with flames burning all over its body, very much like the legendary fire phoenix. Hey, could the legendary phoenix be a fire-type corpse bird? No, that would be too bad for the phoenix. It is the leader of all birds. You're never going to stop. Fong Ming snorted, took out the demon-slaying staff, infused it with his power, and smashed it at the corpse bird. Boom! A flash of golden light, and the corpse bird immediately burst into flames. Wasn't the corpse bird already burning? Yes, but now the flames on its body were golden. When the golden light went out, the corpse bird also completely disappeared, leaving behind a corpse pearl. Fong Ming is a level 3 psychic, and when he uses the demon subduing staff, its power is comparable to a level 4 psychic. Can't this kill a level 3 corpse bird in seconds? A magic weapon? Xiao Yan Yun was shocked. You actually have a magic weapon. Ha! Fong Ming was also stunned. Do you know this thing? Xiao Yan Yun looked at him with her majestic eyes. Which sect are you from? You're here to attack the 6 major sects at the top of the mountain? Fong Ming thought for a moment. The Ming sect? Chapter 169, Flattery. Ming Jiao? Xiao Yan Yun looked confused. Which sect is this? Hey, you can't be serious, can you? Fong Ming laughed. Haven't you read Grandpa Jin's novels? Seeing that Xiao Yan Yun was still confused, Fong Ming could barely understand. Girls don't like to read martial arts novels, so it's normal. He added, have you seen the TV series of The Legend of Condor Heroes? TV series? Xiao Yan Yun was still confused. Not to mention, she was originally very majestic, but now she is dumbfounded, which immediately makes her coldness and arrogance fade away. In addition to her beauty, she also has a kind of cute feeling. Fong Ming was speechless. Which mountain valley do you live in? It's strange. In this day and age, which mountain villages don't have electricity or cell phone service? Ha, you look like you're in ancient times, and you don't know anything. I thought you were from ancient times. He himself laughed. Xiao Yan Yun also snorted 3 times. How could that be? Are you a descendant of a lost sect who has been training in the mountains? Fong Ming began to use his imagination. He was dressed in ancient costume and spoke in dialect. He had never even seen the TV series based on Jin's novels. How could you say you weren't from the mountains? Xiao Yan Yun narrowed her eyes and nodded after a while. You're right. Huh, really? What school are you from? Fong Ming asked in return. Xiao Yan Yun thought for a moment. Xian Nu Men. She is a woman, and she is so beautiful. Isn't it reasonable to worship under the Xian Nu sect? Fong Ming didn't think much about it. How much do you know about magic weapons? A magic weapon is a weapon powered by magical energy that can greatly increase the power and combat effectiveness of a cultivator. Xiao Yan Yun said solemnly, there are many types of magic weapons, and their quality varies. The magic weapon you are holding in your hand should be considered top-notch. However, the demon-subduing staff can only be used to subdue demons and evil spirits, and it is extremely effective against heretical cultivators, but it is not very useful against cultivators of the same righteous path. It was rare for her to say so much. Although her dialect sounded a bit awkward, her voice was very pleasant and slightly magnetic, quietly captivating. She was indeed cold and aloof, but there was a hint of charm in her, which she would occasionally let slip, only a hint, but it was enough to make one want more. Fong Ming's little heart seemed to be stirred, and he quickly calmed down and nodded. You're right, I had someone use this thing to shine on me, and the golden light seemed to, how should I put it, purify me. Xiao Yan Yun also nodded. Buddhist instruments are naturally used to purify negative effects and suppress evil spirits. She really knows a lot. However, does this not prove that in ancient times there was a group of people with supernormal capabilities who developed their spiritual energy to a very high level, created cultivation methods, and even created magical weapons? Fong Ming was shocked and yearned. Can I visit your sect? Maybe I can flip through her family's ancient books and learn more about the secrets of ancient times. Xiao Yan Yun just looked at him indifferently and said, it's inconvenient. Well, such a blunt rejection. Okay. Fong Ming turned around and said, then I'll see you later. Wait. Xiao Yan Yun quickly stopped him. Taoist, I need the magic staff in your hand. Offer it to me. When I have accomplished my great cause, I will reward you. Fong Ming turned around again and looked at her. However, this time, his eyes were not admiring, but seemed to be looking at an idiot. Xiao Yan Yun was angered by his gaze and shouted, what kind of look is that? The look of a fool. Fong Ming said bluntly, are you out of your mind? You want me to give you the magic staff? Are you the empress? That's ridiculous. According to your logic, you can be my concubine, and when I achieve my great cause, I will make you a concubine. Xiao Yan Yun was furious. How dare you speak to me like this? What's wrong? Can't I? Fong Ming laughed. Don't you see what time it is? Sister, zombies are running rampant, and there are bird zombies and rat zombies that could break out at any time. There are also terrifying monsters in the sea. How can you still act so arrogant and powerful? Don't you have a problem with your brain? Even if you were a former head of state, you are now just a common person in distress.
Xiao Yan Yun's face paled at his words, her slender eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a strong murderous intent. However, at the end of his words, she revealed a look of desolation and could not help but sigh.
Yes, it's the great calamity of the millennium. If we can survive it, there will be a future. If we can't, everything will be gone. Fong Ming's eyes lit up. What do you mean by the great calamity of the millennium? Or again? Xiao Yan Yun snorted, why should I tell you? Fong Ming was even more curious. Do you women have records of those supernaturals from the ancient times? Xiao Yan Yun looked at him and said, yes.
This idiot answered the question himself, and she didn't even have to make up an answer.
Fong Ming let out a hiss.
The Xian sect really has records of those immortals from ancient times.
Hey, she should have read it too, right?
Then there is no need to go to the Xian school.
Just ask her directly, right? Tell me about the ancient times. He said.
Xiao Yan Yun looked at him and said, give me the magic staff and I'll tell you.
Oh, you're really asking for a lot.
Fong Ming thought for a moment, you are injured and need a quiet, safe place to heal.
I can provide it for you, and I can also guarantee you 3 meals a day. You tell me about the ancient times. Xiao Yan Yun thought for a moment, deal. Obviously, it was unrealistic to ask for a magic weapon for a few words. Fong Ming was not that stupid, and her identity was no longer useful.
Fong Ming smiled, I have to go kill the corpse bird again, and I'll come back to take you away.
Xiao Yan Yun nodded and turned to walk into the house.
She was obviously a woman, but she walked like a king or a general, full of domineering air.
Fong Ming narrowed his eyes.
He knew that Xiao Yan Yun had told many lies, but it didn't matter.
He would slowly get to the bottom of it. He took the demon-slaying staff in his hand, spread his wings, and soared into the sky.
The demon-slaying staff is a good weapon for slaying demons, but the downside is that it has a short range of only 20 meters, so Fong Ming had to use his wings to help. Swish, 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 he kept waving the golden light, and wherever the golden light passed, the corpse bird seemed to be instantly liberated, falling from the sky one after another, dead and thoroughly. The corpse birds are not very intelligent, so when they saw a target standing in the sky, they naturally flew over.
Fong Ming smiled, and the massacre was about to begin. Chapter 170, Temporary Residence. Fong Ming fought for 3 hours before he was able to force the corpse birds back. He was exhausted. This is because he has the demon-subduing staff, otherwise, at most, he would have to retreat to the side to rest and recover after an hour of fighting. Now, he has more than enough energy. But after fighting for so long, his nerves have been on edge, and he feels physically and mentally exhausted. Phew, the corpse bird has finally retreated. If you don't retreat, I'll have to poison the whole area. But poisoning is too widespread, the harm is great, and the aftereffects are too deep. The entire city will suffer. Fong Ming went to find Xiao Yan Yun, and then they left the capital together and headed for the mountain city. Both of them were level 3 supernormal users. Although Xiao Yan Yun did not practice the 3 major systems like Fong Ming, she was a spellcaster, in her words, she was a cultivator, but she used a wind riding technique on herself, which made her very fast. In less than half an hour, they arrived in the mountain city. Xiao Yan Yun paused at the entrance to the hotel, looking at the tall building. Her expression was a bit sad. It's hard to see tall buildings in the mountains. Fong Ming laughed and said, you should go out more often and see more things.
Memory Xiao Yan Yun nodded, and it was rare that she would actually accept the opinions of others. The two entered the hotel. When they learned that Fong Ming had returned, the women immediately came down to greet him. However, when they saw Xiao Yan Yun, they all expressed their amazement. This girl is so beautiful that words cannot describe her. Moreover, she has a dignified and noble aura, as if she were an empress, and everyone should kneel before her. With such a queen in the harem, that's going to be a problem. The lady's eyes couldn't help but look towards Lu Yuqi. Lu Yuqi and Fong Ming were the first to take the position of the queen of Fong Ming's harem. Although Fong Ming never said it, the other women just accepted it. But looking at Xiao Yan Yun's arrogant appearance, it was clear that she would not be an obedient mistress. Is it going to be a palace fight? The women were quite looking forward to it. Lu Yuqi was feeling miserable. In the past, she had always been confident in her looks and figure, even when facing big stars like Dami and Guyai Riba, or the evil spirit Mu Qingcheng. But how can I not fight?
She walked up and smiled. What's your name, little sister? She came up and immediately gave me a hard time. If you obediently acknowledge me as your sister, then I will be your elder sister and you will be my younger sister, and we will have an order of seniority. Xiao Yan Yun couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, her pretty face already set in a stern expression, her aura full of power and intimidation. Lu Yushi couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but she still stood her ground. She couldn't be intimidated. She was the queen of the Fong family's harem. Fong Ming quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Don't get the wrong idea, this is Miss Xiao Yan Yun, she's just staying with us for a while to recover from her injuries. Ha ha. None of the women believed him. There can be no exceptions for a beauty who has entered this family. It's just a matter of time. Xiao Yan Yun also glanced at Fong Ming, as if she was dissatisfied with the title of Miss Xiao, but after frowning, she still recognized it and didn't say anything. Ha, let's eat. Fong Ming waved his hand. We are all Chinese, so we are particular about the culture of the drinking table. After a few glasses of wine, we will all get to know each other. But he was disappointed. Xiao Yan Yun was too cold and aloof, and she didn't say a word during the meal, as if she was following the ancient custom of not speaking while eating, which directly killed Fong Ming's plan to get closer to her. After the meal, some fruit was served, but Xiao Yan Yun only tasted it lightly. This made the other women marvel. Think about them, how excited they were to eat fruit for the first time after the disaster, some even had tears in their eyes. But her? She is too calm and elegant. Did she already eat it? The women couldn't help but look at Fong Ming, who shook his head slightly. He had not given Xiao Yan Yun a private lesson before. They had just met, so how could he have revealed the secret of his possession of a different space? The girls were really shocked. Where did Xiao Yan Yun come from? After eating the fruit, everyone dispersed. Fong Ming told Xiao Yan Yun to pick any empty room, and In Xiaoning would naturally make arrangements and prepare her with toiletries. She also needed to prepare a set of clothes to change into. She couldn't keep wearing that long skirt. And, aren't you going to change your underwear? Fong Ming and the girls naturally went to practice their kung fu. Now Fong Ming is equivalent to the god of love, and being intimate with him can enhance evolution. 17th floor. Xiao Yan Yun chose such a guest room that was neither good nor bad. She closed the door and stood by the window, looking at the waning moon in the sky. People today cannot see the moon of ancient times, but the moon of ancient times once shone on people today. She slowly recited, her expression very complex. Lu Feng frowned slightly, but then relaxed, and in the end, all that was left was a sigh. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Enter, she said in a commanding voice. In Xiaoning pushed the door open and entered, carrying toiletries and a change of clothes. Miss Xiao, I put the toothpaste and toothbrush in the bathroom for you, and the clean clothes are on the bed. In Xiaoning smiled and said, this woman is beautiful and has a commanding presence. She will definitely be the queen of the Fong family in the future, so you must please her. Xiao Yan Yun waved her hand and said, go out. This is clearly an attitude towards a servant, but In Xiaoning didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable or humiliated. She left the room and closed the door behind her. In fact, it was perfectly fine to leave the door open at night when staying at the hotel. Because Xia Jun was patrolling the night watch outside, and there was only one man in the hotel. But does he need to be on guard against Fong Ming? Isn't every woman dying to be attacked by him at night? Xiao Yan Yun studied the things in the room, switching the lights on and off non-stop, as if a child had just received a new toy and was full of curiosity. After a while, she went to the bathroom again. When she accidentally pressed the flush button on the toilet, it was as if she had discovered a new continent. This invention is truly brilliant. The shower water can be poured out through a pipe. Gee, it can be adjusted to hot or cold, just like magic. After a long time, she came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her skin as white as snow, and her breasts swelling up to an astonishing size, making people drool. She flipped through the clothes that In Xiaoning had sent, and her eyes widened in surprise. Such small underwear? Can it cover the buttocks? Although she will be wearing clothes on the outside, this is too vulgar. And what's this? 2 bras, hiss. Shameless. Vulgar. Lewd. She took out the clothes she had changed into from the bathroom, looked hesitant, but still turned on the tap to wash them, and finally used her flame powers to quickly dry the clothes. She was finally relieved. Chapter 171 Emei. The night passed. Xiao Yan Yun woke up early. She jumped out of the window, rode the wind down, landed on the lawn, then sat cross-legged and breathed in and out facing the rising sun. It was faintly visible that a phoenix appeared on her body, flapping its wings and chirping. After a long time, she opened her eyes and the phoenix disappeared into her body. Xia Jun nodded to her from afar and walked into the hotel building. Although no one dared to break into the hotel, he still maintained the habit of patrolling at night and would not return until dawn. He is a power-type superhuman, and he is full of energy. He can guarantee his energy for a whole day by sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day. Xiao Yan Yun was slightly surprised. A great general. She whispered, then puzzled, wondering why Fong Ming, who had an ordinary life path, could stand out in the end times and be superior to all living beings? And why would this great general be inferior to him? And after thinking about it last night, I realized that I was actually careless with him. I said things that I shouldn't have said without thinking, as if he had a charm that made people believe him. This is not normal. There is no such evil power in China. Could it be a branch of evil cultivation from India? She paused for a moment, then stood up and headed for the main building. Lin Miao always got up early, and when she saw Xiao Yan Yun, she ran over to say, "Good morning, beautiful sister." There are many beautiful women in the hotel, but she never calls anyone a beautiful sister because she is confident that she will also be a beautiful woman when she grows up. But in front of Xiao Yan Yun, she is willing to admit defeat. Xiao Yan Yun nodded, not giving the little girl who was deliberately flattering her any color, and didn't even look at her again. Her attempts to be cute were in vain. She got into the elevator and went to the top floor. This thing is really interesting. She really wants to ride it again, but she is afraid of ruining her domineering image. Fong Ming also got up and came to the dining room. Seeing Xiao Yan Yun still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Didn't Yin Staoning bring you some clean clothes yesterday?" When she mentioned yesterday's clothes, Xiao Yan Yun couldn't help but flash a look of shame and annoyance. "It was you who was up to no good," she said. "How could normal underwear be like that? It's indecent and shameless." Fong Ming was stunned and completely at a loss. "I sent someone to bring you fresh clothes, and I did it wrong? Young lady, you eat my food, you live in my house, I even provide you with clothes, and you still blame me? You can't learn from the farmer and the snake," he said angrily. "What did I do wrong? Honey, let's go swimming today." Mu Qingcheng appeared in a swimsuit. Her superpower is seduction, and she can't fight zombies, so she's devoted to seducing Fong Mingliang. The three-piece swimsuit shows off her beautiful, seductive body. "Stop it." Fong Mingliang glanced at her. He has been busy lately. It's exhausting just to run around to all the places where artifacts and martial arts might appear. Mu Qingcheng giggled. Couldn't the swimsuit seduce her husband? Then wear black silk next time. Xiao Yan Yun watched her leave with her hips and waist swaying, and her head full of twinkling stars. Can she really go out in public with those pieces of cloth wrapped around her body? Look at the reactions of Lu Yuqi and the others. Which one of them is surprised? So, is this really normal attire? Moreover, not only can it be worn normally inside, but it can also be worn in public? How can one be so brazen as to expose one's breasts like this? What a strange world it has become. At this moment, Fong Ming looked over. "What did you just say about me?" "Nothing," Xiao Yan Yun said lightly, determined that she needed to fully and deeply understand the world. "That's easy," she said to Fong Ming. "I have been in the mountains for too long and have become alienated from the outside world. Is there any way for me to quickly integrate? Here you go." Fong Ming tossed a tablet at her. "Watch some dramas. In less than a day, I guarantee you'll be completely integrated." Xiao Yan Yun took it and couldn't believe it. "Just a tablet?" Meng Jining smiled and helped her open it, and Xiao Yan Yun was suddenly startled. "What kind of magic weapon is this?" she exclaimed. Her serious expression made everyone laugh. Fong Ming asked, "Where is the most likely place to get a magic weapon?" Xiao Yan Yun was still in shock and blurted out, "Kunlun Mountain." "Kunlun Mountain? Are you trying to fool me?" In mythological stories, Kunlun is the ancestor of all mountains. It is a sacred mountain and fairy mountain revered by Taoism. Who lives in Kunlun according to the list of gods? Yuan Shi Tianzuan. One of the three pristine ones, the strongest immortal. In the classic of mountains and seas, Kunlun is also the Taoist temple of the Queen Mother of the West. But myths. It's not going to come true again, is it? Damn, I'm just speculating about ancient myths. Could it be that I've hit the nail on the head? However, Kunlun Mountain is a mountain range, incredibly large. Even if you wanted to look for it at that speed, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, Kunlun Mountain is covered in snow and ice all year round. Even if an ancient supernatural being really lived there, the address would be covered in thick snow, and even spiritual waves would be difficult to sweep. What's the difference between going to Kunlun Mountain to find the artifacts left behind by ancient supernatural beings and looking for a needle in a haystack? Fong Ming was not giving up, and asked, "What about the Cloth Palace?" Xiao Yan Yun shook his head. "I'd never heard of any connection between the Cloth Palace and immortals." Fong Ming was disappointed. "Who lives in Kunlun Mountain?" he asked. Xiao Yan Yun looked at him and said, "I haven't even lived here for a day, and you're already trying to get all the secrets I know?" In other words, this information is worth at least 10 days and a half month. Fong Ming was speechless. "Forget it, I won't waste my breath on her. We'll talk about it later." In fact, it is not a bad idea to talk about it later. After all, with the closest relationship, what secrets are there? Xiao Yan Yun suddenly shuddered, and couldn't help but look at Fong Ming. She had just felt a malicious intent, and the source was Fong Ming. What was this guy thinking? Fong Ming decided to look for it himself. Since the level 3 zombies had not yet appeared, he could not be busy, so he could only look for things left behind by ancient superhumans if his speculation was correct. After breakfast, Fong Ming thought about today's itinerary. Where to go? The Palace of the Cloth has been eliminated by Xiao Yan Yun, and Kunlun Mountain is too big. Where can I find the ruins of the ancient supernormalists? Why not go to Mount Emei? Fong Ming said he was leaving, and Emishan was not far from Shansheng. It only took him a dozen minutes to get there. He naturally went to the Golden Summit first. However, this is also a sacred place for Buddhism. Could there be the purple and blue twin swords? Fong Ming was obsessed with the legend of Shushan when he was a child, and the most powerful weapon in the legend of Shushan is of course the purple and blue twin swords. To be honest, although the demon subduing staff is a top-notch magical weapon, it can only be used against evil spirits, and he is a layman, so it is a bit awkward for him to hold it. Swords are different. Fong Ming walked around the temple. Unfortunately, unlike Shaolin Temple, the temple could not stop the zombies from advancing. It was only a month after the disaster that the zombies began to appear. There were basically no tourists here, only a few old monks who could not escape the fate of becoming zombies. After searching for a while, he found not even a sword, let alone the purple and blue twin swords. Fong Ming left in disappointment. He went to Shaolin Temple again. Why could the zombies be kept out here? He wanted to find out. Chapter 172 Bodhi Leaf. The large temple was empty. There were corpses here, but they had not turned into zombies. The monk was wearing a monk's robe and was so thin that he was almost skin and bones. He had hanged himself. It is thought that some monks did not leave the temple after the first wave of the disaster, but still lived here. However, when the zombies appeared, although the zombies could not enter the temple because of the protection of the Dharma, the monks could not get out either. They were so skinny from starvation that they could only hang themselves to death and end their fate of being starved to death. Fong Ming couldn't help but sigh. Last time, he came in a hurry and was too busy looking for spiritual objects to pay attention to them. This time, he laid the bodies of the monks down one by one and buried them in the cemetery at the back of the mountain. He discovered the spirit object through mental feedback. It should be, because it feels a bit like a spirit stone. After burying all the bodies, Fong Ming went looking for it. In ancient times, monks would be cremated after death, and their ashes would be buried in a mausoleum. The spirit object that Fong Ming sensed was in one of these mausoleums. Fong Ming took out the urn, apologized for the disturbance, and opened the lid. Inside, in addition to some ashes, there was a stone. It was this stone that was emitting the spiritual energy. Relics. Fong Ming blurted out. When a high monk dies, some of his bones are not consumed by the fire and are called relics. Fong Ming thought about it for a moment,
but instead of taking the relic, he sealed the lid back on, put it back, and bowed, saying he was sorry. He didn't take the relic because, firstly, it was the bone of a dead person, and secondly, he already had a very large spirit stone, so he didn't need this relic. The aura it emitted was very weak, even weaker than the jade pendant he had originally obtained. Therefore, Fong Ming didn't care about it either. Forget it, the dead are greater. In the end, Fong Ming returned to the Bodhi tree. Ordinary Bodhi leaves are green, but this one is golden, as if it were a ginkgo tree that had turned yellow.
This is definitely extraordinary, but Fong Ming couldn't see a hint of abnormality.
He used his psychic power to investigate again. Still, there was no result. It was as if it were an ordinary tree. There should be no other magical artifacts here, so the only thing that can stop the zombies is this Bodhi tree.
Fong Ming thought to himself, should I pluck a leaf off?
As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he saw a leaf fall in front of him. It was as if it were made of gold. Bodhi leaves.
Fong Ming subconsciously caught it and was shocked.
He had just thought of it, but a leaf had just fallen.
What did that mean? Look around, is there a fallen leaf on the ground? No. So, how could it be such a coincidence? Unless. Fong Ming looked at the Bodhi tree.
Unless the Bodhi tree sensed his thoughts, it didn't need to be broken by his hand, and it directly dropped a leaf to him.
It's a bit like an elder sending a child away.
This Bodhi tree has lived for countless years, and in front of it, Fong Ming is indeed just a little child.
Moreover, how powerful is this Bodhi tree in terms of spiritual power that it can detect his thoughts without him knowing it? If he doesn't relent and tries to dig up the Bodhi tree, will he be killed? It is very likely.
So, this must be the guardian tree of the Shaolin Temple, blocking the invasion of the zombies.
Fong Ming left with the leaf in his hand. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he felt cold sweat all over his back. It is very likely that he just walked around the gate of hell.
Perhaps it was because of his good deeds in burying the monks, or because he did not covet the relics, that the Bodhi tree did not attack him, but instead gave him a leaf.
Maybe so.
The zombies were coming in droves.
Fong Ming's confidence returned in an instant. You want to bully me too? Ha ha. He thought for a moment and took out the Bodhi leaf.
Suddenly, the zombies all stopped.
It was unbelievable. You have to know that zombies have no emotions. Even if they will die the next moment, they will still charge forward to eat, so they actually stopped because of a leaf, which Fong Ming really couldn't believe. So, how high up the Bodhi tree must be for a single fallen leaf to be able to scare the zombies? Fong Ming really couldn't believe it.
The problem is that he not only carefully observed this leaf with his eyes, but also repeatedly scanned it with his spiritual power. The results were that this leaf was nothing out of the ordinary except for its color.
It's strange. Fong Ming shook his head and ignored the zombies, heading straight back to the mountain city.
He decided that he would not go to Shaolin Temple again until his strength had increased by 3 or 4 levels.
That Bodhi tree is terrifying. Then, he found Xiao Yan Yun, who was watching a drama.
Ridiculous. I saw this beautiful woman in ancient costume slap the table, and the mighty China was actually ruined by the Manchu barbarians.
Fong Ming walked over and said, Miss Xiao, I have something to tell you. Put down your tablet first. He was afraid that Xiao Yan Yun would smash the tablet in a fit of rage. This is my property. Xiao Yan Yun looked at him and instantly regained her proud and majestic demeanor. Aren't you tired of wearing that long face every day?
Fong Ming took out a Bodhi leaf and said, I found this in Shaolin Temple.
Take a look and see if there's anything strange about it.
Xiao Yan Yun glanced at it and then looked away. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. I'm trying to understand the blank history.
Blank history? Didn't you practice at the Xian New Gate and not go to school?
It's a good thing it's the end of the world, otherwise your parents would be punished for not even going to elementary and middle school for the 9 years of compulsory education.
What were you thinking? And you learn history from TV dramas?
You should know that some screenwriters learn history from their gym teachers.
Aren't you afraid of being fooled into a ditch? Fong Ming smiled and first talked about the Bodhi tree.
At this point, Xiao Yan Yun was finally moved, and her gaze moved away from the flat screen, her eyes staring at Fong Ming.
Do you have any records of the Bodhi tree in your Xian Nu sect? Fong Ming asked. Xiao Yan Yun shook her head, no.
Then she said, show me that leaf.
You've only watched TV for half a day and you're already calling me your majesty?
Fong Ming took out the Bodhi leaf and handed it over, but Xiao Yan Yun couldn't find anything unusual after studying it for a long time, so she couldn't help but look at Fong Ming with a suspicious look.
Are you trying to fool me? You'll know after trying it. Fong Ming smiled.
The two of them went out and found a nest of corpses. Xiao Yan Yun entered with the Bodhi leaf, but saw the zombies avoiding her.
Even the level 1 zombies didn't dare to come forward.
In the end, the level 2 zombies took one look and fled in a panic.
In other words, the stronger the power, the more they are afraid of the Bodhi leaf. It's even more interesting. Xiao Yan Yun was also surprised.
He said thoughtfully, legend has it that the Buddha Sakyamuni attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree and the Buddha Sakyamuni also achieved mutual success and became a divine plant.
However, that Bodhi tree should be in India, and secondly, what else? Fong Ming hates people who don't finish what they start talking about. Cut the crap. Chapter 173, Searching for the Place of Enlightenment.
Xiao Yan Yun thought for a moment before saying, second, if the aura falls, all spiritual objects will become tarnished. Even the so-called immortal plant should have become ordinary and would not have survived the long years.
Don't make it sound so mystical. Your Xian Nu sect also has a saying about the tide of spiritual energy? Fong Ming asked. Aura tides? Xiao Yan Yun tasted the word and nodded. This is a very appropriate word. My palace and my sect have studied many ancient works and believe that during the transition between the Shang and Zhou dynasties, there were still immortals in the world, and they even participated in the struggle for power in the mortal world. However, after the Zhou dynasty was established, the aura in the world began to slowly dry up, and by the pre-Qin period, it had almost returned to normal. It is said that some powerful beings went overseas and used their supreme magical powers to gather the remaining spiritual energy on an island, which became the legendary Fairy Island. The first emperor, seeking immortality, sent Su Fu to sea to find the island, but it is unknown whether he succeeded. Fong Ming was stunned. It must not have been successful, otherwise the first emperor would not have died of illness so early, and the Qin dynasty would not have collapsed after only 2 generations. Xiao Yan Yun, however, was non-committal. The first emperor was a great man of great talent, so he might have succeeded, and besides. She paused for a moment and then stopped talking. Damn, you're cutting me off again? Do you know how annoying this is?
Fong Ming really wanted to grab her by the neck and make her tell him everything she knew.
This leaf is a gift to me. Xiao Yan Yun shook the Bodhi leaf. Okay. Fong Ming nodded and took it as my engagement gift.
You covet my treasure, so I'll just turn you into mine. Xiao Yan Yun placed the Bodhi leaf on the table without a word.
Fong Ming laughed and put the Bodhi leaf away.
Although it has only been found to repel zombies, that Bodhi tree may be infinitely powerful, and this leaf is definitely not simple. If you want it, go to Shaolin Temple and find the Bodhi tree yourself.
Fong Ming came up with a bad idea.
He didn't dare to go to Shaolin Temple again, but if he could trick Xiao Yan Yun into going, he might be able to find out some secrets. Xiao Yan Yun only slightly raised the corner of his mouth, with an air of arrogance that he had already seen through your little scheme.
Fong Ming returned to his room and began to cram for the exam. Where did the Buddha attain enlightenment?
According to the information copied earlier, it should be Bodh Gaya. But it is now called Gaia City, and the average elevation is 111 meters.
In other words, the place where the Buddha attained enlightenment should not have been flooded. Good news. Fong Ming naturally wouldn't ask Xiao Yan Yun to go with him if they went together. They would both be level 3 supernormal individuals, and if he got the treasure, could he keep it for himself? So, it's better to go alone, and whatever you find will be yours. He left immediately.
Fong Ming went to his third brother's house again. Since he had already been there once, he knew the way well, but Fatima and the others had already left, so it was impossible for Fong Ming to meet them again. Fong Ming could call them to come and find them, but he wasn't there to sleep with the girls. He first looked for the giant lizard. This giant lizard was still in the original valley. What almost made Fong Ming's eyes pop out was that there were actually more eggs on the ground. Yes, the day before he fought the giant lizard, he did see this giant beast mating with many lizards, so it is not surprising that it has eggs in its belly.
But you are a lizard, not an ant, so how can you lay eggs every day?
But without the big spirit stone, the giant lizard's evolution should have stalled, and it's not a big threat.
Try the power of the demon subduing staff. Fong Ming killed and went over, swinging the demon-subduing staff. Boom! A golden light shot through. However, this had no effect on the giant lizard at all. The big guy seemed to have just been momentarily distracted, and then saw that the attacker was Fong Ming, which aroused all of its anger, and it let out a roar that shook the ground, and it charged towards Fong Ming. Alas, the demon-subduing staff can only subdue demons, and is ineffective against evolved creatures. Fong Ming tried to take out the Bodhi leaf, but it had no deterrent effect on the giant lizard either, and it made him flustered. Alas, Buddhism can only subdue demons. Fong Ming did not linger, and turned and ran. There was no point in fighting this big monster. Fong Ming had no intention of eating its flesh, and the creature would not give birth to corpse pearls. It was completely unrewarding. Fong Ming was able to defeat the giant lizard in a matter of seconds, so in a short while, he had thrown the lizard into oblivion, and all that could be heard was the angry roar of the lizard. Hey, you keep on yelling, and see if someone will pay attention to you when you've lost your voice. Fong Ming began to look for this city of Gaia. But it was very, very difficult to find. First, the map is only offline, so he has no idea where he is. Second, there are so few people here that it's hard for him to find someone to ask for directions. Third, even if he could find someone, could he understand Hindi or English with a curry flavor? Forget it, let's go find Fatima and the others. Fong Ming had no choice but to contact Fatima and the others, and the two sides agreed to meet at a place with obvious distinguishing features. Nearly 2 hours later, the two sides finally met. When they learned that they were going to Gaia City, Fatima and the others said that they might not be able to find it in a short time. After all, the place was so small and there were no significant landmarks, so they would have to ask people along the way. Okay. Fong Ming walked with them, first determining the general direction and then setting off. After arriving at the approximate location, they decided to find a local to determine their exact location. However, Fatima and the others all said they would go to the rich area to ask someone. Why not the slums? In India, if you can write your own name, you're not illiterate. Even so, the literacy rate is only 74%. In fact, most Indians can't read a map, so asking them is like asking a blind man for directions. The high-caste people have received elite education since childhood, so reading a map is a piece of cake for them. So Fong Ming and his party first looked for the rich area here. This was not difficult at all. The rich people live in large areas, which are clearly separated from the slums, so you can see them at a glance. After a short while, they found the rich area. But are there really any living people here? Fong Ming looked at the individual villas and frowned slightly. With the streets full of wandering zombies, could there possibly be any survivors? Maybe, but the odds are very low. Let's look for them. Fong Ming and the girls walked down the street. When the zombies attacked, Fong Ming didn't even have to get involved, and Fatima and the others could easily take care of them. Level 2. Supernormal users fighting ordinary zombies is like bullying the zombies. When they came to a huge villa, suddenly, a large number of people rushed out of the 7-story villa, blocking the way for Fong Ming and his party. Chapter 174. This is the end of the world. A group of people rushed out of the mansion and surrounded Fong Ming and his group. It's not quite right to say that they were surrounded. After all, there were too many people in Fong Ming's group. At most, it could be considered a standoff. However, all the men on the other side had an advantage over women, and it seemed that they were more powerful. What's more, they all had weapons in their hands. All kinds of knives. Fong Ming glanced at them. They were all dark-skinned and short, and compared to Fatima and the others, they were two completely different races. Well, that's true. Fatima and the others are Aryans, but these men are the real aborigines of the Asa tribe. They are the so-called untouchables, even the untouchables. Untouchables, just the name alone shows how much discrimination they face. Fong Ming nodded to Karina, indicating that she should negotiate on his behalf. Although he didn't mind killing people, he wasn't a homicidal maniac who wanted to chop people up at the first sight. If you leave quietly, I won't bother to kill you. There is only one kind of person that Fong Ming will kill on sight, and that is naturally the Japanese. Let's not talk about what they did more than 70 years ago, but just look at what they are doing now. They even dare to release nuclear contaminated water into the sea. What are they trying to do? Karina began to ask, jabbering away. The person on the other side also replied, also in gibberish.
Fong Ming didn't understand, but just by looking at the expressions on Fatima and the others, he knew that they weren't saying anything nice, so he asked Fatima to translate for him. They said they wanted us to be their sex slaves and that they wanted to kill and eat the great god of love.
Fatima translated, her face full of anger. Fong Ming shook his head.
Originally, he didn't want to kill anyone, but you all wanted to ride on my neck, so of course I couldn't just stick out my neck and let you chop it off. He had some sympathy for these people, who were considered oppressed, but he didn't expect that the poor would have something to hate. Think about India, a country known for its high rate of rape, where most of the perpetrators are of low caste and use extremely cruel methods. One of the root causes is the idea that men are superior to women. There are not many countries where the woman gives the man a dowry when they get married, and India is one of them. Before the catastrophe, the lower castes would never dare to provoke the higher castes. This fear was ingrained in their bones, but now it was different. As the apocalypse unfolded, they saw no signs of Shiva's wrath or Brahma's might, so of course their fear disappeared. They have invaded the wealthy areas of the higher castes and have no fear of the so-called high castes.
Forget it. Why bother with these people?
Fong Ming was too lazy to waste time, and said indifferently, kill them all.
Yes. Fatima respectfully said, now only she can understand Chinese, the other women have not even entered the door, how far behind?
The women attacked and annihilated all of them. Although they were many, they were basically ordinary people. There were only 6 level 1s, and not a single level 2.
How could they possibly be a match for the women?
Although they were killing their own people, Fatima and the others had no psychological barriers. One reason is that this is Fong Ming's order, and the other is that these lowly people are like grass and weeds in their eyes, so why should they care?
After killing these people, Fong Ming entered the mansion and found 4 women inside. Women of high caste.
They were the owners of the mansion, a mother and 3 daughters, but they were toyed with by these thugs every day, and they were already dying after only 3 days.
Fong Ming couldn't help but think of the famous black bus rape case in the United States.
It was really inhumane. Not only did they rape them, they also used hooks to tear out the women's internal organs and set them on fire.
It could only be described as brutal.
Now he finally saw it for himself. Among the women, there was a healer of the wood element, who treated the 4 occupants of the house, but only managed to save one.
The other 3 were too badly injured and did not survive.
However, the woman who survived was also in a very bad condition, with one of her eyes knocked out.
I really don't know how those people could have been so ruthless.
Karina quickly asked the woman where her group was, but soon after, the woman stabbed herself in the heart with scissors and killed herself. In the A family, losing one's virginity is a very serious crime.
This concept is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people.
After the parents and sisters were killed, and the world was so terrible, the woman finally chose to commit suicide to seek relief.
Fong Ming sighed. China is now building a national alliance, and everything is getting better and better.
He lives in China, so he naturally has the wrong impression that the whole world is like this. However, the darkness and despair that he sees before him are the theme of the entire world.
What is the end of the world?
It is naturally absolute darkness, full of despair and killing, and it extinguishes human nature and returns to the primitive animal nature.
Fong Ming shook his head.
He didn't want his children to live in such darkness and despair.
At least, he wants to build a city of peace.
After confirming their current location, Fong Ming and the women set off again.
This time it was easy. After walking for more than an hour, they arrived in Gaia City.
However, the city is now completely different from the time of the Buddha. The ancient city of Gaia was already destroyed by the vicissitudes of time and war, and the present-day Gaia city was built later. Fortunately, the place where Shakyamuni Buddha attained enlightenment was not in the city, but outside the city at the great Bodhi Temple, which had been well maintained for thousands of years and where believers had gone to worship every year.
After a few more minutes, Fong Ming arrived at the temple. He looked around and saw that it was full of zombies. This is wrong. In the Shaolin Temple, there is a Bodhi tree with golden leaves that directly prevents the zombies from entering, but here? The zombies are wandering around. Where does it look like there is a Bodhi tree that witnessed the Buddha's enlightenment? Fong Ming was not discouraged and searched the area again. He found nothing.
Fatim then asked Fong Ming what he was doing here, and Fong Ming explained, but Fatim kept shaking her head.
In the ancient times, where are the authentic works left? The original Kama Sutra was in the museum, but what happened? It was swapped out and privately collected.
Therefore, if the Buddha really left behind anything good, it would have been collected by some powerful person long ago.
How can you find it? It could be anywhere in the house, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Well, this is very Indian.
Moreover, Buddhism has flourished in China, but in our country, the religion we mainly believe in is the San religion, and there are very few people who believe in Buddhism.
Fatima said again. Although Buddhism originated in India, the countries with the most flourishing Buddhism are not India, but China, Thailand, etc. We believe in three main gods: Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu.
Fong Ming had a sudden thought. He was still not convinced, and said, "Take me to the main temples of these three great gods."
Chapter 175, a third level 3 superpower user? However, Fong Ming was destined to be disappointed.
He went to the main temples of the three main gods, but found nothing. Whether these three gods or legends or really existed in ancient times, the people of the three countries would not leave any treasures in the temples, even if they did. Therefore, we can only follow the plan and let Fatima and the others walk around the three countries, so that the chances of finding the treasure will be greater.
Okay. Fong Ming had to admit defeat and return to the mountain city.
In the end, he spent 3 whole days in the 3 houses.
Xiao Yan Yun couldn't help but laugh when she heard about his experience.
Even she had not expected that the people of the Asan family would be such a character, and they would dare to take the relics of the gods.
But it happened. Very Asan. Fong Ming was once again doing nothing.
Normally, a level 3 zombie wouldn't appear at the half-year mark. Fong Ming would have encountered it in his previous life only because the jade pendant had caused the zombie's evolution to progress at an astonishing rate.
This is an exception after all.
It is not impossible that there are similar treasures, but they are definitely extremely rare. Therefore, even if there are level 3 zombies at the half-year mark, they should be extremely rare and few.
Moreover, there are still half a month left before the 6-month period.
However, even without the level 3 corpse pearl, Fong Ming's strength has improved by no means slowly. He has the Luoyang divine skill, which draws energy from the spirit stones, and his cultivation with the women has also improved, so he will definitely not be inferior to those who use level 3 corpse pearls. By the time the level 3 zombies appear, he may already be a level 4 superpower.
It's even easier to fight 4 against 3.
Fong Ming has never been worried about the zombies, but about the creatures in the ocean. That is where the unknown and terrifying realm lies. The other problems are the corpse birds and the rat plague, which are more troublesome than the zombies, but ultimately not as bad as the sea monsters.
When will I go to Xiaorizi's house? Fong Ming thought to himself.
He thought of the crimes committed by the people of Xiaorizi, and before the disaster, they had even brazenly discharged nuclear waste into the sea.
Shouldn't they be taught a lesson? However, most of Xiaorizi's cities are located near the sea. There is no way around it.
First, the land area is small, and second, the terrain is long and narrow, with mountains in the middle. So when the polar waters melt, most of Xiaorizi's cities should be flooded. Most of the survivors had to run to the mountains, so with such a dense population and the outbreak of the corpse transformation,
Fong Ming really didn't know how Xiaorizi could still have living people left. The main thing is that planes and ships can't be used. If I want to go to Xiaorizi's house, how much time will it take?
It's fine to take a plane, but it would take at least a few days to get there by boat.
Fong Ming didn't want to be at sea for so long.
Who knows what monsters he would encounter?
Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Hey!
Fong Ming heard the phone ringing and pressed the answer button.
Master Fong, we've already started the meeting. Wu Yaozhong's voice came through. Fong Ming was taken aback.
When he went to Los Angeles before, he happened to find Wu Yaozhong and others in a meeting, but he didn't go in, but left directly. Counting the time, it's been more than 10 days, so the meeting should have been over.
Yes.
He simply replied. Wu Yaozhong continued, this time, we established the Huaxia Mutual Aid Association.
Neo Sanquan from Bingcheng defeated the leaders of the Juju community and was elected as the first president. Master Fong, this Neo Sanquan is very strong.
He defeated us with overwhelming strength.
Fong Ming was then intrigued and asked, tell me more. Yes.
Wu Yaozhong replied. We had a total of 9 second-level supernormal individuals working together, but he still easily defeated us.
Why only 9?
Although there are many settlements across the country, there are only a handful of level 2 supernaturals.
Fong Ming couldn't help but ponder.
Neo Sanquan was able to defeat 9 level 2 supernormal individuals with his own strength.
His strength may be far greater than that. But if there were such a strong individual in a previous life, shouldn't he have been given the title of a god long ago? As far as Fong Ming knew, it was only after they had broken through to level 2 that people like Situ Yuan were given the title of god. With such a great achievement, Neo Sanquan should be called the god of gods. However, he had never heard of this person in his previous life. What changed the course of history? Was it related to himself? Fong Ming was confused. He had been reborn and his actions were naturally different from his past life. If he had been a nobody, the ripples he caused in time would have been limited, but he had in fact become the #1 master in China, and had even swept away the 3 As. Therefore, he must have had a huge impact on the original course of Chinese history. But how could he possibly influence Neo Sanquan, who was far away in the Ice City? Fong Ming was amazed. He couldn't figure it out. The two should have nothing to do with each other. The first order issued by Neo Sanquan was to go mining for some kind of spirit stone. Wu Yaozhong said, with a look of disgust, has he read too many novels? Spirit stone. He even said that we had to find one and hand it in within a month, or else he would punish the settlement for failing to complete the task and kill everyone there. Fong Ming was stunned. Spirit stone? Neo Sanquan knows about the spirit stones? Interesting, this is really interesting. He smiled, since you elected him as the president, then, he has given the order, so you just do it. Wu Yaozhong was stunned. He complained to Fong Ming, naturally hoping that Fong Ming would make the decision for him. After all, he always thought of himself as Fong Ming's man, and the saying goes that even when you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. But now? Fong Ming actually said that. That's right. He sighed, Neo Sanquan is too strong. One person can suppress 9 second-level supernormal individuals. It's almost against the heavens. Therefore, it is normal for Fong Ming not to want to be his enemy. Alas, the invincible Fong Ming finally has a rival to fear. He said a few more things off the cuff and hung up. The weather has changed. From now on, Fong Ming will step down from the altar and be replaced by Neo Sanquan, the Master Neo. What about Fong Ming? At most, he would pay some attention to Neo Sanquan, but how could he possibly be afraid? He is a level 3 superhuman, and is not far from reaching level 4. Doesn't he have any self-confidence? Fong Ming only knew what Wu Yaozhong was up to, so how could he possibly fulfill the other party's wishes and deliberately go to war with Neo Sanquan? He definitely wants to. Meet this Neo Sanquan, but it is definitely not for the sake of power and influence as Wu Yaozhong thinks. Fong Ming was completely curious about the other party's rate of improvement. Is it because Neo Sanquan's strength comes from the spirit stone that he asked everyone to find him a spirit stone? Could it be that he belongs to a certain school or sect? There was no Xiao Yan Yun in the previous life. Isn't she strong? A genuine level 3 superpower. Fong Ming smiled. After he was reborn, the world seemed to have changed. Interesting. Chapter 176, Immortal Biography? Fong Ming didn't immediately go to find Neo Sanquan. He went to Xiao Yan Yun first. Although Ming Ming had been cramming up on common sense for several days, Xiao Yan Yun seemed to be obsessed with watching dramas, refusing to give the tablet back to Ming Ming. She had also learned to charge the tablet and connect it to a portable hard drive, and she was no longer as dumb as she had been when she first came out of the mountain valley. Ming Ming noticed that Fong Ming had come in, but she still didn't look up and continued watching the show. Fong Ming went over to take a look, and she was watching a short drama. The bossy girl always falls in love with me. He reached out and blocked the screen. Xiao Yan Yun gave him a look that cut him to the bone. Seeing that Fong Ming was not moved, she knew that she could not easily get Fong Ming to leave, so she simply turned off the screen and looked up at Fong Ming, impatiently saying, "What is it? Do you like watching this kind of drama about a domineering boss?" Fong Ming was very surprised. Xiao Yan Yun refused to admit it and snorted, "How could that be? I am not attracted to men, but rather I want thousands of men to bow down before me and take my breath. Humph, why should the world be dominated by men? TSK, the great female protagonist." Fong Ming naturally would not argue with her, it was pointless. Besides your Xian Nu sect, are there any other sects that have been passed down from ancient times? Fong Ming asked.
He thought that Neo Sanquan was probably a disciple of a martial arts school. Xiao Yan Yun was stunned at first, and after thinking about it carefully, she said, I don't know either.
Don't you have contact with other hidden sects? Fong Ming asked.
Xiao Yan Yun really wanted to roll her eyes, but she thought about her status and how could she do such an indecent thing.
What Xian Newman? That's something I made up to get you to talk. But she can't just reveal it herself, can she? She thought for a moment and asked in return, why are you asking this? Fong Ming did not suspect anything, and said, today, someone was looking for a spirit stone. He told her everything about Neo Sanquan. After listening to this, Xiao Yan Yun couldn't help but ponder.
If he knew the word spirit stone, he must have ancient heritage.
She was adamant.
Fong Ming, however, looked a bit strange and said, you may not know it from the mountains, but the word Ling sure is probably common knowledge.
At least 5 out of 10 people know it. How is that possible? Xiao Yan Yun was shocked and couldn't believe it. Fong Ming smiled and opened the tablet to find a novel about immortals for her.
She casually flipped through a few pages, and the word Lingshire jumped out.
Is this a biography of immortals?
Xiao Yan Yun was shocked and her face lost its color.
No, it's a novel. Fong Ming smiled. Ha! Xiao Yan Yun looked very cute, and even a little adorable. It seems that I have opened up a new world for you.
However, Xiao Yan Yun doesn't seem to know much about other martial arts schools.
Forget it, then I won't waste any more time. Fong Ming left, and Xiao Yan Yun focused on the novel. Reading novels is different from watching dramas.
Watching a drama is absolutely passive, but reading a novel is different. As long as you read fast enough, you can read 10 lines at a time and flip through the pages in a second. As a person with supernormal abilities, Xiao Yan Yun of course reads fast, and she was seen constantly swiping on her tablet. The more she read, the more she was absorbed. When it was time for lunch, she made sure to confirm with Fong Ming.
Are you sure those are novels, not biographies? Fong Ming said with certainty, I'm sure.
Xiao Yan Yun nodded slowly. According to my understanding, even the 3 emperors and 5 emperors of ancient times could not transcend this world.
The great powers in the book often cross planets, which is indeed very unreasonable. Only you would take it seriously.
But if people can really cultivate to such a level, then it would be a very desirable thing.
She felt a little sorry. Fong Ming laughed. Shall we go and talk to the boss? He extended an invitation. Yes. Xiao Yan Yun thought for a moment and nodded. After lunch, the two set off for the Ice City. In less than half an hour, they had already arrived in Ice City.
The elevation of Ice City is over 100 meters, so it has not been affected by the sea at all. However, it was not spared from the second wave of disaster. The city was naturally ravaged by the zombies, but when Fong Ming and his friend arrived, they saw fierce fighting going on in the city.
Humans and zombies.
The human leader was a level 2 psychic, and he was leading the way. Although countless zombies were blocking his path, it was as if he was using his flesh and blood to ram a heavy tank, and there was no way to stop him. Bang, 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 the zombies were smashed to pieces, and the man continued on his way. It wasn't until a level 2 zombie appeared that he was stopped. However, not long after the battle began, another level 2 power user appeared and the two of them easily killed the level 2 zombie. Once the second level zombie was dead, the zombies were leaderless and easily wiped out in a chaotic battle. However, the human race also paid a price of hundreds of casualties. From this point of view, humans did not necessarily gain. There were only a few survivors, and the battle losses could be described as tragic.
Fong Ming frowned. Neo Sanquan was too hasty.
The Taiwu base is constantly manufacturing robot dogs and heavy machine guns.
If we just wait a while, the robot dogs can replace ordinary soldiers on the battlefield.
If the second-level superhumans join forces to kill the second-level zombies, the rest can be left to the robot dogs.
How many casualties can this reduce? Why use human lives to fill it? Fong Ming walked out.
The 2 second-level superpowered individuals were smoking, and when they saw Fong Ming approaching, they were taken aback.
This is obviously not one of their own men.
One of them had just finished smoking, and when he flicked his cigarette butt, it flew towards Fong Ming. If Fong Ming hadn't moved to the side, it would have landed on his clothes and burned a hole in them.
Fong Ming couldn't help but frown. Before he could say anything, you guys provoked me first? Where did it come from?
The man who threw the cigarette butt asked, looking disapprovingly at Fong Ming, who he didn't take seriously at all.
Fong Ming frowned. Don't you think you should apologize to me first? Apologize?
The man who threw the cigarette butt laughed heartily, and the other man also laughed, making it clear that he didn't take Fong Ming seriously. You may be a big shot somewhere else, but there have been so many people coming to us to join us in the past few days that why should we take you seriously?
Oh, Fong Ming understood. With the
emergence of Neo Sanquan, he crushed the leaders of the settlements with his great strength, and many people completely fell for him, even coming from afar to join him in the hope of being used.
Moreover, if Neo Sanquan were to let a little bit of something slip through the cracks, could they also follow suit and quickly improve their strength? With so many people joining him, can his subordinates not grow in number? Chapter 177, Taking the Initiative.
Fong Ming still looked indifferent, saying, I don't care about anything else, but your actions just now offended me. So, either you apologize to me, or I'll beat you into submission, and then you can apologize to me.
Damn!
The man who threw the cigarette butt was furious. Fortunately, he didn't have a cigarette in his hand, otherwise he would have thrown it at Fong Ming again. He said coldly, You have a big mouth.
I am a fierce general under Master Neo. My name is Ma Kun. If you want to serve under Master Neo, then I am your brother. What? Brother threw you a cigarette butt. What's wrong? Are you still not convinced?
The other level 2 superpower also folded his arms and sneered repeatedly.
Now Neo Sanquan's old gang of brothers have a lot of resentment. Because the more people who join them, the less they get. This involves the distribution of benefits, so naturally no one wants to suffer.
Therefore, Ma Kun and the others were hoping that Fong Ming would turn his back on them on the spot, so that they could expel them.
Fong Ming sighed. Why bother? He punched him. How dare you? Ma Kun snorted. You dare to take the initiative to attack two people? We have two level 2 psychics on our side. Of course, he thought that Fong Ming was also a level 2. A level 3 is impossible. In the whole of China, no, the whole of the earth, there should only be one level 3 psychic, and as for a level 1, well, do you have the nerve to come and seek refuge? He was about to strike back with a backhand, but suddenly felt a heavy blow to the face, which almost made him lose consciousness. Fong Ming reached out and pressed, and Ma Kun immediately knelt down.
If you had done that earlier, you wouldn't have been in this situation.
Fong Ming smiled.
The other level 2 psychic was shocked that his partner had lost so quickly.
He is a force-sensitive type. He thought to himself, Ma Kun is a metal-type psionic, but Fong Ming is a force-type psionic.
The biggest drawback of this type of psionic is that they have full explosive power and are super fast. Ma Kun was too close to him, giving Fong Ming the opportunity to make a sudden attack. However, he was also a force-sensitive type, and was not at all afraid of fighting up close with Fong Ming.
You are really arrogant. You dare to fight against Master Neo's men right away. Aren't you afraid of angering Master Neo? He said coldly.
You're not even a subordinate of Master Neo yet, but you're already attacking his men.
Aren't you embarrassing Master Neo? How can Master Neo not be angry? Fong Ming was speechless.
He said, Do you guys have a problem with your ears or is your brain not working?
When did I say I was going to join Neo Sanquan? You're not here to seek refuge? The second-ranked superhuman blurted out. His name was Zhang Mingming, and he was full of disbelief. If you're not here to join the boss, then what are you doing here? Do you want to do business with Master Neo? Where is Neo Sanquan?
Fong Ming said calmly, I want to talk to him.
Zhang Mingming came back to his senses and smiled. You can see Master Neo whenever you want? Fong Ming shook his head. Don't take matters into your own hands and get on Neo Sanquan's bad side. Zhang Mingming disagreed. You probably don't know how powerful our boss is. Humph, now even cats and dogs dare to provoke our boss? Alas, there are so many idiots.
Fong Ming was too lazy to waste time talking, and punched him.
Zhang Mingming sneered and returned a punch.
He is a genuine power-driven type.
Who is he afraid of when it comes to strength? Boom! The two fists collided, sending out a shockwave.
Zhang Mingming's face changed drastically, and his entire fist was blown apart. He also stumbled back, completely no match for him.
He was shocked. The gap between him and Fong Ming was so great? What kind of level 2 superpower is this? How can a level 2 be so strong? He is a level 3 psychic. This is a great master who can be compared to Neo Sanquan. No wonder Fong Ming said he wasn't here to join Neo Sanquan. He has the qualifications. Unfortunately, he discovered it too late. Fong Ming closed his fist, looked around at everyone, and pointed to one person. You, take me to see Neo Sanquan. Yes, yes. The man dared not refuse and nodded eagerly. At this point, Xiao Yan Yun appeared, and said in a displeased tone, why did it take so long? I'm really sorry. Fong Ming said in a bad mood, we just came to talk, not to fight. Do we have to fight as soon as we come up? Xiao Yan Yun snorted, what was the result? The result was that Ma Likun was stunned by his punch, and Zhang Mingming was even disabled by a punch to his hand. Okay. Fong Ming stopped talking to her and just let the man lead the way. After a while, they arrived at a residential area. This was supposed to be a high-end residential area, and the architectural style was very much like Mao's, with bright colors and many spherical structures. However, it had now been remodeled and was covered with various fortifications. There were many people in the community, but they were mostly men with guns and ammunition. There were very few women, and occasionally a few could be seen, but they were all very tough and not at all beautiful. Fong Ming didn't find it strange. In troubled times, beautiful women are also a resource, and a very precious one at that. Most of them are hidden away by the bigwigs. There are very few men like him who are willing to spend a lot of money on cultivating women, even with the help of the Spirit Pearl and the Spirit Peach. The guard at the gate saw Fong Ming and the other two, and immediately noticed the fear and reluctance of the guide, so he didn't hesitate to sound the alarm. The alarm was a bell, which he struck quickly and loudly. Suddenly, many people rushed over. When they realized that there were only two intruders, and one of them was a beautiful woman, their hearts naturally relaxed. There were only two people, and only one of them was a man. What was there to be nervous about? Fong Ming smiled and said nothing more, and went straight inside. How dare you? You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Several people immediately attacked, and Xiao Yan Yun was not idle either. Several people also pounced on her, but each one deliberately restrained their strength. Not only did they want to capture her alive, they also could not hurt a single hair. Such a gem of a woman, of course, has to be properly appreciated in bed, so how could they bear to hurt her? Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, people were flying everywhere. Not only the people who attacked Fong Ming were knocked away, but the people who attacked Xiao Yan Yun were also the same. She waved her flowing sleeves, and although she was clearly beautiful like a painting, she possessed great power, knocking away all the people who attacked her. She was ruthless. Anyone who was knocked out by her had a bloody wound on their neck and died instantly. Only then did everyone realize that this woman was not a little woman waiting to be pampered in bed, but a powerful queen. Enemy attack. Quick, sound the third level alert. The crowd shouted, and at that moment, the alarm sounded. The radio had been fixed a long time ago, but it only went off when there was a major enemy invasion. But this is the first time it has been sounded since it was fixed. Chapter 178, Another Magical Weapon. Fong Ming didn't care, and just walked on. No one dared to stop them, but they surrounded them. When Fong Ming and Xiao Yan Yun entered, these people retreated and followed, still surrounding the two of them. At this time, another group of people came out of the residential building. The first person was tall and walked over like a tiger. Master Neo is here. Make way. The crowd made way for the tall man. Fong Ming also took a look. This person must be Neo Sanquan. He was 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a bear, but he was wearing a suit and sunglasses, giving him an air of pretension. Neo Sanquan's gaze naturally fell on Xiao Yan Yun first. There was no way around it. This woman was just too beautiful, and her aura was just too strong. Whoever saw her first would look at her first. Neo Sanquan also showed a look of surprise. After looking at her for a long time, he looked at Fong Ming, but his expression when looking at Fong Ming was very casual. He said directly, "You came to my territory to kill. Are you preparing to go to war with me?" Fong Ming smiled and said, "I just want to ask you a few questions." Neo Sanquan laughed in anger. "You come here to beat me and kill me, and then you say you just want to ask me a few questions? Do you think I'm stupid? Who told your men not to cooperate and to covet Xiao Yan Yun?" Fong Ming smiled, it's pointless to talk about this now. Come on, might makes right. Let's fight. He also wanted to test Neo Sanquan's strength. Besides, how did Neo Sanquan get his position? Wasn't he elected by the National Gathering of Settlements?
Besides, Neo Sanquan has ordered each settlement to find him a spirit stone, and if they don't find one in a month, he will kill them.
Isn't that overbearing? If you are overbearing, don't think others are being excessive. Neo Sanquan sneered and said, fine, then you try it.
He looked grim, and his murderous intent was already in motion.
Since he gained his great power, no one has ever dared to bully him like this. Fong Ming smiled lightly, since you are the landlord, I will let you have 3 moves.
The spirit wave fluctuated, feeding back the detailed signs of Neo Sanquan. This person's cell vitality is very strong, and his muscle density is also very impressive. Therefore, he should be a force-sensitive type of superhuman. However, Fong Ming did not rule out the possibility that he had practiced some kind of magic like Xiao Yan Yun, and that he also had magical powers, and could manipulate the elements of the world, attacking with flames, ice arrows, etc. From the vitality of the cells, Fong Ming deduced that Neo Sanquan should have just stepped into the 3rd level, which was far inferior to his own. He was confident. Neo Sanquan was not taking this lightly, and began to circle Fong Ming. He was examining and judging Fong Ming's strength. Suddenly, he attacked with all his strength. He moved fast. Fong Ming also exploded with speed and confronted Neo Sanquan head-on. After a few punches, Neo Sanquan decisively opened up the distance and did not fight with Fong Ming again. Fong Ming's strength was still above him. Neo Sanba was shocked. He thought he was the only level 3 psychic, but he didn't expect Fong Ming to be not only the same, but also stronger than him. How did Fong Ming do it? He's got a cheat. Do you have a hang-up too, and is it bigger than mine? He gritted his teeth and took out a dagger from his pocket. No, a dagger doesn't look like this. It's a sword, but it's too small, no more than 3 inches long. No wonder it can fit in your pocket. But, what are you doing with such a small sword? Are you trying to scare me? Humph. Neo Sanquan immediately regained his confidence with a sword in his hand. Now, I'm not playing with you anymore. Fong Ming laughed. Are you sure you want to use such a small sword to kill me? Be careful, this is no ordinary item. Xiao Yan Yun suddenly reminded him, her face showing a hint of seriousness. Fong Ming was stunned. You're not going to say this is a magic weapon, are you? He took a few steps forward, allowing his spiritual energy to cover him. Ha! He was surprised. Indeed, judging from the feedback from the spiritual wave, it was very similar to the demon subduing staff. So, this thing is really a magic weapon. Although Fong Ming was a bit surprised, he was not too surprised, because Neo Sanquan could not have become a level 3 psychic without a reason. So, this sword is his magic weapon. Hey, you guys actually know about magical weapons? Neo Sanquan was also very surprised. No wonder you can become a level 3 psychic, you're just like me. What are you the same as? Fong Ming was able to break through to level 3 so quickly not because of the magic weapon, but because of the accumulation of multiple factors. Rebirth has given him foresight, and through foresight, he has always been far ahead in terms of evolution. Because of this, he was able to obtain treasures such as the Spirit Peach, Jade Pendant, and the true martial arts of the two Yin and Yang. Neo Sanquan thought for a moment and said, in that case, how about we call off the war? He was worried that Fong Ming also had a magic weapon, so if they fought, it was hard to say who would win. No. Xiao Yan Yun floated in the air and took the initiative to attack Neo Sanquan. I want this magic weapon. Neo Sanquan naturally would not give in. He roared, and the small sword in his hand actually grew in the wind, turning into a 3-foot-long blade. He took the sword in his hand and slashed at Xiao Yan Yun. Don't think that just because you're a beauty, I'll let you win. This magic weapon is his external equipment, and he will never give it up. He has great power, so what kind of beauty can't he get? On the contrary, if he doesn't have power, even if he is surrounded by beautiful women, can he keep them? He knows very well. A sword cut out, the sword energy sword. Xiao Yan Yun's body was like a startled swallow, dancing gracefully, dodging the sword energy. He clenched his hands and suddenly shot out a bolt of lightning. How fast was the lightning? Neo Sanquan could not possibly dodge it, but what was surprising was that the lightning hit him at the moment it was shot, but it encountered an invisible barrier and was blocked.
Fong Ming was dumbfounded.
If he had been facing a lightning bolt that had already been fired, there would be nothing he could do to dodge or even defend against it, because lightning is the speed of light. No matter how fast he reacts or how fast he moves, he can't compare to the speed of light.
But how did Neo Sanquan manage to build a defense in time? He's awesome.
Xiao Yan Yun snorted, this is a shield formed by a magic weapon, not his doing.
Oh, I see. Fong Ming looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Neo Sanquan was a little angry. My magic weapon, isn't that my ability? He scolded and then angrily said, what are you people doing? Are you watching me fight? Give it to me.
He was afraid that Fong Ming and Xiao Yan Yun would join forces to attack him, and even if he had a magic weapon in his hand, he might still be
defeated.
Therefore, he wanted his subordinates to drag Fong Ming along.
As for how many of his men will die, he doesn't care. Chapter 179, Flying Sword. Of course, Neo Sanquan's men were all stunned.
This beautiful woman was able to fight back and forth with Boss Neo. And the man who fought with him before was also a master, and he was able to fight with Boss Neo. Two super masters have suddenly appeared.
Where did they come from? Now, Neo Sanquan actually told them to attack Fong Ming? Are they crazy? But would they dare to disobey Neo Sanquan's orders? People will die. Fong Ming smiled calmly and looked at everyone. Stand still and you will live, make a move and you will die.
The murderous aura was overpowering. Everyone was terrified, and no one dared to move an inch.
Fong Ming is now on the same level as Neo Sanquan. You can kill people, but so can others. So, they really didn't dare to move. Neo Sanquan was almost outraged. His subordinates usually ate and used his things.
Many of them could advance to level 2 so quickly because of his generosity, but now that they are expected to serve him, this is how they repay him?
Damn it! Damn it! But what can he do? He is now being held back by Xiao Yan Yun. This woman is too powerful. He can only fight her to a draw, even with all his strength.
If the weapon could form a shield on its own, he might have already lost.
Fong Ming watched with his arms folded. Xiao Yan Yun's combat experience is extremely rich and mature.
He clearly feels that the two are about the same in strength, but Neo Sanquan is being overwhelmed by Xiao Yan Yun. This is definitely a change brought about by combat skills and experience. However, Xiao Yan Yun only had an advantage, but he was unable to turn it into a winning advantage.
He said, do you need help? Yes.
Xiao Yan Yun was not polite, nor was he arrogant and conceited, saying no, I can handle it, and the like, but he accepted it without hesitation.
Fong Ming smiled and said, how should we divide the spoils of war? You're not my woman, how could I help you for free? I'm not stupid, and I don't lick. Xiao Yan Yun snorted, you're a big man, shouldn't you help me? No. Fong Ming shook his head.
Not to mention that we are not even friends, even if we were engaged, we could still be accused of rape.
It's better for us to be honest with each other. Xiao Yan Yun rolled her eyes.
But it is indeed difficult for her to defeat Neo Sanquan alone, so she said, this sword, we each take half, is that okay?
Done. Fong Ming smiled and finally joined the battle. He has too many tricks up his sleeve.
He used a gravity field to slow down Neo Sanquan's movements, which could be immediately countered by magical artifacts.
But when Fong Ming used his psychic power to create illusions for Neo Sanquan immediately became confused. Boom! He was hit by Xiao Yan Yun's water sleeve.
After all, the shield of the magic weapon does not always exist, but it is consumed. After it is destroyed, it takes a few seconds for it to reappear. This blow was so powerful that even the sword in his hand flew out of his hand. Neo Sanquan was shocked and hurriedly tried to catch up and snatch the sword back, but Fong Ming used a gravity force to hold him in place, while Xiao Yan Yun used her water sleeve to easily reel the sword back.
You wait, I won't let you go. Neo Sanquan let out a roar and turned and ran.
Although he didn't want to part with the sword, if the fight continued, he would lose more than just the sword, but also his life.
What is more important than life? He is a level 3 psychic.
Xiao Yan Yun snatched the sword and said lightly, no need to pursue. This person was able to stand out because of this sword, but now that the sword is gone, he will naturally fade into the crowd.
Fong Ming was surprised and said, he was able to break through to level 3 because of this sword? Isn't this sword used for fighting? Xiao Yan Yun snorted, you really are ignorant. But that person is ignorant too. Fong Ming glared at her. Can you speak properly? Xiao Yan Yun didn't care and continued, the sword has two main functions. One, it has a spirit-gathering magic circle carved into it, which can gather nearby spirit energy, which is the key to the man's ability to make rapid progress. Second, it is a flying sword. Fong Ming was stunned. Are you talking about the flying sword I know? Xiao Yan Yun nodded, threw the sword away, and then stepped on it. Suddenly, the sword body released a magnificent light. She actually walked on the sword, and then flew into the sky, instantly turning into a small black dot, and then disappeared. Awesome, so awesome. Flying like a bird has always been a dream of mankind. Although Fong Ming achieved his dream with the wind wings, flying with the wind wings is too slow, far inferior to running with his legs. But just now, Xiao Yan Yun flew on the sword, and the speed was even faster than his running speed. But, wait. Fong Ming looked at the clear blue sky and suddenly had a question. What if Xiao Yan Yun doesn't come back? Given her personality, would it be strange for her to flee with the treasure? Shit, there's still half of me. Don't let me meet you again, or I'll kill you first and then rape you. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a small black dot appeared in the sky, then quickly grew larger. Xiao Yan Yun arrived on a flying sword, her clothes fluttering in the wind, looking elegant and refined, like a fairy. She stood there on the flying sword, and the flying sword was suspended in the air. Your expression is a little off. Are you cursing me? Xiao Yan Yun frowned slightly. She looked at Fong Ming with a suspicious look. Fong Ming looked dignified. How could a man like me do such a despicable thing as cursing someone behind their back? After saying that, he looked around, and everyone in the settlement was silent, and they couldn't help but lower their heads. He said, teach me how to fly on a sword. Otherwise, what good is it for him to have this sword, just waving it around like Neo Sanquan? Okay, but I can't just pass on the technique. Xiao Yan Yun thought for a moment and said, how about I give you half of the ownership in exchange? Fong Ming really wanted to roll his eyes. You're too greedy. But, first, I'll get the flying sword technique. As for the sword, hey, what's the difference if I give it to you? I just want to turn you into my own. Upon thinking about it, he readily agreed. Okay. Xiao Yan Yun was stunned. She had indeed asked for a lot, and was prepared to accept Fong Ming's bargaining, such as changing the ownership to her two-way Fong Ming one, or even her three-way Fong Ming one, but Fong Ming directly agreed, which made her a little confused. She looked at Fong Ming with a suspicious look. Do you have any conspiracy? You're too direct. Even if I really had a conspiracy, would I tell you if you asked me? Fong Ming laughed. There is no conspiracy, I only have one condition, which is that you can lend me the sword to use when I need it in the future. That's it? Xiao Yan Yun pondered for a moment and said, okay, I'll trust you this once. Chapter 180, Going to the Little Days. Fong Ming and Xiao Yan Yun returned to the mountain city. On the way, Xiao Yan Yun taught him carefully, and Fong Ming was a humble learner. However, this was the first time Fong Ming had ever seriously studied a certain method of cultivation, and he was very slow to pick up the mnemonic phrases. In the end, Xiao Yan Yun couldn't stand it anymore, and she broke a willow branch, and whenever Fong Ming showed any sign of being clumsy, she would whip him with it. Pop. Although it didn't hurt, Fong Ming still felt embarrassed, so he concentrated more and the frequency of the whipping decreased significantly. Huh, where did you learn that? Fong Ming asked. Xiao Yan Yun revealed a look of recollection. I was beaten by my teacher when I was young. Fong Ming's eyes lit up. You have such a dark history? Quick, tell me in detail. Xiao Yan Yun glared at him, and of course she would not expose herself. She had just spoken from the heart and regretted it as soon as it came out. She still wants to hear the details? How could she? Does she not care about her reputation? When the two of them arrived at the Mountain City Hotel, Fong Ming had also learned this method of flying with a sword. Fong Ming borrowed the flying sword and began to fly with it. At first, he fell off the sword more than 10 times in a row, making Xiao Yan Yun laugh. However, Fong Ming then stabilized his body, but not his direction, so he began to keep bumping into walls. Boom! 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 He didn't know how many buildings he had crashed into until 20 minutes later, when he finally soared into the sky.
He flew through the sky, feeling great. After he had had enough fun, he returned to the hotel and returned the flying sword to Xiao Yan Yun. Although this can gather the essence of heaven and earth, Fong Ming has that huge spirit stone, which provides a far greater amount of essence than the flying sword, so he has no desire to covet it, only focusing on its flying ability. In the following days, Fong Ming quietly stayed at the hotel. On the fourth day, Meng Jining became the first among the women to break through level 3. This naturally made the entire hotel rejoice. Meng Jining had only reached level 2, but she had already broken through to level 3, and in the future, she would naturally be able to crush the corpses. How could they not celebrate? Xiao Yan Yun was also amazed, saying, "Although you are a concubine with some talent, you should not have reached the level of a top genius, but your cultivation base has improved so quickly. You're quite arrogant. Do you look down on people so much? Are you saying that you are also a top talent?" Fong Ming asked. Of course. Xiao Yan Yun was extremely proud. My palace is the true phoenix. She stopped abruptly, leaving Fong Ming with only a proud profile. You are the true wind. What? Reincarnation? Heh, I'm not interested in having sex with a bird. Fong Ming knew that Xiao Yan Yun had many secrets, but she refused to tell him. He could only slowly and carefully extract them from her when she wasn't paying attention. Meng Jining broke through to level 3, and Fong Ming was completely relieved. After her, Xia Jun will soon break through to level 3, so the strength of the hotel will become stronger and stronger, and he no longer needs to worry about it. He was worried that if he left, Neo Sanquan would come quietly to take revenge. Now that the hotel has 2 level 3 evolved, he naturally doesn't need to worry about this. Fong Ming began to think about the next leg of the journey. The idea of going to Xia Rizzi's house came back to him. He had originally been very cautious, as there were too many uncertain factors in the sea, and the risks were too great. Currently, airplanes and ships could not be used, so was he supposed to drive a motorboat there? But now it's different. He has a flying sword. Although it doesn't belong to him, he can borrow it. Rounding it off, it's his. Therefore, the conditions for going to Xia Rizzi are ripe. The idea came back, and this time he couldn't hold it back. He first talked to Meng Jining and the others, then went to Xiao Yan Yun. Borrow again? Xiao Yan Yun said unhappily, Is this sword yours or mine? Of course it's yours. Fong Ming smiled and said, That's why I'm borrowing it. You're going to be here recovering from your injuries anyway, so I'll take the opportunity to kill some people. It won't affect you at all. Where are you going? Xiao Yan Yun asked. Fong Ming explained a little, and casually mentioned the crimes committed by Xia Rizzi at that time, because he was worried that Xiao Yan Yun didn't even know about this. Damn it! Xiao Yan Yun's pretty face was cold and her eyes were full of murderous intent. She threw the flying sword directly at Fong Ming. I order you to wipe out the East and slaughter this country. Your Majesty is so powerful and domineering. Fong Ming laughed. Xiao Yan Yun glared at him, I am going to be the empress in the future, and I will never be dependent on a man. Yes, you are awesome. Fong Ming naturally would not argue with her. Since he had already borrowed the flying sword, he went outside and stood on the sword. Let's go. He flew to the demon capital first. It wasn't that he wanted to find something in the demon capital, but rather to orient himself. Now that the navigation system is not working, if you take a random direction, you will end up in a completely different place. Half an hour later, he arrived in the demon city. Although most of the city was submerged in the sea, the skyscrapers were not, especially the three-piece suit, which was too obvious. He pulled up the map on his phone, double-checked the angle and direction, and then he flew up on his sword. When he entered the original sea area, he saw that it was all seawater, and the sky was as clear as a wash, and he instantly lost his sense of direction. Fong Ming naturally did not panic, and just kept going in the same direction. In fact, the distance from the Magic City to the nearest city in the Little Days is even shorter than the distance from the Mountain City to the Magic City. Therefore, after 20 minutes, Fong Ming saw land in front of him. It must be a sulfur ball. Fong Ming landed, but naturally, all the cities near the coastline were swallowed up by the sea, but the tall buildings stubbornly emerged from the sea, some with just a small tip, and some with a large section. Fong Ming didn't care and continued on. Cities like Rejang and Shaoshan had naturally sunk, but Fong Ming kept going. He finally saw the snow-covered mountain. Mount Fuji. He flew over it and put away his flying sword. If there are still a large number of survivors in the small world, they must be in these mountains.
In the city? Impossible. There are still supplies in the city?
Therefore, the only way to survive is to go up the mountains. There may still be wild fruits and other things to eat here, and you can also raise pigs, sheep, and other things, retreating to the agricultural era. The island country is naturally poor in resources, and it has no vast land to provide strategic depth. In the face of such a natural disaster, it is really a return to primitive society overnight. However, Fong Ming did not underestimate the small days.
Because the area is surrounded by the sea, at the beginning, can the superpowered people here get enough evolution fluid? A step ahead is a step ahead.
Therefore, there may be masters in the small world.
Even if a level 3 mutant appears, Fong Ming won't be surprised. What about level 4? Fong Ming thought it was impossible.
Even he was still a few days away from reaching level 4. But just to be safe, Fong Ming still put away his flying sword and walked close to the ground.
Safety first. Chapter 181 One of the Three Sacred Treasures. After walking for a long time in the mountains, Fong Ming finally found a settlement.
There were a lot of people. Although Mount Fuji is covered in snow, there is a hot spring here, with gushing water and white steam rising, keeping the temperature around 20 degrees Celsius, which is like spring.
Fong Ming stood on a large tree, looked around, and roughly counted.
There were at least 2,000 people outside, and there might be even more in the wooden houses.
Hey!
Fong Ming saw that the original hillside had been flattened and planted with fruit trees, as well as potato and sweet potato fields.
These two plants not only grow fast and are not picky about the environment,
but the stems also contain a lot of energy, making them a good choice for filling up on. He saw people busy in the vegetable garden, picking them. After a large patch of sweet potatoes was dug up, new ones were planted, and then a man walked over and used his superpower.
Visibly, seedlings immediately sprouted in the field.
This is the wood-type superpower of acceleration. Fong Ming also knows how to use it, but he has never used it. This skill is especially useful in times of natural disasters and when you can't get enough to eat, and it can solve the problem of hunger very well. However, Fong Ming could see clearly that this person was not doing this voluntarily, but was being held down and had shackles on his feet. Wood-type supernatural powers belong to the caster, and their physical strength is limited compared to ordinary people, so it is naturally impossible for them to break free from the shackles.
Unlike the force type, they can directly break the shackles.
But there are more than just one person with wood-based superpowers, there are several, but only this person is wearing shackles.
Fong Ming was surprised. Could it be that this person was captured? Let's go take a look. Fong Ming walked towards the settlement.
Someone discovered him and was about to ask him a question, but immediately shut his mouth. Fong Ming had already confused him with an illusion. In his eyes, Fong Ming was a member of the settlement.
So why should he shout at him? Fong Ming walked into the settlement.
Although it was primitive and backward, several wooden houses had ugly flags on them, which made him want to tear them down, either by tearing them off or setting them on fire. But he wanted to understand the situation here first, so he suppressed the urge.
He asked everyone he saw, "Do you speak Chinese?"
Under the control of the illusion, no one would find it strange. Level 3 mental control, not to mention ordinary people, even if they are also level 3 supernormal people, they will be affected if they are not careful. It is hard to defend against, it is everywhere, and it confuses people in an invisible way.
Finally, Fong Ming found someone who could speak Chinese. This was a university professor who specialized in ancient Chinese history. The little devils are always scheming. They are constantly guiding public opinion in China in order to create internal conflicts and split us from within.
Therefore, they have no shortage of people who are proficient in Chinese and Chinese history, racking their brains to study various angles from which they can attack. This university professor named Yu Tengshi is one of them. His Chinese is very standard, and you can't even tell his accent.
Damn, life is really hard. Fong Ming endured his murderous intent and let Yu Tengshi introduce the situation of this settlement.
The leader of the base is Koichi Yamada, who is the walking embodiment of the sun goddess Amaterasu. Under the control of the illusion, Itans knew everything and cooperated perfectly.
Fong Ming just laughed coldly. God of the sun? What level of psychic power does he have? Fong Ming asked.
However, this time, Itans was very confused.
Fong Ming asked again and learned that there was no classification of supernormal abilities here. For example, Yamada Koichi was the top expert here. The most important thing was that he also possessed Zairaizi's so-called 3 sacred treasures, including the Yasukani no Magatama. In Zairaizi's mind, the 3 artifacts all belonged to Amaterasu, so whoever possessed the 3 artifacts represented Amaterasu's presence on Earth. If it were a month ago, Fong Ming would have certainly sneered at the so-called sacred treasures. It's just a myth. But now that the myth has come true, Fong Ming has to think seriously. Maybe Zairaizi's 3 sacred treasures are also magical weapons? Then we have to be careful. Shouldn't they be the 3 sacred treasures? The other 2 artifacts have been taken by someone, but after all, communication is not very good now. It is said that the 3 artifacts will definitely be born, and that they will be carried by the goddess Amaterasu, who will walk on earth and lead us through the difficult times. What does the recovery of the 3 sacred treasures mean? It must mean that Amaterasu is real. If they have the blessing of the gods, why would they not be able to rule the world? Suffering is only temporary. Fong Ming was speechless. You were hiding in the mountains, eating sweet potatoes and potatoes. Where did you get the confidence to say you would rule the world? Continue. Yes. Itenchi said, under Lord Yamada, there are 7 death guards who protect Lord Yamada personally, and then there are the guards of the capital, all of whom have been blessed by the gods and have awakened superpowers. If each level is 1 level higher, then this Koichi Yamada may really be a level 3 superpower. Of course, he could also be a strong second-level person who uses the so-called artifact to overwhelm everyone. I saw someone wearing shackles who could accelerate the growth of sweet potatoes. Who is he? Fong Ming continued to ask. Oh. Itu nodded. He is an exchange student from China who admires the greatness of our little country and has lived in his country for nearly 10 years. He has even married a woman from our Yamato race. Humph, a Chinese pig is not worthy of our great Yamato race. So, after Lord Yamada learned about it, he locked him up and made him go out every day to help grow food. Shouldn't the little Chinese pig serve us Yamato? Damn. Fong Ming wanted to slap his head again, but he held back. It turns out he is a traitor. He had originally planned to save that person, but now he had abandoned the idea. Traitors should be left to their own devices. Are there any more Chinese people here? Fong Ming asked. No, he is the only one. He has survived because of his superpowers. The others have long been killed and eaten. It is natural for Ethan to say so. Although Amaterasu is infallible, he must have a reason for doing this. However, it is very unpleasant that a Chinese pig has occupied a place that is favored by the great god. Damn it! Fong Ming couldn't stand it anymore and smashed the head of this eating-sure with a slap. What the hell? However, the translation is gone. Forget it, if it's gone, it's gone. Now he has a pretty good idea of the situation in this settlement. He walked out and headed for the largest wooden house. That was where Koichi Yamada lived. It was also a wooden house, but this one was 3 times larger than the others. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a woman's laughter coming from inside. Chapter 182, The Disgusting Magic Tool. Fong Ming pushed open the door and entered. The interior of the cabin was very simple, with a table, a few chairs, and a huge wooden bed, on which 4 people were having sex. 1 man and 3 women. The women, well, they all look pretty good, and, hey, they're all familiar faces. Fong Ming, of course, only watches one kind of movie, romantic comedies. So, what does it mean that he feels familiar? The 3 women are all teachers. Ms. Mikami, Ms. Ohashi, and Ms. Hada. Oh my god, how old is Ms. Hada? Fong Ming looked at the only man again. This man had the characteristics of a small-time character, short stature, although he was lying in bed, he was no more than 160 centimeters tall, and he had a small, distinct mustache under his nose. Fong Ming was suddenly reminded of the image of small-time officers and soldiers in anti-Japanese movies. This is Koichi Yamada? Fong Ming immediately used his psychic powers to weave an illusion for the 4 of them. However, the 3 women's eyes instantly went blank, but there was a flash of light on Koichi Yamada's body. He was not confused, but jumped up and shouted, "Assassin!" Ha! Fong Ming was stunned. His mental illusion had actually failed? Are you a level 4? Impossible. If Koichi Yamada is really a level 4 psychic, why would he call for reinforcements when he could just go himself? That light. Fong Ming stared at Koichi Yamada and saw that the man was wearing a very strange jade pendant around his neck. It looked a bit like a hook. Could this be the Yasukani no Magatama? A magical artifact. No, it's a magic weapon. It really is a magic weapon. This can dispel his mental illusions and prevent the opponent from being affected. Fong Ming tried again, and a spiritual shock struck Koichi Yamada. This time, Fong Ming saw clearly that the oddly shaped jade stone did indeed flash, and then a ray of light flashed, and then Fong Ming discovered that his spiritual impact had been blocked. No, this time it even counterattacked him. Fong Ming felt as if his head had been pricked by a needle, and the pain was excruciating. He quickly took out the magic staff and hit himself with a golden light. Suddenly, he felt refreshed and no longer uncomfortable. A Buddhist artifact that exorcises demons and removes negative effects. Is this one of the 3 sacred artifacts? It naturally suppresses spiritual attacks? Or, against all attacks? If it is the latter, then Fong Ming doesn't need to fight anymore, he can just run away and find another way. Boom! The wooden house was smashed to pieces, and 7 black-clad men rushed in, their faces covered, only their eyes showing. Are they ninjas? The 7 black-clad men didn't say a word, they just attacked. 3 of them drew their swords and charged at Fong Ming, while the other 4 used various supernatural powers, such as flames, needles, and ice arrows. Fong Ming opened up the darkness, swallowing all the attacks before counterattacking. A mere 2nd-level psychic. He knew what to do, because it took almost no effort to deflect these attacks. It won't be so easy for a level 3. Fong Ming nodded to himself. The 7 dead guards were level 2, but what about Yamada Koichi? Level 2 or 3? The attacks he bounced back made the 7 dead guards flustered, and Fong Ming had already reached the front of Koichi Yamada, shooting an ice arrow at him. Even a god incarnate dares to attack? Die! Yamada Koichi said in a small-town dialect, and his hair grew rapidly, turning into spikes that shot toward Fong Ming. Fong Ming made his fists metallic and charged toward the spikes. Ding, 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 the spikes immediately shattered. Fong Ming looked at his fist and saw that there were small holes in it, but they didn't go more than 1 centimeter into it. However, this power is not small. Fong Ming thought for a moment, and his superpower accelerated its consumption, and his fist was completely restored to its original state. At this point, the 7 death dealers made a comeback. Fong Ming snorted and activated his gravity ability. But just then, Yamada Hiroshi held a strange jade in his hand, and suddenly, a strange light shone. Fong Ming felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and he appeared in a strange place. In front of him stood a man with a distinct small-town character, dressed in the style of an ancient warrior. An overwhelming will emerged in his mind, forcing him to kneel down. A petty little life. Fong Ming was full of contempt, how could he kneel down? However, this will was too strong, and it was not affected by his will at all. Fong Ming quickly took out the demon-subduing staff and struck himself with it. Instantly, the negative effects were cleared. The attack has arrived. Fong Ming had to open up the darkness, and at the same time, he became the darkness, exempting him from all attacks, but the consumption of his superpowers skyrocketed. His murderous intent was boiling. Since his rebirth, he had never been beaten so badly. This is intolerable. That was a small day. However, it wasn't that Yamada Koichi and his group were that powerful, but the artifact in Yamada Koichi's hand was a bit troublesome. Not only could it dispel his spiritual attacks, but it could also affect him in turn and even suppress him. If he didn't have a top-notch artifact like the demon-subduing Vajra, he would probably have to drink his sorrows here. At the very least, he would have to flee with serious injuries. Die! He used the Dharma curbing staff as an offensive weapon and struck out at one person. How dare you! Koichi Yamada snorted and raised the magic weapon in his hand again. Here it comes again. The giant reappeared in front of Fong Ming, and this time he drew a sword and slashed Fong Ming. Fong Ming felt that the entire world had turned into this sword, slashing down on him. How can you dodge a world that is coming at you? Fong Ming immediately realized that his spirit had once again been affected by the magic weapon. Fortunately, he was holding the Dharma-reducing staff tightly, and the golden light was flashing. His mind immediately returned to normal.
But because of this influence, he also lost the opportunity to strike, and the assassin quickly fled.
Damn it! Fong Ming cursed in his heart.
If everyone didn't use magic weapons, he could easily annihilate all these people, but with both sides using magic weapons, he could only fight these people on an even footing.
This is so annoying. The demon suppression staff is not powerful enough.
Otherwise, if the magic weapons were used against each other, they would cancel each other out.
Wouldn't he beat these bastards into shit?
The problem is that the demon subduing staff is mainly used against zombies, which even allows Fong Ming to have a higher level of combat power, but against humans, the effect is greatly reduced.
Although it still has the effect of purifying oneself, it can only be purified after the operation, and it cannot be prevented. I'm really drunk. Fong Ming was not giving up, and activated his poison ability. The level 3 poison was enough to kill everyone here. However, as soon as the poison ability was activated, he was affected by Yamada Koichi's magic weapon and was forced to interrupt it. If he used the demon subduing staff to purify himself, he would also be able to neutralize the poison. Fong Ming was speechless. Chapter 183 Fong Ming's Plan. Is Yamada Koichi strong?
A level 3 psychic is naturally very strong. However, compared to Fong Ming, who has the ability of the 3 major systems at the same time, he is nothing. In theory, Fong Ming should be able to easily penetrate the settlement by himself, especially with his poison ability activated, which would ensure that there would be no living person left.
But the problem is that the artifact in Yamada's hand is too abnormal.
It could even be said that Fong Ming would have been defeated here if he didn't have the demon subduing Vajra.
Fong Ming fought for a while longer, then frowned and chose to retreat.
There was no point in fighting any longer, because whatever power he used would be interrupted by that artifact. Although he was unable to harm anyone, it was even more impossible for Yamada Koichi and the others to harm him. The two sides could only fight in a chaotic and confused manner, which was meaningless.
Fong Ming retreated.
His speed was too fast, and it was impossible for Yamada Koichi to catch up with him.
Fong Ming did not leave immediately, but instead went on a killing spree.
He killed more than 100 people, men and women alike.
Are there any good people in this world? Are women innocent? How could that be?
During the war, many women in Japan volunteered to join the army to comfort the soldiers.
So, where are the good people among them?
Seeing Koichi Yamada chasing after him, Fong Ming sneered twice and floated away.
Ah! 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 Koichi Yamada roared, but there was nothing he could do. Could he possibly catch Fong Ming? What if he catches up? Can he beat him? These people could only watch Fong Ming leave.
Fong Ming stood on a high place, observing the settlement and thinking at the same time.
How can he kill Yamada Koichi?
Although Yamada Koichi is a level 3 psychic, he can kill him in 10 seconds if they fight head-on.
But Fong Ming was stopped by an artifact.
However, the more powerful the artifact, the happier Fong Ming was.
Because it will be his. Isn't it great to have your own magic weapon? Night attack? Although Koichi Yamada is a level 3 psychic, he can't not sleep all day long. Okay, we'll attack at night. Fong Ming left and wandered around Mount Fuji.
It was snowing heavily here, and there were few people around.
Moreover, the animals had been eaten by Yamada Koichi and his men, so the mountains were quiet. After a while, Fong Ming arrived at the top of the mountain.
It was hot here, with scorching waves of heat rolling in.
Mount Fuji is one of the few active volcanoes on the planet.
Fong Ming spent some time and returned to the place where Yamada Koichi and the others were living.
This time, it was different. There were guards every 3 steps and every 5 steps.
They were obviously afraid of Fong Ming and were worried that he would make a comeback, so they were on strict guard.
Isn't this ridiculous? If Fong Ming really wants to kill his way in, who can find him and who can stop him? Wait a little longer.
Fong Ming sat down and began to practice the Humiliating divine power. In fact, whether or not he has a spirit stone to supplement his training, Fong Ming can absorb the so-called spiritual energy to improve his level of evolution. However, the efficiency is about 10 times lower without the participation of a spirit stone. Therefore, even without the corpse pearl, Fong Ming can break through level 4 with the help of the true martial arts of the Tuines alone, but it may take 3 or even 5 years.
Now,
it only takes half a year or even less. Plus, he absorbed the Kama Sutra, which also improved his relationship with his girlfriend, shortening the time it took him to break through to level 4. Fong Ming even estimated that before the zombies of level 3 appeared in large numbers, he had already reached level 4.
Unfortunately, it will take a few more days. Fong Ming thought to himself, if he were already at level 4, even if Yamada Hiroshi had that artifact in his hand, he wouldn't be his match.
After all, artifacts can only amplify one's power to a limited extent, and they can't be used to increase one's power indefinitely without reason.
It's like a mortal who has a magic staff can fight her Langshan one-on-one? That night, the crescent moon was like a hook. Hey, it's a dark moon, high winds, and a night for killing. Fong Ming moved quietly and entered the settlement.
However, as soon as he entered, he suddenly heard a shout.
That bastard is here again.
However, this was shouted in the small-day language, which Fong Ming did not understand, but he could see clearly that after this shout, the entire settlement was in an uproar, and people rushed out one after another, led by Koichi Yamada.
How did he find me? The magic weapon. Fong Ming's eyes lit up. Does it have an early warning function? Good stuff. He wanted to get this artifact even more. After returning to China, I must find it again. Fong Ming thought to himself, even the little guy has such a magic weapon, doesn't the mighty China have something even more awesome?
There must be, but it is hidden in the dark, and has not yet been born.
Fong Ming frowned, and after killing another large group of people, he left.
He had killed nearly 300 people twice, but there were nearly 5,000 people in this settlement. If he had to harvest them in waves, he would have to come back many times.
Do I have that much time to waste here? Besides, what if I kill everyone else? How can I kill Koichi Yamada?
With that artifact in his hand, he is almost immortal.
Should I wait until I reach level 4? No. Fong Ming glanced around and suddenly had an idea. Okay, let's play big.
He took out his flying sword and quickly returned to his country.
Where to? Taiwu base, to find Zhou Zicheng.
I need explosives, the more the better.
Fong Ming said.
Zhou Zicheng, however, smiled and said, bombs aren't just about quantity. You also have to consider the accuracy of the strike and whether it's convenient for aircraft to carry them.
By the way, how do you want to use the bombs and what do you want to use to launch them? Do you still have a vehicle to launch the bombs?
The old ones are no longer usable, and the new ones, well, he hasn't built them yet.
Fong Ming smiled, it doesn't matter.
I don't need any precision, and I don't need to consider how to mount it.
I plan to throw the explosives into Mount Fuji and detonate the volcano.
Zhou Zicheng looked at him with a shocked expression as if he had seen a ghost.
After a long time, he gave Fong Ming a thumbs up, you're awesome. Calculate for me how much dynamite is needed to blow up Mount Fuji. I'll prepare a little more. Fong Ming smiled. Wait a minute.
Zhou Zicheng was also interested and took out a piece of paper and a pen to start calculating.
Which Chinese person doesn't have a heart to destroy Japan? No? Then he must be a traitor.
After a long time, Zhou Zicheng shook his head, it would take too much TNT to blow up Mount Fuji.
We can't do it at our current level, but if we just want to make the volcano active, it's easy to spew out volcanic rocks. 2 or 3 bombs would be enough. Fong Ming nodded, that's fine. Now that most of the island is flooded, there are basically only some mountains left, so what impact will detonating Mount Fuji have on the little people? It's almost finished anyway. So, let the volcano be activated and the magma spewed. Can Koichi Yamada withstand the rolling magma? Chapter 184, Detonating Mount Fuji.
It is every Chinese man's dream to live a good life, so Zhou Zicheng also helped Fong Ming to mix the explosives with great interest. Because it is detonated by the high temperature inside the volcano, it is different from traditional explosives and requires some fine-tuning.
When it was all done, the super bomb weighed 15 tons. How are you going to transport it? Zhou Zicheng couldn't help but frown. It's no big deal. Fong Ming picked up the bomb and ran.
15 tons is indeed a piece of cake.
Zhou Zicheng was amazed.
He was a metal-type psionic, and strength was not his strong point. However, Fong Ming put the bomb into the other dimension after walking out for a while. Now there was no fear of it exploding on the way. Fong Ming was in a hurry and rushed to the small house again. By now, the sun was about to set. Fong Ming smiled coldly.
Don't you use the sun as your flag? What a cheek! But now that the sun is setting, I'll blow up Mount Fuji, which you use as a symbol, and send you to meet the so-called Amaterasu. It's appropriate. Fong Ming first went to make sure that Yamada Koichi and the others had not left. Well, they probably think Fong Ming is nearby and could ambush them at any time, so no one dares to go out. They're looking for death. The more difficult the environment, the more people are afraid of death. Why? Because they have all gone through a lot of hardships to get here and live to this day, so why would they want to die? Fong Ming deliberately walked in front of the settlement, and after circling around, not a single person dared to come out. Even Koichi Yamada didn't dare. Even though he possesses one of the so-called 3 sacred treasures, he is in danger of fighting Fong Ming, so he dares not come out and challenge him. Fong Ming gave a cold smile and walked away, giving a middle finger. This naturally made Yamada and the others furious. Damn you East Asian pig! Chinese dog! If we hadn't been flooded by the sea and lost our big city and important military base, with the power of our small country, how could we allow a Chinese to insult us like this? They were furious, but what could they do? They could only watch Fong Ming Yuan leave. Where was Fong Ming? He had already returned to the top of Mount Fuji. The heat was rolling in, but it didn't matter because he could release cold. Let's have a big firework. Fong Ming laughed and released the simple bomb from the other dimension, throwing it directly into the crater. Run! He immediately mounted his flying sword and ran. In an instant, a loud explosion shook the ground, and a pillar of black smoke shot up into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Then, a large amount of red-hot lava was thrown out, and it shot in all directions. The ground shook, the mountains trembled, and the black smoke covered the sky. The spewing lava made it seem as if the world had come to an end. Oh, the world is already the end of the world, so it's fine. Fong Ming returned to the place where Yamada Koichi and the others were living, and stared at them. To be precise, it was Yamada Koichi. He would never let Yamada Koichi leave with the Yasukani no Magatama. At this time, the people in the settlement had not yet gone to bed. Even if they had, such a huge noise would have woken them up, and they all rushed out of their huts, looking up, only to see that lava was already falling. Pop! It hit the wooden house and it immediately burst into flames. 1, 2, 3, soon, most of the huts were set on fire, and nearly 5,000 people all ran out, crying for their parents. Yamada Koichi was also escorted out of the hut by 7 guards. The 3 teachers, Hata and the others, chased after him, wanting to leave together, but the guards pushed them away mercilessly, and Yamada Koichi didn't even look at the 3 women. He considered himself the walking embodiment of the sun goddess. How could he possibly share his life with these 3 ordinary women? You can serve me, that is your glory. Boom! 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 What's even more terrifying than the lava is the burning rocks, which are thrown out by the tremendous force of the volcanic eruption. They are equivalent to small cannons, and they also have a high-temperature burning effect. One of these things, even if it was a level 1 superpower, would crush a person to pieces, and the high temperature would instantly incinerate the body into ashes. Moreover, the lava vaporized the snow, making the area white and foggy. Many people became disoriented and didn't know which way to go. They ran for a long time but never got out of the settlement, and eventually suffocated to death. However, Yamada Koichi was different. He was a level 3 psychic, and with the help of 7 level 2 dead guards, they managed to escape the camp without a hitch. However, there was still one person. Fong Ming appeared and blocked their path. Before, Yamada Koichi could rely on his magic weapon to force a 50-50 draw, but now? Fong Ming has external help, which is the lava and flint that will smash over at any time. After a while, the red-hot lava will also flood over. At a temperature of thousands of degrees, what won't be incinerated? The 8-foot jade jewel should be spiritual, and can dispel illusions, mental shocks, and even reverse the enemy's will. But can it be effective against physical attacks? Show me a flintstone that can stop me. Baka! As soon as Yamada Hiroshi saw Fong Ming, he subconsciously blamed Fong Ming for the disaster and naturally cursed him. You know, there aren't many people left in this world, and now with the volcano erupting, how many will survive? How can a few people even hope to repopulate the country? Is that possible? Even if it is possible, how long will it take? Tens of thousands of years? Fong Ming couldn't understand Yamada Koichi's barking,
But the more the enemy scolded, the more angry he was, which meant that the other party was really hurt and had suffered a great loss. So he naturally smiled calmly, admiring the desperation of these people. Wait, I will take your lives and rob you of your magic weapons.
Feel the pain?
Ha, think about how sad and desperate we were when you invaded us and slaughtered our people more than 70 years ago.
We are not qualified to forgive these animals on behalf of our ancestors. All we can do is send them to meet our ancestors.
More recently, despite the opposition of the international community, they have brazenly discharged nuclear-contaminated water into the sea, poisoning the whole world.
Fong Ming doesn't know how such a country and a people can live with their heads held high. And they call themselves the most environmentally friendly? He's so ridiculous. Die. Koichi Yamada had come to realize that Fong Ming had deliberately blocked the road, so if he didn't kill Fong Ming, he would never leave. Alive today. The brave win in a narrow road.
Fong Ming, holding the demon-subduing Vajra, was ready to take a picture of himself at any time, and then rushed forward to fight with Yamada Koichi and his 8 men. However, the situation was the same as yesterday. With the help of the magic weapon, the 8-foot jade, Fong Ming was unable to kill the 8 Yamada men, but the 8 men on the other side could not do anything to Fong Ming, who could use the magic weapon to escape at any time, and the battle was at a stalemate.
But the lava is already rolling over.
Chapter 185, The Artifact is in Hand. The lava that is rolling over is not from a volcano that erupted and then fell from the sky, but from the volcano itself.
It is even hotter, and this is the most terrifying weapon of mass destruction.
Wherever the lava goes, everything burns. Even if you are made of steel, you will melt under the continuous high temperature. The horror of lava is not the temporary high temperature, but the continuous heat. When the lava began to flow, engulfing the entire settlement in a dark red mass, Koichi Yamada finally became afraid.
Stop. You don't want to die with us, do you? Fong Ming didn't know if he wanted to die with them, but he definitely didn't want to. The problem is, Fong Ming doesn't understand Zairaizi's words.
He just looked at Koichi Yamada coldly, with murderous intent.
Oh, the other party may be afraid of death and doesn't want to fight anymore. Threatening to die together? Don't worry, I won't die. Fong Ming rushed forward, his offense even more intense.
After a few more rounds, one of the guards was kicked by Fong Ming and flew through the air.
This would have been a minor incident, and he would have gotten up and been fine. But now it's different.
The ground was full of lava, and the dead guard fell right on top of it, and the whole person suddenly burst into flames.
He was a power type, but he didn't have any special abilities.
He couldn't turn to stone or ice to put out the fire. He could only rely on his strong physique to withstand the damage. For a level 2 warrior, a few hundred or even 1,000 degrees of temperature is nothing to be afraid of. He definitely won't burn to death in a short period of time. However, the temperature of this lava is not just 1,000 degrees, but thousands of degrees. The dead guard let out a scream, and his whole body burst into flames. He could still hold on for a while, but when his tough skin and muscles were burned through, his tender internal organs could not withstand the high temperature and were instantly burned to ashes.
Well, one less. There are still 7 beasts left. Fong Ming looked at Koichi Yamada and a sneer curled the corner of his mouth. Koichi Yamada involuntarily gasped.
The scene he least wanted to see had appeared.
Fong Ming couldn't kill them, but the lava could.
Even this murky air can. Because of the volcanic ash and high temperature, every breath they took felt like their throats and lungs were being burned by flames, and the pain was indescribable.
In this state, how much combat effectiveness can they still exert? However, they were not in a good condition either.
But the next moment, his eyes nearly fell out.
Because Fong Ming took out a gas mask and put it on. I'm fucking kidding.
Although a gas mask won't do much good in this harsh environment, it's definitely better than having nothing at all. 2 of the death warriors had already been forced into a state of stone and ice, and another had turned into a withered tree, which allowed them to temporarily stop breathing.
But how long could this special state last?
Yamada Koichi yelled and kept attacking with his 8-foot jade pendant, and the sharp metal hair that pierced Fong Ming's stunned moment was still quite threatening. The key is that his magic weapon is very overbearing and can interrupt whatever power is being used, so Fong Ming has all the power in the world but is restrained to death. He simply stopped using it, using the demon subduing staff to break the control, then punching and kicking to prevent Yamada Koichi from escaping. After a while, one of the guards broke down first. He spread his two wings and soared into the air, flying down the mountain at all costs. No matter what you are, the walking god of the sun, he now only wants to save his own life. This is the dead guard? Fong Ming sneered. Unfortunately, he got away. Fong Ming naturally did not put the cart before the horse and go after this person, but instead kept his eyes on Koichi Yamada. This person has the Yasukani no Magatama. However, if heaven wants a person to die, then it is really hard to avoid it. The fleeing guard took the wrong road and flew blindly, only to be hit by a flint. Although it didn't kill him on the spot, it threw him into the lava. The man rose from the lava, but only half of his body was visible. His lower body had already been burned away. Then his upper body fell into the lava and disappeared in an instant. Several more of the dead soldiers were forced to revive from their stone and deadwood states, and then inhaled the poisonous gas, their faces immediately turning red and purple, and they couldn't help but cough and cover their necks. It's over, it's over. Yamada Koichi gritted his teeth. He was also a ruthless man. He directly pulled the magic weapon from his neck and threw it far away with all his strength. Don't you want this thing? Go get it. I'll burn you to death. Fong Ming smiled and jumped out. How fast is he now, and how far away is he? He has already caught the 8-foot jade hook. However, he cannot change his body shape now, and the ground beneath him is already full of lava. It seems like a death sentence. Fong Ming smiled lightly, his wings spread, and he soared into the sky. Koichi Yamada was dumbfounded. This is the result. No, my artifact. He shouted. Fong Ming laughed and fell from the sky. You think you're strong? Without the Yasukani no Magatama, I can kill you in a second. The remaining guards charged forward, but Fong Ming shook his head and gravity activated. The sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. The few guards were compressed into meatballs in an instant, and then these meatballs suddenly exploded, turning into countless tiny bones and meat scraps. Fong Ming didn't even look at them, just staring at Koichi Yamada. You're next. Yamada Koichi looked around, but there was no longer a single dead guard. He was the only one left. The key point is that he threw the artifact away with his own hands. Now, can he still counter Fong Ming? Come on, let's die together, he said menacingly. Unfortunately, Fong Ming didn't understand. After a while, Koichi Yamada suddenly knelt down and begged him not to kill him. He said that if Fong Ming would just take him out of there, he would be his slave. Fong Ming didn't understand, but he could read. What does kneeling down mean? It's universal, right? Fong Ming shook his head, his face full of contempt. Don't you guys boast about the spirit of Bushido, preferring death to surrender? Oh, you were supposed to die rather than surrender, but what happened? They threw 2 big fireworks and then they were obedient. So, this nation is inherently weak and afraid of strong people. Once they realize they can't beat you, they'll kneel down and surrender. Just like when MacArthur came, the little people immediately recognized him as their father. Fong Ming glanced around and saw that the magma was already surrounding him. He smiled lightly, and wings grew on his back, and he flew up. Ha! Yamada Koichi was stunned, thinking that his plea for mercy had worked and the Chinese man would not kill him. When I escape this disaster, I'll see how I can kill you. Naive and gullible Chinese. However, he was dumbfounded as soon as he stood up, because he was surrounded by dark red magma and there was no way for him to retreat. Chapter 186, The Second Artifact. The lava surged, engulfing Yamada Koichi in its fiery embrace. Yamada Koichi was naturally unwilling to die, so he turned his entire body into metal to resist the high temperature of the lava. The level 3 evolved man is truly extraordinary, and the lava cannot melt him. No, it's not that it can't, but it's just slow. Fong Ming could see clearly that Yamada Koichi's body was beginning to turn red. Gee, for metal to melt, it must start by turning red. He was looking forward to it. Koichi Yamada was holding on for dear life. Although he is a level 3 superhuman, his physical data is far beyond that of ordinary people, but most of his talent is focused on the ability to control metal. Even if he is stronger, how much stronger can he be? Can he jump out of the fire? Can he fly with his wings spread? No.
Therefore, he can only die after turning himself into metal. His only hope was that the volcano would erupt soon, so that he could survive. But how can a volcano erupt so quickly? He was desperate. The most important thing is that he can't hold on any longer. Even if he was metallized, he would be melted by the thousands of degrees of heat. Even if you were an alloy, you would be melted. He let out a miserable cry, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out a ball of flame. The entire person immediately burst into flames and was reduced to ashes in an instant. Fong Ming nodded. Yamada Koichi should not be able to metallize his entire body yet. Therefore, when he was melted by the lava, his internal organs could not stand it and burned up. Without his internal organs, how could Yamada Koichi withstand it? So he screamed, but because the inside was already burning, what he spat out was a ball of fire. Well, go on, go down and apologize to our ancestors. Fong Ming did not stay, and turned his body to fly away. Returning to China? Wait a minute. Since the little guy is known as the three sacred treasures, how can he be satisfied with only one? He will leave only when he has all three. While flying on his sword, Fong Ming examined the new magic weapon he had acquired. This magic weapon is really strange. Who carved a jade into the shape of a hook? Forget it, as long as it works. Fong Ming pondered the use of the magic weapon, and after a while, he figured it out. He was able to do it so quickly, and he had to thank Xiao Yan Yun for that. This domineering woman had always told Fong Ming how to use the magic weapon. It's very simple. For an ownerless artifact, you only need to drop a drop of blood on it to complete the process of recognizing the owner. But what if the artifact already has an owner? It depends on who is stronger, you or the owner. If you are stronger, you can erase the mark left by the owner and replace it. Now that Koichi Yamada is dead, Fong Ming has easily become the master of the Yasakani no Magatama. And what does this mean? Even if this artifact was really made by the god Amaterasu, the great god of shit is already dead. Otherwise, Fong Ming would have had to fight this god for the ownership of the artifact. After thousands of years, who can live forever? All that remains are these lifeless, cold objects. The 8-foot jade dagger is indeed a completely spiritual artifact, with both active and passive effects. The passive effect is immunity to and resistance against all mental control and attacks. Therefore, Fong Ming's mental illusion was unable to have any effect on Yamada Hiroshi, and the mental impact he dealt backfired on him. The active effect is to project the Amaterasu god from the artifact into the target's consciousness, destroying the opponents while turning them into an idiot. However, Fong Ming discovered that, regardless of the active or passive effects, the Yasakani no Magatama could only make the defense and attack effects reach the full state of the current level of the holder. For example, if he is level 3, he can only defend against level 3 mental attacks, affecting level 3 supernormal ability users. Level 4? Then the Yasakani no Magatama is powerless. But when the demon subduing staff is used against evil spirits, it can clearly exert its power one level higher. So, the original Amaterasu was not as powerful as the Buddha? I guess so. Fong Ming nodded. It's not strange that Amaterasu is inferior to Shakyamuni Buddha. However, the 8-foot jade scepter is still a top-level or second top-level magical weapon. A huge harvest. Right, this artifact can also gather spiritual energy and help evolution. Otherwise, Koichi Yamada would not have been able to break through to level 3 so quickly. This function, Fong Ming doesn't really care about it now. Well, it can be used by Meng Jining and the others. Because no matter how big the spirit stone is, it will eventually run out, but the use of a magic weapon to gather spiritual energy is a long-lasting business. After flying for more than 10 minutes, another mountain range appeared in front of them. Fong Ming landed, put away his flying sword, and began to look for it. After a while, he actually found a settlement. There were quite a few people in this settlement, around 3,000, and it seemed like there was some kind of celebration going on, with lanterns and decorations everywhere, and everyone was in high spirits. Oh, how can I make you happy? Fong Ming mingled with the crowd, using his spirit illusion to find a Chinese speaker, as he always did. He found him quickly. He said that he had grown up in China since childhood, and was even born in China. However, he had always been taught that he was a member of the Xia nationality, and that he had come to China to spy on China with his parents and disrupt the country's stability. The schools he attended as a child were all filled with classmates from the little days, and they all had the same goals and missions.
Therefore, he speaks fluent Chinese with no accent at all, even more standard than many Chinese people. However, he has not been assimilated by the Chinese culture at all, and his will is very strong. He came back to China to see his grandfather off, but he didn't expect to encounter the first wave of natural disasters. He was trapped here, and after the second wave of natural disasters, he fled here with the others and is now barely surviving.
It's hard to stay alive, and he's still thinking about going to China to make trouble? He always regretted it. Damn, Fong Ming suppressed the urge to slap him to death and continued, "What day is it today?" "It's the happy day of the marriage of Lord Simu and Miss Fujita." The man
immediately said, beaming with joy, as if he was very honored.
"Tell me more about these two people," Fong Ming said. The man started talking.
Lord Shiki is called Shiki Masao, a warrior blessed by the goddess Amaterasu, who has received the recognition of one of Amaterasu's sacred treasures, the Tensenun sword. He led us to settle down here, repelled countless waves of corpses and rats, and is a worthy walking spirit on earth. Miss Fujita is called Fujita Nicole, and she is also a powerful person with abilities. She is also the most beautiful woman of our Xia people. Her marriage to Lord Shiki is certainly the will of Amaterasu, and will give birth to the incarnation of Amaterasu on earth, leading us back to glory.
The whole world will be ours. Fong Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had an idea. He was going to steal the bride. Chapter 187, Abduction. The entire settlement was in a festive mood. The leader's wedding, and the fact that he was considered to be the chosen warrior of the sun goddess, was certainly a boost for the depressed little village. Fong Ming sat on the side, waiting for the wedding to begin. Not long after, the bride and groom appeared. Well, they were dressed in very Japanese-style clothes.
The man looked about 30 years old, had a medium build, and was not particularly handsome or ugly, but Fong Ming did not see him carrying a sword or having one stuck in him. Perhaps the sword of the sky, like the sword in his hand, also had the ability to change in size.
Fong Ming turned his attention to the bride. Oh!
He couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He knew that there were many beautiful women around him, like Xiao Yan Yun, who was extremely beautiful and had a strong aura, like a queen, but when compared to this Fujita Nicole, she was not much inferior. Compared to Lu Yushi, she is even slightly better, and she is even on par with the charismatic Mu Qingcheng. After all, Xia Rizi has more than 100 million people, and the number one beauty among these 100 million people is of course a supermodel. She is not particularly tall, at most 165 centimeters, but she is extremely well proportioned, especially with her legs, which are particularly large. If you only look at her without comparison, it would not be strange to say that she is 180 centimeters tall. Long legs, a willowy waist, round and perky buttocks, and breasts that are so big they're amazing.
Fong Ming estimated that they must be F-cups, and they were so high that they made the kimono look even more exaggerated. Fong Ming nodded.
This woman was perfect except for a slight flaw in her height.
How can such a good catch be cheap? I'm going to marry her,
Fong Ming said to himself.
The wedding proceeded according to traditional Japanese procedures.
Fong Ming lost interest after watching for a while and stood up and walked out, shouting, "I object." He shouted, but everyone just looked at him with strange expressions.
I don't understand. Alas.
Fong Ming looked at the man and said, "Come, you translate for me."
He used the Yatsushiro Kinkyu to control the other party. In the eyes of Kojima Fuku, Fong Ming was the great god Amaterasu, so when the god gave the order, he naturally had to obey.
Yes, great god, he said respectfully, then looked at everyone and said, "The great god opposes this wedding." When the crowd heard this, they were naturally angry and amused.
How dare you, a Chinese, pretend to be the god Amaterasu? How could the great god of the sun be Chinese?
The point is that Xiao Daofu actually believed it.
Are you an idiot?
The island must have been under control.
This Chinese person is a mind controller. Kill him and Kojima will naturally recover.
These little days are not stupid, and they immediately saw the clues.
Samayo's brow furrowed.
On his wedding day, someone came to cause trouble, which made him very unhappy, and his murderous intent rose.
Kill this Chinese pig, he said grimly. Yes.
The group of little days agreed. Immediately, a samurai rushed toward Fong Ming, holding a Japanese-style knife in both hands.
He quickly came to Fong Ming's front and slashed him with the knife. Jaya Heejin. Boom! Fong Ming kicked out with one foot, directly kicking the samurai to death. Suddenly, blood rained down. Fong Ming smiled lightly and said to Kojima Fuku, continue translating. Say that I came here today to steal the bride and make her my foot-washing maid. Kojima Fuku immediately translated it faithfully. Baka! This damn Chinese pig. How dare he insult Miss Fujita? He must not be spared. Everyone was furious. Fujita Nico was the undisputed most beautiful woman in the village, an absolute national idol. Only a brave man who married the goddess Amaterasu would be considered normal, but a Chinese dared to covet her? How dare he? Even Fujita Nicole showed her anger, looking as if she had been humiliated. How could a Chinese man be worthy of her? Which brave warrior will kill him? Sameo pressed his hand and asked in a deep voice. But no one dared to answer. The warrior just now was a genuine level 2 superpower, a power type, but he was still kicked to death by Fong Ming, so it can be seen how powerful Fong Ming is. Who dares to attack him if he is not at least level 3? I'll kill him. Unexpectedly, it was Fujita Nicole who said this. She walked quickly toward Fong Ming in small steps, and she didn't know when she had a katana in her hand. When she came to Fong Ming, she swung the sword at Fong Ming. Fast, swift, and merciless. Fong Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. She was also a level 3 psychic. Powerful. Strange, that guy before relied on the 8-foot jade bead to gather spiritual energy, helping him break through to level 3, but what about Fujita Nicole? Could it be that she has one of the 3 sacred treasures? There should be no doubt that Shujin Nan possesses the Taian Sanjian sword, so what is it that Fujita Nicole possesses, the Yata no Kagami? That's great. He only needs to go to one place to get 2 artifacts. Of course, the 3 sacred treasures were called out by Zairazeo. If the 3 sacred treasures were of the same level, Fong Ming said that they would be inferior to the demon subduing Vajra and would only be ranked as second-rate. Fong Ming turned his arm into a metal sword and fought against Fujita Nicole. Ding, 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 sparks flew. It shouldn't have been long before Fujita Nicole had broken through to level 3, so her power was far inferior to Fong Ming's, but after all, she was also a level 3 psychic, so for a while she wasn't too far behind. Fong Ming deliberately restrained his power. Why? Is it because he is tender-hearted? No way. He wants to take this woman by surprise. You're so proud of your little lives, so if I snatch away the bride of your so-called Amaterasu warrior on the day of the wedding, will you be so ashamed that you'll commit harakiri? I'm looking forward to it. Fong Ming didn't use his full strength because he wanted to take down Nicole Fujita in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if these little days found out that Nicole Fujita was no match for him, they would definitely rush in. Now, Nicole is only slightly behind, and although the little days are frowning a little, they are not too anxious. Because they still have a stronger master. Shikishin is the true warrior of Amaterasu. Fong Ming smiled slightly, and his emotions were almost ready, so he could give you a hard blow. He suddenly launched a mental shock. Ooh! Fujita Nicole felt a splitting headache, and the katana in her hand almost slipped out of her hand. Fong Ming seized this opportunity to invade. Nicole Fujita tried to resist, but Fong Ming grabbed her neck. A mental shot came again, and she screamed again. How could she resist? Fong Ming grabbed Fujita Nicole's waist, touched it first, and then nodded. It's the real thing, not a fake. Seeing his wife being molested by Fong Ming, Shikishin was furious. He hasn't even touched her yet. Damn it! He rushed out, and in his hand was an extra sword. A sword cut, and a gust of wind arose. Chapter 188, Where is your treasure? The Ten-Sun Cloud Sword, also known as the Kusanagi Sword, is said to be able to make grass and trees fly with a single slash, and has the effect of resisting the wind. Fong Ming could not afford to be careless. After all, he was very speechless after being tossed around by the 8-foot jade. He was clearly stronger than Koichi Yamada, but in the end he failed to defeat him, and had to rely on blowing up Mount Fuji to finally succeed. Was he not strong enough? No, it was the Yasakani no Magatama that was too strong. Therefore, since the 3 sacred treasures are ranked equally, Fong Ming could not afford to underestimate the power of the Ten-Sun Cloud Sword. As Sijin's sword came slashing down, a tiger appeared out of nowhere and pounced on Fong Ming. Wind follows the tiger, and clouds follow the dragon.
Therefore, since the sword can control the wind, it is normal for it to transform into a tiger.
Fong Ming pointed his finger and activated his gravity ability, but the wind tiger was completely unaffected. Is this a mental level, or is it just not affected by gravity? Fong Ming retreated, while he used his psychic power to attack. Still ineffective.
Okay, this wind tiger is immune to gravity and psychic power.
I also have the ability to control the wind.
Fong Ming suddenly opened his mouth and blew a gust of wind toward the tiger.
Whoosh!
The gust of wind blew away half of the tiger, but it still charged at Fong Ming.
Fong Ming had to blow 2 more times to finally blow the wind tiger completely away.
At this time, Xijuan, armed with a sword, chased after him and slashed several times. With each slash, a wind tiger appeared, and several wind tigers crowded together and rushed at Fong Ming.
One wind tiger required Fong Ming to use 3 wind powers to defeat, so were these many wind tigers testing his lung capacity?
Fong Ming did not fight back, but retreated decisively. When these wind tigers chased out about 20 meters, they all disappeared on their own.
Fong Ming suddenly had a few more.
After a few moves with Xijuan, he laughed and said, "No more fighting.
I'll help you get married." After that, he took Fujita Nicole and left. Who can catch up?
Xijuan was so angry that he screamed and chopped up several chairs with his sword.
Then he asked, "What did that Chinese pig just say?" Fukushima Kojima quickly said, "The incarnation of the sun goddess said that he would go to the bridal chamber in your place." I'm so fucking pissed.
Xijuan's anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and he slashed with his sword. Xiao Fu was cut in half. Although the Ten Sun Cloud sword is a magical weapon, it is also extremely sharp and can be used in close combat.
He had been thinking about Nicole Fujita for too long.
Normally, he would never have been able to get this national goddess. She would have married into a super wealthy family, but no one could have imagined that a natural disaster would change everything.
He actually got the Tenzanjian sword. What does this mean?
It means that Amaterasu has recognized him. So, he became the leader of everyone, and later met the team led by Fujita Nicole. After several contacts, Fujita Nicole brought the entire team into the fold, and the goddess agreed to marry, making the two forces inseparable. He was about to get married and get a taste of the beauty, but a Chinese man suddenly appeared and stole his bride.
The key point is that he has to take her place in the bridal chamber? This is intolerable.
He hadn't even had a chance to taste the delicious abalone, and now he had to wear a green hat on his head.
Who is this wedding for today? Fong Ming took Nicole Fujita and fled.
After a long time, he finally stopped and began to search for the body of Fujita Nicole. He suspected that the other party might have the last of the 3 sacred treasures, the Yata no Kagami. He searched her over, but found nothing. I have to search more carefully.
Fong Ming couldn't believe that Fujita Nicole could reach level 3 so quickly without any outside help.
Meng Jining had to be cheated by him so many times before he could break through to level 3 yesterday.
What makes you think so? There must be a magic weapon. Stop. Nicole Fujita said with a face full of shame and anger. You touched it once and you want to touch it again? Fong Ming was stunned. You speak Chinese?
Nicole Fujita said proudly, I speak 3 foreign languages.
Oh.
Fong Ming casually responded, and then searched her body again. This time he was very careful, stripping her naked, then lifting her arms and legs up to search every inch of her body.
I'll fight you to the death.
Nicole Fujita was shaking with anger, and she attacked Fong Ming recklessly, determined to die together with him. Unfortunately, her level of evolution was not as high as Fong Ming's, and the number of her superpowers was far less. Fong Ming, for example, possessed the abilities of 3 major systems at the same time, which was equivalent to the fusion of 3 equally strong opponents.
Fujita Nicole was easily suppressed.
Fong Ming searched carefully and searched through the clothes she had stripped off, but still didn't find it.
He couldn't help but ponder, where would this woman hide the artifact?
He even looked under her legs, but there was nowhere else to hide.
Fong Ming threw the clothes back to Nicole Fujita and asked, where is your magic weapon? He paused. Although the other party understands Chinese, he should not be able to understand the concept of a magic weapon, right?
Not a true Chinese person, it's actually difficult to understand this word in depth.
Do you have any treasures?
He changed the way he asked the question.
Nicole Fujita immediately turned pale and covered her chest with her hands. What are you trying to do? You've got it all wrong. I'm not talking about you. Besides, you are also a little devil. Even if you are beautiful as a bubble, can you be a treasure in my eyes? But you covering your chest like that does remind me. I'm here to steal the bride. He.
Fong Ming smiled at her.
No. No.
Nicole Fujita stepped back, but suddenly fell to the ground. The clothes she was holding in front of her chest fell to the side, revealing her full and proud body. Her skin was white and dazzling, and her full curves made people's eyes go straight.
Fong Ming immediately pounced on her. Fujita Nicole smiled coldly.
She was a level 3 psychic, and she was also a Force-sensitive type.
How could she have tripped? She was deliberately seducing Fong Ming, and once a man was infatuated with that bug, was his brain still useful? Die.
She unleashed all her strength, and a knee strike aimed at Fong Ming's crotch. I'll crush your balls and kill you. Then, just as she was about to kick, she suddenly felt a hand grab her ankle and easily lift her up.
Boom!
A fist hit her lower abdomen, immediately making her feel sick to her stomach.
She was horrified.
Fong Ming had not been fooled by her, but had simply tricked her into thinking that she had been hit, and as a result, she had suffered such a miserable fate when she attacked. She felt extremely ashamed because she was not wearing a stitch of clothing, and even for the Xiao people, this was still too shameful.
The key is that she is still being held upside down. Chapter 189, The Greatest Humiliation. Fong Ming looked at the number one beauty of Xiao and couldn't help but smile wickedly at the corner of his mouth. The hatred for Xiao really cannot be washed away by the 5 oceans and 4 seas. What should I do? Humiliate them as much as possible.
Fong Ming looked at Nicole Fujita and smiled. I'll take you home.
No. No. First, Fujita Nicole didn't believe it, but she immediately understood Fong Ming's sinister intentions.
She didn't want to be humiliated in front of her own people.
You can't do that. Fong Ming carried her back to the settlement.
However, although these people had already been sentenced to death by Fong Ming, even if they were about to die, Fong Ming didn't want them to enjoy the beautiful scenery before they died. So he tore off a piece of the flag and wrapped it around her body. Even so, it was immediately obvious from her bare arms and legs that she was not wearing any clothes.
Fujita Nicole was mortified.
She was not only the most beautiful woman in Xiao, but also a level 3 superhuman, a leader second only to Shu Minshan.
Now, she was carried back with her buttocks exposed. How could she face anyone?
Sure enough, after Fong Ming brought Fujita Nicole into the settlement, everyone rushed out and saw this scene, and they all had strange expressions on their faces. Their goddess has returned in this state.
What does this mean?
She has been toyed with by Fong Ming.
This is a great shame for everyone.
Shiming naturally ran out, and when he saw his new wife in this state, his face immediately turned green. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could beat Fong Ming to death with his fists. No, he wanted to beat Nicole Fujita to death, otherwise, such a shame would always follow him.
He is the warrior of the sun goddess, how can he marry an unfaithful person?
Don't worry, I haven't touched her yet.
Fong Ming smiled and then couldn't help scratching his head. He didn't see Kojima Fuku. Was he killed? Or was he locked up? However, there were more than just Kojima Fuku and Fujita Nicole who understood Chinese. Someone immediately came out to translate.
At this, Si Jin was overjoyed. It turns out that his new wife is still a virgin.
That's great. But is this true? This guy is not lying to me, right?
He clearly played with Nicole Fujita, but he still said that on purpose. When he and Nicole Fujita went to bed that night, he suddenly realized that it was empty.
It was so embarrassing.
For a moment, he was doubtful, so he was afraid to act, and didn't strike the first blow.
Where is your wedding room? Fong Ming muttered, but it was easy to find.
Since Sijiman is the leader here, he must live in the most luxurious stone house.
So, just find the biggest one. Sure enough, the largest stone house was beautifully decorated. Although Fong Ming was not familiar with the wedding customs of the Xiao people, he was absolutely certain that this was definitely the wedding room. He walked in, and the darkness enveloped him. I thought about it, since it was a bride kidnapping, how could you hide and play with the bride? Fong Ming laughed, so I brought the person back and played here. When the translator said this, the Xiao were in an uproar. You're crazy. You kidnapped the bride and then publicly humiliated her? That's too much. Are you human? Devil.
They immediately began to scold, and especially the reaction of Suman was the most intense.
You want to insult my wife in front of me? I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Sumu Jinnan drew the 10-sun cloud sword and slashed Fong Ming, and the wind tigers appeared one after another, rushing into the darkness. Similar to the Yasukani no Magatama, the 10-sun cloud sword can also allow the user to exert the maximum power of their current level. Therefore, Sumu Shurnan is a level 3 psychic, and these wind tigers are all equivalent to the full power of a level 3 psychic. Fong Ming has not yet reached the 3rd level of perfection, so he cannot completely block the attacks of these wind tigers with just the darkness.
But you have magic weapons, and I don't?
Fong Ming took out the 8-foot jade and launched a soul impact at Simu Jinnan. Sijuan Jinnan immediately groaned, bleeding from his 7 orifices, looking very frightening. However, he was not seriously injured, but the terrifying images kept appearing in his mind. Although the 10-sun cloud sword helped him to cut off his fear again and again, it was all used for this.
Could he break through the darkness with his own strength? The magic weapons cancel each other out. Who in the world can defeat Fong Ming now? Even Xiao Yan Yun can't. I'm going to start cooking.
Fong Ming laughed, and then he heard a cry from Nicole Fujita, and a plaster flag was thrown out. Everyone knew that this was wrapped around Nicole Fujita.
So, what is her condition now? Everyone let out a roar of anger. Shimukin even rushed into the darkness without thinking, but without the help of the Tensuken, how could he deal with such darkness?
Not only him, but all the little ones rushed toward the darkness. They could not bear such humiliation. They would rather beat Fujita Nicole to death than be slapped in the face by Fong Ming.
However, what use is their anger?
All they could hear was Fujita Nicole's cries of humiliation, which made everyone feel deeply powerless and hopeless. Right in front of their eyes, their national goddess was possessed and humiliated by a Han Chinese.
What a shame!
The cries of humiliation from Fujita Nicole continued for half an hour, although the voice was getting lower and lower, but it was still faintly discernible, making them feel ashamed and angry, and also somewhat curious about what kind of creature Fong Ming was.
This is too long. Are you made of iron? 2 hours. 3 hours. The little ones are numb.
On their own turf, a Chinese man publicly humiliated their goddess, who was also their leader, the newlywed wife of the great warrior of the sun goddess, and every second that passed made the humiliation they endured even more unbearable.
But can they go back to their own houses? Can they?
Of course not, so they can only stand by the side, even if they can't do anything, but at least they can show their attitude. But after being slapped in the face for so long, they of course hoped that the humiliation would end soon. Finally, Fujita Nicole stopped moaning and began to sob.
Is it over? The darkness retreated. At a speed visible to the naked eye.
Fong Ming was sitting by the bed, while Nicole Fujita was hiding under the covers, with only her hair showing. There were clumps of blood on the quilt, like plum blossoms. The goddess had been humiliated, and for the first time. Shimano's eyes turned red, and he entered a state of rage, relying on the Tenzu Cloud Sword to strike again.
It's either you or me.
No man can bear such humiliation.
Chapter 190, The Incarnation of Amaterasu? Pa!
In the face of such humiliation, the combat power of Sumu Jinan suddenly increased by 3 points.
It's called exploding the seed. Unfortunately, what good is this increase in combat power?
Fong Ming's strength is not just a little bit stronger than his, but several times stronger.
So, an increase of about 3 points? That's still being abused.
Sijin Mail rushed forward.
Sijin was kicked back. The speed was too fast, it was like lightning.
The little people watching all this in the eyes, a few people have already red-eyed, screaming.
What a humiliation! The hostess was humiliated in front of them, and their leader?
He was the chosen warrior of the sun goddess, and he should have been invincible. He was indeed invincible before, defeating the zombies and repelling the rat invasion. But in front of this Chinese man, he was so vulnerable.
Shouldn't the Chinese be weak and sickly? Now they're so fierce? Could it be?
Suddenly, many people looked at each other, and they thought of what Xiao Daofu had said earlier.
Fong Ming is the incarnation of the sun goddess. Yes, that must be it. How could a mere warrior compare to the incarnation of a great god?
Then it's not surprising that Si Jin was defeated by Fong Ming.
And Fujita Nicole?
The most beautiful woman should of course be offered to the gods.
You, a mere warrior, a dog working for the great god, are worthy of competing with the great god for a woman?
They started to chatter, and suddenly everyone else nodded along, their expressions becoming more and more fervent.
Fong Ming is the god Amaterasu.
They are the ones favored by the gods.
Look, Amaterasu has personally descended to save them. All the humiliation was suddenly replaced by gratitude and pride.
Fong Ming dealt with the men of the Sijuan clan with ease, and he captured the changes in their expressions. In fact, he had spiritual waves, which constantly fed back the details of the situation within 30 meters. Therefore, even if he was in a situation with the wind against him, he could still capture these, not to mention that he had an absolute advantage.
What's wrong with you? Why aren't you all in despair? What's with the crazy look on your faces? Boom! Fong Ming kicked Simu Jinan out with one kick and asked Fujita Nicole, what is their situation and why have they changed so much? Fujita Nicole was a little hesitant.
She had naturally heard the other people's discussions, and she was also inclined to believe that Fong Ming was the incarnation of the god Amaterasu. This made her sense of shame at being publicly embarrassed drop many times. After all, Zayarizi has the habit of popping out anytime, anywhere.
Why are their surnames like Matsushita, Inoue, and Tanabe? Isn't it because they made children in various places? When Fong Ming asked, she blurted out the reason. Fong Ming laughed heartily, Pa, I'm not some kind of bullshit Amaterasu.
You, translate that for them.
Although Fujita Nicole's pretty face was pale, she tightly bit her lips and refused to speak. She was determined not to be an accomplice to this evil man. Let my compatriots at least have a glimmer of hope. It is better to have hope than to be hopeless, even if that hope is illusory. Fong Ming laughed and his tone turned cold, if you don't translate, I'll do it again.
Nicole Fujita's face turned pale, but she stubbornly said, I won't agree to it. She would never help this Chinese devil.
However, she was not the only one who understood Chinese.
The person who had translated before spoke Fong Ming's conversation with Nicole Fujita in a trembling voice, which immediately caused a commotion.
Impossible. How is that possible? Chinese people can't be that strong.
Some people broke down and wept on the ground, but most people still had illusions. No, Fong Ming must be the incarnation of the god Amaterasu.
Fong Ming was furious. What is the greatest humiliation for a Chinese person? It is to be considered a small fry by others. I am not one of you, even if you think I am a god.
Fong Ming sneered, leapt into the air, and tore down the plaster flags, throwing them to the ground and stomping on them.
Who would believe that Fong Ming was the god Amaterasu after this?
No, these people became extremely ashamed again, drawing their swords and raising their swords, all aiming at Fong Ming.
Kill him.
Charge. These people didn't care about the disparity in strength at all, and they were willing to fight to the death. Fong Ming smiled lightly, and the gravity field opened. Although Simu Jinan made a comeback again, slashing out a series of Wind Tiger Sword chi, this could not interrupt Fong Ming's use of his supernormal abilities. Bang 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 bang, the little days that rushed over were all crushed in an instant, instantly turning into a rain of blood. This bloody scene made these little days completely sober. The gap in strength between the two sides is as wide as the sky. To go up is to die. After the initial impulse, what remained was fear. They trembled and began to back away without realizing it. They were afraid of death. Who isn't afraid of death? They are afraid of death. 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 They are. No, they treated the ugly country like their father, licking its feet and begging for favors. How dare they treat the ugly country as their enemy? You are more fierce than him, and the rest of Zayarizi can only submit. The only exception is Sunyukin, who is still charging forward. With the artifact in his hand, he was not afraid of being injured. His newlywed wife was taken away in front of him, which he could not bear.
He vowed to kill Fong Ming and also Fong Tian and Aiku. You unfaithful woman have brought me great humiliation, and only your blood can cleanse me.
So, a few Finghu rushed towards Fujita Nicole.
Fujita Nicole's face turned pale.
She never expected that Si Jin would actually kill her. But she was completely exhausted from Fong Ming's torment, so how could she fend off the attack of the Wind Tiger? Fong Ming smiled, flew over, and lifted Fujita Nicole up with her, saying lightly, "I haven't had enough fun yet.
Besides, this is my slave, and it's not your turn to bully her." He charged at Sejunian.
He wanted to take the sword of the sky. The two fought fiercely. With the help of the artifact, Si Jin was not actually afraid of Fong Ming, but he could not defeat Fong Ming either. Both sides have artifacts, which can cancel each other out in terms of attack power. If it weren't for the fact that the sword also had the function of protecting its master, Fong Ming would have killed him long ago.
Fong Ming was not in a hurry. When Si Muzhin's energy is exhausted, he won't be able to use the sword anymore. After a while, Si Muzhin finally calmed down. He had to calm down because his superpower was about to run out. If he fights again, he will become an ordinary person. What is more important than life? Face? Dignity? As long as he is not dead, he can earn them back with his great strength, but if he dies, then it is all over. He turned decisively and ran. Chapter 191, A Desperate Little Life. Can only Si Muzhin escape? Not to mention that he still had the Tiansanjian sword. Even if he didn't, Fong Ming would never let him go. You are a small person, and your fate is already predetermined. Fong Ming intercepted. Si Juan male wildly brandished his sword, trying to fight his way out, but everyone has a magic weapon, so who is afraid of whom? Si Juan was unable to escape and was only able to continue to be depleted. Eventually, his last bit of supernatural power was also drained. Boom! Fong Ming punched him, and Si Muzhin fell to the ground, bleeding profusely from his nose. But Si Muzhin immediately knelt down, his head touching the ground. "Please spare my life, I'm willing to be your slave." This is the little life. When you fight, you are fierce, when you lose, you are weak. After all, their backbone was broken many years ago, and they still obediently wag their tails and call him dad when they are bullied by the ugly country. Fong Ming took the sword from Tian Songyun and stepped on Si Muzhin's head with his foot. However, Sejunian did not dare to move at all. Fong Ming looked at Fujita Nicole and smiled, "Are all your men such wimps?" Fujita Nicole bit her lip tightly, her expression was both disappointed and inexplicably adoring. "Please spare my life." All the little people knelt down. Fong Ming conquered everyone with his great strength. "I do not accept," Fong Ming said in a firm voice. Someone who understood Chinese immediately translated it, but all the little people did not get up, they remained kneeling and continued, "Please, Your Honor, spare my life." There was no will to resist. Fong Ming smiled coldly and said to Fujita Nicole, "You translate for me?" "I just came from Mount Fuji. There was a man named Koichi Yamada there, and he had the Yasakani no Magatama in his hands." "What happened?" "I blew up Mount Fuji and burned everyone alive." At first, Fujita Nicole was still helping him translate, but when he said that he had blown up Mount Fuji, she was shaking all over and couldn't continue speaking. Fong Ming could clearly feel her hesitation, because Fujita Nicole had finished speaking before him, which meant that she had not finished translating. "Continue translating," he shouted. "Yes. Yes." Nicole Fujita was so scared that she started to speak again. After she finished translating, all the little days were desperate and crazy. "This Chinese man is too ruthless, he actually blew up the sacred mountain in their hearts. You deserve to die." The men shouted, and once again charged towards Fong Ming. Since they were destined to die, they would definitely fight. Fong Ming smiled lightly, and with his right hand he reached out and shot out ice spears. All the little men were pierced through the center of their foreheads by the ice spears, and not only were they killed instantly, they were also frozen into ice sculptures. "Si Juan male?" Fong Ming stepped on him, and his head exploded like a watermelon. The bloody killing made him feel a strong sense of violence. He looked at Fujita Nicole with a fierce look. To his surprise, the woman actually climbed onto the bed and unbuttoned the quilt covering her body. Fong Ming had no pity for her. "It's done.
Fujita Nicole knelt respectfully on the bed, her face full of submission and obedience.
Has she gone crazy? Master,
she called in the most respectful tone.
Fong Ming looked at her with amusement, planning to endure humiliation and bear the burden, looking for an opportunity to assassinate me?
No, my great master, if I can die at your hands, it will be my honor,
Fujita Nicole said.
Fong Ming naturally didn't believe her, and he pushed her down and grabbed her neck with both hands. Soon, Nicole Fujita's face turned red and purple from suffocation, but her hands were clinging to the bedsheets, forcing her to control herself from struggling. There was a morbid, even perverted smile on her face, and she looked at Fong Ming as if she were looking at a god.
Finally, she lost consciousness.
However, even so, her hands were still clinging to the bedsheet. You know, when people are suffocating, they reach for something to struggle with.
It's instinct.
She was able to suppress even this instinct.
Mad, life is really perverted. Fong Ming thought about it and woke up Fujita Nicole.
After all, it has always been a dream to sleep with Sakura. However, Fujita Nicole naturally could not be compared to Meng Jining and the others, and could only be ranked at the very bottom, not even comparable to Yin Xiaoning.
Master.
There was no trace of resentment in Fujita Nicole's eyes, only submission.
Fong Ming asked, "Why are you so submissive to me?"
Fujita Nicole said without thinking, "First, the master is too powerful, and second, the master is decisive in killing, which makes me completely lose my resistance and I only want to become the master's slave."
Grass, pervert. Fong Ming was speechless.
Even a beauty like Fujita Nicole, once she has the genes of Zairizi, wow, once she encounters extreme events, like this time, she will actually bring out all the latent servility.
However, since it is Zairizi, it doesn't matter. If you want to be a dog, then be a dog.
Fong Ming also completed the re-recognition of the owner of the Sword of the Sky. In addition to being able to cut out the Wind Tiger, this magic weapon is a bit like the demon subduing pestle in that it can cut out one's own negative emotions. This is why the 8-foot jade pendant could only interrupt the spell cast by Sijuan, but could not control him.
It works. Fong Ming put the sword away and asked Fujita Nicole, "Why were you able to break through to level 3 so quickly?"
Fujita Nicole immediately said, "After the disaster, I found a lot of glowing liquid in the sea, and I quickly figured out how to use it, so I completed my evolution as soon as possible. Then, I ate some strange fruit in the mountains and completed the second and third evolutions."
Fong Ming was surprised. "You are so lucky. You've encountered both the evolution liquid and the spirit fruit? Do you have any hidden superpowers, Lucky?" Fong Ming was amazed and said, "Put on your clothes and follow me."
"Yes." Fujita Nicole quickly put on her clothes, and although she had just broken her cherry and was so tossed, she was a level 3 superhuman, and she was also a force-sensitive type, with an astonishingly strong recovery ability, and she could already walk freely.
She put on another kimono. "Master, this is very convenient for work." Fujita Nicole lifted the corner of the kimono, and her plump buttocks were exposed. Fong Ming was surprised. No wonder the kimono has been around for so long.
It turns out to have such a special function. Not bad, but there is no need to promote it.
Chapter 192, Level 4 Superpower. Fong Ming continued to search with Fujita Nicole.
He had 2 of the 3 artifacts, so he would definitely feel uncomfortable if he didn't have them all.
Let's look for it. There's nothing else to do in China anyway.
The current wave of corpses is only level 2, and Meng Jining is already a level 3 psychic, and Xie Jun is close behind.
What wave of corpses could possibly threaten them? Xiao Yan Yun? Don't count on it.
This woman is too proud, too self-centered, and very smart. If she hadn't been locked up in the mountains for so long, she would have been out of touch with the times.
From the perspective of enjoyment, it's better to be like Nicole Fujita.
She is submissive and obedient from the bottom of her heart. However, this is only suitable for a slave, not a partner, especially not a mother. They are looking for survivors in the narrow land of their small lives. The land is already narrow, and now the plains on both sides have been flooded by the sea, leaving only the mountains in the middle.
It is not easy to find survivors in the mountains.
In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed.
Fong Ming stopped.
It wasn't that he had found survivors, but rather, he was about to break through to level 4. Because of the characteristics of the Kama Sutra, when he and Nicole Fujita had sex, they would also mutually enhance their evolutionary level. Fong Ming was already close to the third level of perfection, so a few days of practice allowed him to reach perfection. He kicked out Fujita Nicole and went to find Zayarizi settlement, while he himself found a secluded place and began practicing the true martial arts of the two Ens. If he could just improve a little more, he could break through to level 4. Although Nicole Fujita was extremely obedient, Fong Ming still wouldn't take any risks and let her stay by his side while he broke through.
What if? Even if there is only a slight possibility, why not?
As the true martial arts of the two Yings began to take effect, he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, pushing the two systems to perfection.
Ah! Fong Ming couldn't help but scream.
From 3 to 4, it was another process of breaking the limits of his body, and naturally it was excruciatingly painful. Fortunately, the Humiliating divine art cannot increase spiritual power, so this time there was no breakthrough in spiritual power, and there was only twice the amount of pain.
However, he was obviously glad that he had done it early.
The 8-foot jade pendant glowed, emitting a mysterious power into his body, which began to enhance his spiritual power.
The speed was fast. Fong Ming's spiritual power was already close to the third level of perfection, and after being raised so drastically, it quickly reached perfection as well. Damn! Fong Ming cursed, and boom, his spiritual power system also broke through. 3 critical strikes. Fong Ming gritted his teeth and his discomfort was indescribable. He rolled around on the ground, and wherever his body hit, trees fell and rocks rolled, and whatever he smashed with his fists was crushed. After half an hour, he stabilized. The bitterness is gone, and the sweetness is here. Level 4. Fong Ming felt the powerful energy in his body, as well as the magnificent supernatural power and mental strength, and he couldn't help but laugh. The level 3 zombies have not yet appeared, and he has already broken level 4. Who else? Am I the best in the world now? Absolutely. Each type of supernatural power has evolved into a new ability. Fong Ming did not test each one, as he already had more than enough. This thing is really good. Fong Ming played with the 8-foot jade hook.
This magic weapon is related to spiritual power. Usually holding it in his hand can nourish his spiritual power. He didn't expect that it would actually help him when he just broke through.
Otherwise, it would have taken about 5 days for his spiritual power to be passively and slowly upgraded to level 3 perfection through the nourishment of the spirit stone and the effect of dual cultivation. From this point of view, Fong Ming believes that it deserves the name of the 3 sacred treasures. After a while, he received a satellite phone from Nicole Fujita. He gave the other party one. "Master, I found a settlement," Nicole Fujita said, full of flattery. Fong Ming was stunned. He had searched for 3 days without any results, and now you found it after only an hour alone? Does this woman really have hidden lucky attributes? What else could it be? The two of them had been walking together before, so it was entirely up to Fong Ming to decide where to go and which direction to take. So was that why they had never found a settlement? Well, you'll be leading the way from now on. Following the guidance of Nicole Fujita, Fong Ming soon joined her. Sure enough, there was a settlement in a valley ahead. Following Fong Ming's instructions, Nicole Fujita notified Fong Ming as soon as she found the settlement, and did not act on her own. "Let's go," Fong Ming said, and walked over with Fujita Nicole. Please come in." There were guards in the valley, but Fong Ming controlled their consciousnesses as soon as they tried to ask questions, and immediately respectfully invited the two of them to come in. After breaking through level 4, Fong Ming's spiritual power had reached a point where he could control ordinary people with a single thought. Even level 3 supernormal users would not escape his grasp. He could make you jump off a building, but not jump into the sea. Crush, absolutely crush. Fong Ming and Fujita Nicole entered the valley. There were not many survivors here, at most 100 people. There were men and women of all ages, but there were no children. He asked and learned that all these people came from one company. Rejang Electric Power Company. This time, the company organized a team building activity, and everyone in the company went into the mountains to experience life. As a result, a natural disaster broke out, and they were stranded here because they had no means of transportation. Fortunately, this place was already a team building base, with vegetable gardens and pigs, sheep, and cows. So they survived. A month later, the zombies appeared, but they were discovered in time, and secondly, there were already supernaturals born, who survived the second wave of disaster at the cost of 2/3 of the casualties. After finding out what was going on outside, they stayed here obediently. The current boss here is Akinori Yatsui, a 30-year-old second-generation rich kid whose father is the chairman of the company. He took over the business from his father. Fong Ming was stunned. Is that the company that leads the discharge of nuclear waste? He confirmed. Yes, this is the company. It really is a case of finding what you've been looking for a long time without any effort. Fong Ming no longer exerted mental control, and suddenly, the little man woke up from his dream and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get here?" Fong Ming didn't understand what he was yelling, but he could understand what he was trying to say through his mental fluctuations. This is the change brought about by the breakthrough in psychic power level 4. Consciousness transcends race and language. It was as if he understood the contents of the Kama Sutra even though he didn't know Sanskrit. He smiled and said, "I am a Chinese, and I have come to settle an account with you." He spoke in Chinese, but it was directly projected into the other person's mind, becoming an awareness that did not require specific language or text. Now, he no longer needs a translator. As long as they are intelligent beings, he can communicate across languages. Even across races. Chapter 193, The Creditor has been found. The entire settlement was quickly alerted. Everyone came out and surrounded Fong Ming and Fujita Nicole. They looked at Fong Ming with contempt and hatred, and at Fujita Nicole with blame. "You are a woman of the small and weak race, how could you follow a Chinese man?" Fujita Nicole. She is Fujita Nicole. A national idol? How could she have followed a Chinese pig? Everyone couldn't believe it. Nicole Fujita was their pride and joy, the undisputed most beautiful woman in the country. Many sons of wealthy families were pursuing her, but even if a catastrophe had occurred, you shouldn't have followed a Chinese man. What is a Chinese? They are pigs, destined to be conquered and become slaves of inferior races. What a disgrace! This kind of slut doesn't deserve to be a member of our little Japanese race. Yes, revoke her citizenship. Let her become our slave and serve us. If she can serve the Chinese, she can certainly serve us. Many people clamored. Now the spiritual wave can radiate 40 meters, and the spiritual wave can also detect everyone's conscious reaction, so as long as they are within this range, Fong Ming can understand what they are saying. What arrogance! At this time, a tall man stepped forward from the crowd, accompanied by a beautiful woman in a kimono. She was no more than 30 years old, with a beautiful face. Although she was not as beautiful as Fujita Nicole, the number one beauty of the day, she was not much worse. Moreover, she was much more mature, with the grace of a noblewoman. She was obviously the wife of the tall man, and she followed him all the way. Because the kimono greatly restricted her movements, she had to quicken her pace to keep up, which made her look very anxious. The tall man looked at Fong Ming and said solemnly, "Chinese pig?" Fong Ming shook his head. "Just for that sentence, I will let you die a little longer." Baka! The tall man was Akinori Yoshii, and he was holding a katana in his hand, which he immediately drew. The posture was very standard, and it was obvious how long he had practiced. He revealed a smug smile and said, "This sword has a name, it's called the Willow Demon Sword, passed down from my great-grandfather. He once took this sword to your country, China, and chopped off the heads of at least 40 people. Then he pointed the sword at Fong Ming, and I will also inherit the glory of my family and use this sword to cut off the heads of more Chinese pigs. How can a race like yours, an inferior race, occupy such fertile land? You are only fit to be slaves and dogs to the small and weak nations for generations. Just like the black slaves who were sold into slavery, you will be slaves for all eternity. However, unlike the stupid and ugly Chinese, we will not give you any rights." Fong Ming's face was grim. It turns out that the little people are so eager to occupy China. They are jealous. This is just a big island, and sooner or later it will sink, so they are extremely covetous of the rich and beautiful China. In the past, they invaded as pirates, and later as invaders. Even if they were beaten to death, they still wouldn't give up. However, Shimi Akinaga actually dared to publicly rebuke the ugly country for being stupid. His courage has improved. Everyone felt a flash of light in front of their eyes, and it seemed that Fong Ming had moved, but it also seemed that he hadn't. However, Fong Ming had a knife in his hand. The Willow Demon, which was originally in the hands of Akira Yoshii. They couldn't help but be shocked. How did Fong Ming take away the sword from Akira Yoshii? It was too fast. Yoshii Akinaga's face also changed dramatically, and his body trembled. If Fong Ming had not taken the sword, but had killed him instead? Could he have stopped him? He would definitely be finished. So, of course, he was scared. Fong Ming looked at him disdainfully. A mere level 1 psychic. If not for the fact that most of the people in the island were drowned and then carried away by the current to an unknown location, could a mere level 1 psychic have stopped the level 2 corpse tide? He is so arrogant. He thinks that becoming a psychic is awesome, and even fantasizes about leading an army to attack China? Damn it, I haven't even settled the bill for the nuclear waste yet. Fong Ming snapped his fingers, and Lu Yisheng's demon trembled, as if he were moaning. Ding!
Fong Ming snapped his fingers again, and this time, Lu Yishengmo shattered directly. It was broken into more than 10 pieces.
You killed more than 40 of our ancestors? I'll tear you to pieces. Fong Ming then released a burst of flames, completely melting the broken blade into molten iron. Oh, and the flag. He took down the only plaster flag hanging here and burned it as well. This naturally angered all the little people, who cursed and swore while rushing to fight. Fong Ming didn't care. He pointed at the beautiful woman in the kimono and asked Yoshiaki Yatsui, "Is this your wife? What's it got to do with you?" Akinori Yatsui snapped. "Yes, I need to know who's cuckolding me." Fong Ming smiled and said, "In your words, it's NTR?" Yasui Akinori trembled with rage. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Fong Ming ignored him and forced his way toward the beautiful woman in the kimono. The beautiful woman couldn't help but retreat. Fong Ming laughed. "Don't pretend, you should be the strongest person here." Under the influence of mental waves, the physical strength of everyone in front of him could not be hidden. The kimono-clad beauty should be a level 2 superhuman, and the only one here. Hearing this, the kimono beauty couldn't help but change her expression. She put away her fear and asked calmly, "How did you find out?" Fong Ming naturally wouldn't answer. "I plan to give your husband a green hat. Will you cooperate obediently or violently resist?" "To be honest, I hope you resist a little more fiercely." The kimono beauty was furious, and she took a step forward and killed Fong Ming. Boom! 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 She attacked with lightning speed. This was unexpected by everyone, including Akinori Yatsui. He never imagined that this obedient wife who had always followed him closely would be stronger than him. But after the shock, of course, came ecstasy. It turns out that they have such a strong superpower on their side. Ha, this Chinese pig is going to die. Fong Ming smiled and opened up the darkness. The beautiful woman in the kimono rushed in, but did not come out again. Under the darkness, no one could know what happened. Inside, however, the screams could be heard, and pieces of torn cloth floated out of the darkness. These were the pieces of clothing on the beautiful woman. Baka! Baka! Yoshiaki Yatsui roared, his face turning purple with rage. The screams of his wife were incessant, driving him mad. No! He looked at Nicole Fujita and couldn't help but show a look of madness. "You played with my wife, so I'm going to play with your woman, and I'm going to get all the men here to do it together." Chapter 194, Suspicion. Yoshiaki Yoshiyuki rushed at Nicole Fujita. Boom! He flew back even faster. Nicole Fujita snorted, "You're not worthy to covet your master's slave?" She is a level 3 psychic, and the strongest person here, Akinari Yoshii, is only a level 1, so she is naturally not his match. If Fong Ming hadn't told her not to kill, she would have killed everyone here. "You are also a member of the Japanese race, why are you helping this Chinese pig?" Akinori Yatsui asked in a rage. Fujita Nicole's face darkened. "You dare to insult your master without killing you?" She snorted and rushed up to kick and punch Akinori Shii. The master didn't tell her to kill anyone, but there's obviously no problem with a beating. Yoshii Akinaga screamed repeatedly, and in the darkness, his wife was also screaming, echoing each other. But as she screamed, her voice changed. It was no longer a scream of humiliation, but slowly took on a seductive tone, and finally became increasingly charming. Fong Ming had absorbed the Kama Sutra, and as long as he had intercourse with her, he would be unconsciously influenced by the Kama Sutra, seeing him as a lover or even a master. The reason why Nicole Fujita was so submissive was not only because she was frightened by Fong Ming's powerful strength and killing,
but also because she was unconsciously influenced by the Kama Sutra.
Yoshiaki even forgot to scream. His wife was humiliated in public, but what happened? She was even pleasured. Who would say that she was forced to scream? Only a fool would believe that. An hour later, the darkness had lifted, and there was a bed in the middle of the field. Fong Ming was tidying up his clothes, while the kimono beauty was lying on the bed, naked, but a quilt covered most of her body, leaving only her bare back visible, snow-white but covered in a layer of red. Her face was the same, bright and full of satisfaction. Mingkong saw this and could not help but let out a roar of grief and indignation. Is there anything more infuriating than this? Fong Ming walked up to him and said calmly, "It seems you are too useless. Have you never seen your wife like this before? I'm going to kill you." Akinori Yatsui let out a weak cry. Fong Ming shook his head. "Can't you say something meaningful? I've heard the same thing over and over again, and my ears are starting to get calluses." "But you don't have to say it. I've humiliated you enough. I should send you to hell to apologize to our ancestors. And don't ever discharge nuclear waste again in your next life." "No." When Akinori Yatsui heard this, his face turned pale. All the anger disappeared, replaced by fear. He immediately lowered his body in his standard kneeling position and said, "Please don't kill me. You can play with my wife anytime you want, and I won't have any objections. Please don't kill me." No, I can still have a daughter with my wife, and I will dedicate her to you in the future. You are truly a man of the world, shameless to the extreme." Fong Ming wrote a few words with a light hand. He didn't have time to wait 10 or 20 years. "I'll send you on your way." He kicked again, and boom, Yoshinaga was blown up. Fong Ming casually threw out ice arrows and fireballs. He was now a level 4, and his superpowers were so powerful that one kill would cover a large area. The ice arrow not only kills the person it hits, but also instantly freezes and explodes the person, and the shattered ice will hit the person, who will also be instantly frozen and die completely. It only took a few minutes, and almost everyone here was dead. There are only 3 people left alive: Fong Ming, Fujita Nicole, and the kimono beauty. "Master, my name is Asahina Aya." The kimono beauty kneeled on the bed with her head bowed. Fong Ming ignored her. Although Asahina's appearance is not bad, it is only about 90 points, which is not enough to make him impulsive. Moreover, he forced himself on her before, purely because he hated Hinoko and wanted to inflict the greatest humiliation on her before killing her. Now that all of the people in the Sakai family are dead, the role of Asahina Aya is naturally small. Play? The women of the little days are only used to vent negative emotions occasionally. Do you think I would spend my time improving their strength every day? That's a pipe dream. Fong Ming kept Asahina Aya behind to clean up the bodies in the camp, and he might send more people over later. Then, he left with Nicole Fujita. This time, he let Nicole Fujita lead the way and follow her heart. They could go wherever they wanted. It turns out that Nicole Fujita really has a lucky bonus. In just half a day, she found another settlement. This time, Fong Ming was lazy. After entering, he sent the people directly to the underworld to apologize to the ancestors. He didn't leave a single survivor. Over the next 3 days, he raided several settlements, but he didn't see the third artifact, the Yata no Kagami, and he didn't have any clues. However, the beautiful woman did find a few, and although he didn't eat them, Fujita Nicole sent them to Asahina Aya. This will be Fong Ming's palace in Zayarizi from now on. Fong Ming decided to return to his country. After a week of wandering, it's time to go back. He left Nicole behind and set off on his flying sword, heading for home. After breaking through level 4, his sword-wielding speed has reached a new level. More than 3 times. His strength has increased by about 10 times, but his speed has only increased by more than 3 times. Obviously, the increase in speed is not proportional. But with a 3-fold increase in speed, he had already returned to the demon capital in just 10 minutes. The 3-piece suit was already in sight. Good, he hasn't missed the direction. However, the coastline of China is so long that Fong Ming is not afraid of going astray on the way back, because no matter how far he goes astray, he will definitely return to China. It is impossible to go astray like going to Zayarizi's house, where he might end up in North Korea. He recalibrated his direction and set off again. After 10 minutes, he returned to the mountain city. Back at the hotel, he felt at ease. This is home. Give me back my sword.
Xiao Yan Yun appeared and extended her delicate hand. Her 5 fingers were particularly long and white as jade.
Fong Ming's heart fluttered, and he handed the flying sword over, smiling and saying, "What, are you still afraid that I won't return it? You're living in my house now."
As the saying goes, a monk can run away, but he can't run away from the temple.
What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Yan Yun took the sword and said, "What did you get this time?" "Yes." Fong Ming first took out the 8-foot jade hook, one of the 3 sacred treasures of Xia Rizi. The 8-foot jade Goyu. Xiao Yan Yun blurted out. Fong Ming was stunned and said, "You've seen it?" "Wait, that's impossible. She has been practicing in the mountains, so how could she have seen the 8-foot jade Goyu?" Fong Ming looked at Xiao Yan Yun with a suspicious look. "How many secrets have you hidden?" Chapter 195, Mutual Trust. "You said you lived in the mountains and were out of touch with the times." "I believe that.
After all, this girl has never seen a tablet or a cell phone, and she can't fake that kind of reaction."
"But how did you know about the 8-foot jade dagger if you didn't even have the internet?" "That's strange."
Fong Ming stared at Xiao Yan Yun, his eyes burning. Xiao Yan Yun thought for a moment, and thought to herself that she had been hasty and should not have blurted it out. But she was really shocked, so she couldn't help but say it.
"How to make it up?"
She frowned slightly, seemingly hesitating whether to tell the truth, but in fact she was making up a story in her heart that would stand up to scrutiny. She couldn't just make up a reason and then have to make up 100 or 1,000 reasons to continue to make it up.
"Yes, I have it,"
she said lightly. "Our sect collects the diagrams of the world's most famous magical artifacts, so I knew it just by looking at it."
"That simple?" Fong Ming looked at Xiao Yan Yun blankly, frowning and saying, "You're not lying to me?" "I don't care." Xiao Yan Yun looked extremely arrogant. Fong Ming thought for a moment and said, "I still think you're lying to me. As you said, since they are all famous magical artifacts, who would easily show them to others?" "Heh, do you think this is the present?"
Xiao Yan Yun looked down on him with contempt. In ancient times, cultivators were rampant, and it was inevitable that they would learn from each other.
What is so strange about powerful magical artifacts being known to others? Fong Ming did not dwell on this point.
This woman has many secrets, but she just won't tell them.
So, is it useful to force her? Choke her neck and make her talk?
"Humph, sooner or later I'll turn you into my man and make you beg me to tell you." Xiao Yan Yun looked at Fong Ming with a suspicious look because she suddenly sensed a malicious intent.
"Are you cursing me in your heart?" she asked. Fong Ming laughed and said, "Absolutely not. I really didn't curse you, I just want to make you my woman." Xiao Yan Yun shuddered involuntarily. She sensed a malicious intent again. Fong Ming changed the subject, saying, "How high would this artifact rank?" "The top 100.
Xiao Yan Yun thought for a moment and then explained that it was the bottom of the pile.
Fong Ming didn't feel any pity or regret at all. Xia Rizi's artifact could rank among the top 100, and even being at the bottom was already very good. Is it worthy? What is the use of this thing? Fong Ming had an extra thought and asked Xiao Yan Yun for advice.
Xiao Yan Yun said indifferently, "It's just for calming the mind during cultivation, so that you don't go crazy."
"It doesn't have much effect." "I'm going, do you really think I'm a fool?" Fong Ming directly used the 8-foot jade hook, and suddenly, a huge Japanese figure appeared in Xiao Yan Yun's mind. "Submit to me."
The Japanese man made a sound that shook the heavens and earth. A phoenix cry was heard, and a phoenix appeared in Xiao Yan Yun's mind and flew towards the Japanese man. The Japanese man reached out to suppress it, but when his hand touched the phoenix, it immediately froze, and he let out a scream and immediately disappeared from Xiao Yan's mind. Fong Ming could not see what happened in Xiao Yan Yun's mind, but he could see the 8-foot jade ring suddenly light up and then go dark, and it stopped moving on its own.
"Ha!"
Xiao Yan Yun was furious and stared at Fong Ming. "How dare you sneak attack me?"
Fong Ming smiled, "Then who is lying? Are you saying that the 8-foot jade is worthless, and do you want to take it?" Xiao Yan Yun's anger immediately subsided.
"No, this kid already knew how to use the 8-foot jadeite dagger. That was just to tell himself that he already knew you were lying."
"Damn it, I'd been tricked by this kid."
Xiao Yan Yun was able to rise above it and said calmly, "Forget it, I won't get into it with you."
Fong Ming also did not press the issue and instead put the jade of 8 feet and 9 inches away. Xiao Yan Yun looked at it with a hint of passion in her eyes. Obviously, she was also very interested in this magical weapon. Fong Ming decisively did not take out the Tiansong Cloud Sword. One 8-foot jade hook has already made the other party drool, so what about one more Tiansong Cloud Sword? Besides, he already had a magic staff, and it might be even better in quality. He had already revealed his wealth, so would this woman attack him in the middle of the night? Fong Ming looked at her and then nodded slightly, thinking that she was capable of doing such a thing. What kind of look are you giving me? Xiao Yan Yun saw this and couldn't help but ask. Fong Ming just laughed. A good man doesn't fight with a woman, and what good would it do to fight? If you want to fight, go to bed and decide who is the man. I'm not going to waste time with you. I'm going to go and keep my wife company. Fong Ming said. Xiao Yan Yun's face turned red. You lecher. When she was chatting with Lu Yushi, she already knew that Fong Ming had integrated the evil scripture from India, and she had heard about the effects of that thing. So, what does it mean to accompany your wife? It's a double practice. How dare he say such things in front of her? What kind of man is he if he isn't a lecher? If it were back then, your head would have been chopped off many times. Fong Ming was baffled. He had been away from home for a week, and he wanted to spend some quality time with his wives. What was wrong with that? Shouldn't he? Are you jealous? Fong Ming asked with suspicion. Why bother? It's easy to add a bed. Xiao Yan Yun suddenly became furious, drew out his flying sword, and slashed Fong Ming. You dare to take advantage of me, you lecher. Fong Ming reached out and punched the sword. Boom! The sword actually cut into Fong Ming's fist by half an inch. Fong Ming had already metallized his fist. This scene took both of them by surprise. You've broken through to level 4. Xiao Yan Yun blurted out. Fong Ming showed his teeth and withdrew his fist. You have also broken through level 4. If not, even Xiao Yan Yun's handheld enforcement device would not be able to cut through his metallized fist. He shook his hand, and his superpower was used up a little, but his fist immediately returned to normal. Xiao Yan Yun still looked at him with a shocked expression. This guy's strength has improved too quickly. Could it be that every time the cycle begins, the strength of cultivators should increase so quickly? Look at Meng Jining, her talent is clearly not top-notch, but her strength is still improving at an alarming rate. This is too unreasonable. Look at the others, their rate of improvement is also abnormal. It took less than half a year to break through to level 2. In her time, how could this have happened? The environment has changed. Fong Ming winked at her and walked away. Xiao Yan Yun was still stunned, unable to calm her emotions. She was interrupted in the process and unexpectedly woke up early. She hated the thief so much that she gritted her teeth, but now, looking back, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps, she could reach even greater heights. Chapter 196, Power Rankings. Fong Ming went upstairs to eat. He and the girls can be considered a new marriage after a short separation, especially Meng Jining, a pregnant woman who was especially sentimental and especially attached to Fong Ming. After dinner, Fong Ming hugged Meng Jining and watched the scenery on the balcony. Although everyone wants to be in Fong Ming's arms, Meng Jining is a pregnant woman, so of course she can enjoy certain privileges. Fong Ming looked at the date. Today was already November 9th. So, it has been almost half a year since the end of the world began. Exactly 179 days. In his previous life, he died 9 days later. But in this life, where are the zombies that can kill him? He is now level 4, and the demon-slaying staff can make him surpass a level to transcend the zombies, so a level 5 zombie can only threaten him, and he will probably kill it back. Only a level 6 zombie can completely suppress him. Even a level 3 zombie hasn't appeared yet, let alone a level 6 one. Meng Jining adjusted her position in his arms and fell asleep. Pregnant women are sleepy. Fong Ming hugged this sweet-smelling beauty and thought about how he hadn't seen this beauty for half a year, but half a year later, she was actually pregnant with his child. He couldn't help but sigh, and with such a moving body in his arms, Fong Ming couldn't help but get excited, and his hand began to move restlessly. Stinky husband, I want to sleep. Meng Jining said in a tired voice, which was indescribably provocative. Fong Ming laughed and picked up Meng Jining in a princess-style hug and walked towards the bedroom. When Lu Yuqi and the other women saw this,
they all laughed and followed him into the bedroom. Soon, the enchanting song of joy rose. Xiao Yan Yun was so quick-witted that she quickly caught the sound of the music. First, she was stunned, then her face turned red, and she kept saying ba ba ba. "You impudent fellow, how dare you let me listen to this kind of music? I will definitely chop off your head in the future." Fong Ming did not immediately go to the small days. Just for the Yada mirror? What's the rush? If someone else has already gotten it, why worry that they'll fly away? He is now a level 4 psychic, who can match him in the world? Oh, Xiao Yan Yun. What is this woman's background? Why is her evolution so fast? You have to know that there are no level 3 zombies, so she can't use level 3 corpse pearls to improve. Fong Ming got a super large spirit stone, plus the Luoyang divine skill, and also integrated the Kama Sutra, which can also promote evolution when it pops. But what does Xiao Yan Yun have? This woman must have a big secret, but how do we get her to talk? Use the golden cudgel? I'm afraid she'll bite. Forget it, let's not think about this woman for now. Fong Ming lounged lazily at home, like an emperor, surrounded by beautiful women every day. These women all had their own unique characteristics, whether gentle, cold, proud, or charming, making Fong Ming want to stay in the gentle world forever. Before he knew it, he had been at home for 10 days. At this point, his foresight completely disappeared. His previous life was yesterday. So, last night he and the women had fun from morning to night, and if it weren't for his iron waist and golden kidney, he really couldn't have taken it. A whole day of drunken revelry signified a complete separation between Fong Ming and his former self. A new day, a truly new day. In the morning, Fong Ming stood on the balcony. He knew nothing about the future, but he was full of confidence. With absolute strength and huge potential for growth, he can face the future without fear. Come on, come on. He was looking forward to it. At noon, he received a call from Luoyang. What, the power rankings? Fong Ming couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking very incredulous. In his previous life, he had indeed given nicknames to the strong, and even deified them. For example, there was the god of strength, Sita Yuan, the king of poison, Zhangluan, and the king of thunder and lightning, Yang Taichi. However, I have never heard of any rankings of power. Wait, today is a whole new day. Fong Ming wondered if the list had been published the day after he died in his previous life. Who ranked it? He asked. Our entire alliance worked together to compile the list, estimating the combat power of each strong person based on their track record. You, Boss Fong, are in first place with a perfect score. Wu Yaozhong laughed, and even over the phone, you could feel his strong intention to flatter. Fong Ming laughed and said, "Okay, bring me the complete list to take a look." Okay. Wu Yaozhong promised. A little later, he personally delivered it to him. 10 pages. It may not seem like much, but each page only has one person listed, with their achievements and speculations about their abilities. Fong Ming was ranked first, so he got a perfect score of 100. His evaluation was suspected level 3 superhuman, with gravity-related superhuman abilities and extremely strong physical fitness. The paper listed many of his battle examples, such as the time he fought against Sister Nan and the time he fought against the 3 bulls in Ice City. And the second? The second was Neo Sanquan. But it's not surprising. He was the leader of the National Alliance before, and he was able to suppress a group of level 2 supernaturals. What's so strange about him being in second place? The third was Meng Jining, whose record was unclear, with only one evaluation from a suspected level 3 power user. Isn't that enough? How can a second-level player fight a third-level player? Next to Meng Jining is Xie Jun, who is presumed to be close to level 3, with his strength unfathomable. And fifth? A man named Li Dongyang. Huh, I've never heard of him. How did he beat the pressure god and poison king to come in 5th place? It says here that Li Dongyang is a newcomer who has only recently risen to prominence in the last half-month. He is in the city of Tuwa and has become the local boss with one stroke. He has defeated his opponents in several battles, and is ranked 5th because his opponents are too weak to show his true strength. If you look further, familiar names such as Sita Yuan, Zhangluan, and Yang Taichi are staring at you. Fong Ming couldn't help but sigh. Because of his strong intervention in this life, Zhangluan, the king of poison, avoided the fate of falling with the settlement. It's a pity that Zhang Luan has no memory of his past life, otherwise he would definitely have to thank himself.
Finally, Wu Yaozhong was ranked 10th.
Although he was the last, at least he was on the list.
Old Wu, you're amazing. Fong Ming laughed.
Wu Yaozhong just smiled sheepishly. He was able to squeeze into the top 10, and luck played a big factor. For example, he was able to break through to level 1 so quickly because Sister Man wanted to train 10 level 1 supernaturals to kill Fong Ming as soon as possible, and he was the most loyal of them all because he had been infected with the seed worm, so he was trained with full force.
The funny thing is that he still has the image of a victim.
When Fong Ming killed all of Sister Man and her subordinates, Wu Yaozhong also became one of the few level 1 supernaturals in Shansheng, which naturally allowed him to obtain more level 1 corpse pearls in the following time, helping him to reach level 2.
His luck value should be full. Chapter 197, Replication Ability. However, Xiao Yan Yun was not on the list.
Because she is too mysterious.
Except for Fong Ming and a few others, who knows her name? So, should we include a person with no name in the ranking?
The authority of such a list would naturally be greatly reduced.
Therefore, Wu Yaozhong and the others would rather exclude Xiao Yan Yun than include an unknown person.
Fong Ming smiled, thinking that Xiao Yan Yun was so proud, like a princess or even an empress, and she would not want to be included in the list, and even if she were on the list, she would only be second, and she would probably be even more upset, looking for a duel with him every day.
In fact, Fong Ming didn't want to be on the list either. Why bother? Strength is not ranked, even if he is not on the list. Can you deny that he is the strongest? The list is pretty good, so don't put me on it next time.
Fong Ming said indifferently.
Wu Yaozhong was taken aback and quickly said, yes.
No, I've hit the wrong spot. Boss Fong is obviously a low-key person. No, low-key my ass.
There are probably very few people in the whole country who don't know him. He kills people in a fit of anger. Is that low-key?
He obviously didn't know that Fong Ming had also gone to the Asan family in the little days, and had already dealt with all the experts there. Otherwise, when the rankings were made, Fong Ming would have been singled out and made his own list.
So, is Boss Fong going to backstab him? In any case, Ming's name definitely won't be on next year's list. It's true that people don't want to be the boss of the alliance, but they like to be the emperor of the underground. Well, I miscalculated. Wu Yaozhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and left. After he left, Xiao Yan Yun entered gracefully.
She was clearly as light as a butterfly, with a graceful posture, but she made it seem as if she had the domineering air of a queen. Fong Ming was all smiles.
You say you grew up in the mountains, but where did you learn to be so domineering? He didn't believe that a village girl could have such temperament.
Gee, the world's greatest master, so awe-inspiring. Xiao Yan Yun said, while bowing, congratulations.
In the future, when I see you, do I still have to bow?
I didn't realize you had such a sharp tongue.
By the way, can I borrow your flying sword? Fong Ming said. Xiao Yan Yun was unhappy, again?
I need to go back to the small village to find their last artifact.
Fong Ming said. Xiao Yan Yun immediately reacted, in addition to the 8-foot jade, do you have another one of their 3 sacred treasures? Fong Ming laughed and took out the Tiankanjian sword. Here, let's exchange.
I'll pawn the Tiankanjian sword to you, and you'll lend me the flying sword.
Are you relieved now?
Xiao Yan Yun didn't say anything, but simply threw the flying sword to Fong Ming.
By the way, Fong Ming put away the flying sword and asked, do you know anything about the Yada mirror? These top-notch magical artifacts are beyond Fong Ming's current level, probably level 6, 7, or even higher.
Although it depends on who is using them, their power is still not to be underestimated.
Fong Ming was so careful and cautious, so why didn't he ask more questions since there was a Bai Shaosheng here? There is no harm in asking. Xiao Yan Yun pondered for a moment and said, it is said that the Yada mirror has the ability to replicate. Copy? Fong Ming was shocked. Then I can be as rich as a nation, right?
Xiao Yan Yun laughed and shook his head, it's not copying items, but people.
Ha!
Fong Ming was even more surprised, and at the same time, he was a little bit looking forward to it.
For example, if I can't sleep with you for the time being, can I make a copy of you first and try it out?
Xiao Yan Yun continued, the Yada mirror can copy the target and store it for about an hour. The copy and the target are connected in mind, and their combat effectiveness is almost the same. Therefore, the more powerful the person, the greater the power of this artifact.
However, for the truly top-notch masters, the Yada mirror is useless because it cannot replicate such masters. Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Yada mirror has such a wonderful effect. That's great. If he wears the Yada mirror, can he kill the big lizard in the Asan family? It is possible. If the copy dies, will it have any effect on the original? Fong Ming asked. Of course not. It's just an energy body created by the Yada mirror. It has no emotions or pain. Xiao Yan Yun looked at him disdainfully, as if he were an idiot. It's just that the target of the copy consumes the energy stored in the Yada mirror. The stronger the target, the greater the consumption. When the energy is exhausted, the Yada mirror loses its effect and needs to be recharged before it can be used again. Fong Ming nodded, ignoring her eye attack. It's not the first time she's looked down on me. One day, she will call him brother obediently. He set off for his new life. The Flaming Mountains. In the journey to the west, the monk and his party almost couldn't move forward when they came here. They had to rely on the banana fan to extinguish the raging fire in order to pass. Although this is a legend, it also shows the heat here. In summer, the temperature can reach around 50 degrees. The temperature is not the surface of the earth, which is scorched by the sun, and it can reach around 80 degrees, which is really hot enough to fry eggs. Although summer has passed, the temperature here is still very high. It is only when it gets dark that it gets cold enough to make your bones ache. The temperature difference is astonishing. Bang! A ball of flame shot out of the mountain of flames. When the ball of fire fell from the sky and onto the ground, a naked man emerged from the ball of fire. His body was red, as if he were being burned by flames. Ha, I've now broken through to level 3. Those idiots actually ranked me 5th? I'm a level 3 power user. I'm also level 3 now, and I've cultivated the Supreme Fire. The Supreme Fire can burn everything. Fong Ming and Neo Sanquan are no match for my fire. Now, I'm going to kill Fong Ming and take the top spot. He leapt into the air and headed for the city in the distance. When he reappeared, he was wearing a suit. Fong Ming returned to his small life. He found Nicole and the others, and when they saw him coming, Nicole immediately came out with the girls to greet him, kneeling to greet Fong Ming. The women of Xia Rizhi really know how to serve people. In this regard, Fong Ming had to admire them. He enjoyed it thoroughly. He didn't have to lift a finger the whole time, but he was able to enjoy the benefits of being a womanizer. The only other place that can compare to Xia Rizhi is the Three Kingdoms. A country that can create the Kama Sutra and worship reproduction is naturally very advanced in this regard. Women are not only playthings, but they also play with flowers. Fong Ming couldn't help but compare them to Fatima and the others. Well, they really had their own characteristics, but they all gave him a very high sense of experience. What a heavenly life! Chapter 198, Royal Princess. Fong Ming smiled. Although he could not get the level 4 corpse pearl now, he had still made great progress with the help of the true martial arts of the two Eans and the Spirit Stone. And the Kama Sutra allows him to evolve while he is having sex, enjoying and strengthening his power at the same time. However, after enjoying it, he still had to get down to business. He had to get the Yada mirror. The ability to copy is too strong. At least until his level of evolution exceeds the level of the Yada Garasu, this artifact can bring him a powerful boost. The question is, where is this thing? Unlike China, communication has basically been restored. On the contrary, each settlement here has become a complete island, and they have no idea of each other's existence. Moreover, due to the special geographical conditions of the island, the survivors basically stay in the mountains, so it is even more difficult to find. Fong Ming now had only one hope, that the Yada mirror had indeed been taken by someone, so that he would have a chance to get it back. If it had sunk into the sea, it would take millions of years for this artifact to come to light. He thought that Fujita Nico had a full luck value, so he let her lead the way, and the two set out on a journey to find the Yada mirror again. In one day, they found a total of 7 settlements, but there was no trace of the Yada mirror, and without Fong Ming having to do anything, Fujita Nicole was able to wipe them out first. In her mind, Fong Ming represents the gods. The will of the gods naturally overrides everything. Fong Ming was very satisfied with her performance. Is there any need for a country and a nation that make aggression a national policy and can freely discharge nuclear waste? Can the world do without a small country and a small ethnic group? Absolutely. Before he knew it, he had spent 3 more days on the island. He planned to look for another day, and if he didn't find anything, he would return to China and come back again after a while. He can't keep focusing on finding the Yata no Kagami, can he? There are many magical artifacts in the world, and Xiao Yan Yun also said that the 3 sacred treasures of Xiao may be ranked among the top 100, but they can only be at the bottom of the list. It is useful, but it is not worth putting all your energy into it. After another round of searching, he decided to leave the matter in the hands of Nicole Fujita. In the morning, Fong Ming and Nicole Fujita set out, wandering aimlessly through the mountains. Fujita Nicole walked by instinct, but today her luck didn't seem to be any better. They didn't find a settlement for half a day, but in the afternoon they did find one, but it had obviously been attacked by zombies and had been wiped out. "We'll go back when it gets dark and have no luck," Fong Ming said. Nicole Fujita nodded and let her follow her instincts. However, when the sun set, they still had no luck. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared, Nicole stopped walking. Fong Ming hugged her and stepped onto the flying sword, about to leave, but the flying sword floated into the sky, and Fong Ming suddenly saw a ball of fire, then a second, then a third, and the fire of the stars immediately became a prairie fire. It was a settlement. What a pleasant surprise. He flew over with Nicole Fujita. It was indeed a settlement, with a large population of several thousand people, and a large-scale sacrificial ceremony was currently underway. A woman was sitting on a high platform, being worshipped by the people below. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a long, snow-white dress, with countless flowers adorning her hair and body, but her pretty face was even more beautiful than the flowers, truly a sight to behold. At this time, several men and women who had been tied up were pushed out and brought to the bottom of the platform, where their heads were cut off. As the severed heads were placed on the platform, the headless bodies sprayed blood wildly, and the emotions of the crowd reached a peak, and they roared in ecstasy. On the platform, the woman in the white dress stood up and opened her hands towards the moon. A shocking scene appeared, as if the moon was attracted, and it cast a bright white light on her. She was bathed in the moonlight, holy and beautiful. The crowd became even more fanatical, and they kept bowing. "Master, she is Princess really," Nicole Fujita introduced. "Princess?" Fong Ming was stunned, then suddenly realized that the little day had a royal family. "However, I haven't seen her on the news before. Most of them are ugly, so how could they be so beautiful?" Fujita Nicole explained, "Princess really was born into a side branch of the family, but when she was born, it was said that the sky of Takamagara was floating in the clouds, so the royal family proclaimed that she was the reincarnation of a god from Takamagara on earth, and the current emperor designated her as the fiancée of his son." "Aren't you afraid that inbreeding will produce a bunch of deformed children?" "Oh, that's not surprising. But the superstition before the little days is one thing, but from the scene just now, it seems that this Princess Nichi really has something. At least Fong Ming should be full of supernatural powers, but he can't communicate with the moon, allowing the moonlight to shine on him like this. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for him to use his psychic powers to sense the other's exact condition. The royal family of Xiao? Fong Ming raised his eyebrows. He had already stolen Xiao most beautiful woman, and he had also taken over a wealthy woman. Now, with the addition of a royal woman, he had captured all the top beauties in Xiao. This is an all-round humiliation. Fong Ming immediately flew out, his wings spread, and he landed firmly on the high platform. "What kind of person? How dare you desecrate the goddess? You deserve to die 1,000 times. Get down here right now." The people below all shouted in unison. Fong Ming used his psychic powers to detect Princess Really, while at the same time he pulled out his ear and said to the people below, "What's the big deal? You can't stand this little thing? When I go up to your goddess, you'll all have to disembowel yourselves, won't you?" There was a language barrier, but not a thought barrier. Fong Ming used his mental waves to send out his thoughts, and suddenly, all the little days understood what he was saying, and they were furious. They shouted, "You're dead." On the contrary, the princess was very calm and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Fong Ming, a Chinese." Fong Ming smiled slightly and said, "I have already taken 2 slaves, one is your number 1 beauty, Nicole Fujita, and the other is the wife of the president of the Rajang Electric Power Company." "I heard." that she is the top model in your circle of noble women. Now that I have taken you in, well, a princess of the royal family, that's perfect. In the future, whenever we meet, we can just slip out the three of you. What kind of blow will that deal to them?" These words naturally angered the little days, and everyone jumped up in anger. Some couldn't help it and jumped onto the stage with their samurai swords, slashing at Fong Ming. "Die!" Fong Ming punched him, and with a crisp sound, the katana bounced back and hit the man's forehead at high speed. Although the katana was a sword with only one sharp edge, it was cracked open by the enormous force of the blow, and the man's head immediately split open like a watermelon, splattering all over the ground. Chapter 199, The Mirror Appears. Shocked and angry. All the little days were boiling, and a Chinese person actually dared to come here and act recklessly. You have to know that just 70 years ago, they were still running wild on the land of China. It's only been so many years, and now a Chinese person has come to kill them? And even worse, they defiled their goddess. Damn it! Princess really looked at Fong Ming with a stern gaze and said coldly, "On behalf of Gaia Xian Yun, I hereby sentence you to death for blasphemy." She took out a mirror and looked at herself in it, and suddenly another version of herself appeared. The Yada mirror. Fong Ming reacted immediately and could not help but show a look of joy. He had honestly only wanted to humiliate Xia Rizi at first, but he had never expected such a happy surprise. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, but it was all effortless. At this moment, Princess really had already pointed at Fong Ming, and her avatar rushed towards him. The avatar raised her hands and shot a stream of white moonlight at Fong Ming. Fong Ming was a little surprised. This princess is a level 3 psychic. Is she another one who relies on magical artifacts? It's possible. However, what is the use of a mere level 3 psychic in front of Fong Ming? The Yada mirror can only copy the target, it cannot increase the target's combat power. Therefore, Fong Ming's body flashed, and he pressed down on the copy's head. With a burst of strength, the copy fell to his knees. Seeing this, the little ones couldn't help but groan. You actually forced the clone of Princess Really to kneel down? What a humiliation! Although it was a copy, it represented Princess Really in a sense. Princess Really was shocked. She knew exactly how powerful she was. It was no exaggeration to say that she could slaughter everyone here by herself. But her clone, with 100% of her strength, was so fragile. How strong was Fong Ming? Without saying a word, she shone the light at Fong Ming. A ray of light shot out from the Yada mirror, and immediately, there was another person standing next to her. Fong Ming. No, it should be said to be a copy of Fong Ming. When the new clone appeared, the kneeling clone of Princess Really immediately disappeared. It disappeared just as she had appeared. Kill him. Princess Really pointed at Fong Ming. The clone Fong Ming immediately charged at Fong Ming. Ha! Fong Ming was stunned. Could the Yada mirror also copy enemies? Shouldn't the clone be able to sense my thoughts? But he can't sense the copy at all. So, it's not a connection with the target, but a connection with the owner of the Yada no Kagami. May I ask how you would respond if I played this card against you? He would fight himself. Fong Ming thought that he could still win. After all, even if the original body had all of his abilities, could it also have the corresponding magic weapon? If so, the Yada no Kagami would not be a second-class artifact, but rather the first, the absolute first. But what if he wins? It is just a copy of the energy aggregate. Moreover, Fong Ming is still very weak compared to the Yada mirror, so the Yada mirror should have enough energy to continuously replicate new Fong Ming energy bodies. The result of this fight is that Fong Ming will be exhausted to death. He had always thought that the Yada no Kagami was the weakest of the 3 sacred treasures, but now it is clear that it is the strongest. So what if you're so powerful? As long as it doesn't exceed the upper limit of the Yada mirror, it can be forced to split 50-50 with you. Fong Ming smiled and looked at Princess Really. If you can't solve the problem, then just solve the person who was causing the problem, and you'll solve it at the root. Boom! Fong Ming charged at Princess Really, but the clone immediately intercepted him. The same speed. Therefore, Fong Ming was unable to break through the defense and was stopped. Then I'll open up some distance. Fong Ming retreated, and the clone chased after him, but stopped after chasing for a while. Damn, so smart, he knew I was going to make a comeback? Or, the clone can't get too far away from the Yada mirror? Fong Ming glanced at Princess Riley. This woman's face was full of disdain. Obviously, it wasn't the latter, but she guessed Fong Ming's intentions and deliberately stopped the clone, so that Fong Ming wouldn't sneak back and steal the house. Huh, you think you can stop me? It's just a little more troublesome. Fong Ming killed his way back. The copy body blocked, fighting and retreating at the same time, preventing Fong Ming from having the opportunity to get close to Princess Riley. However, Fong Ming's intention was not to bypass the copy. He just needed to get close. Within 40 meters. He activated his psychic powers to create an illusion of Princess Riley. He just noticed that the woman's eyes were starting to look confused, but she immediately regained her composure. The clone countered Fong Ming's mental control. Identical abilities, identical strength. Hiss. Ha ha ha. Princess Riley was careless and looked very pleased. What are you so pleased about? Fong Ming shook his head, moved closer, and then used the 8-foot jade hook. Princess Riley immediately let out a scream, and then she fell to her knees and bowed to Fong Ming. Amaterasu. She looked up at Fong Ming, as if she were looking up at a god. It's done. You used the I hit me technique, which is really good. Unfortunately, the clone doesn't have any magic weapons, and you're only a level 3 psychic, so you have no resistance in front of the 8-foot jade hook. Do you have a magic staff? If not, you'll have to take the hit. However, the others couldn't understand it. It was obvious that Princess Riley had the upper hand, and Fong Ming was already in a position of invincibility, so why did she suddenly kneel before Fong Ming? You are the princess of the Xia royal family and the reincarnation of a god on earth. How can you lose, and even more so to a Chinese man? Fong Ming walked over, took the Yada mirror, and threw it into a different space. Instantly, the clone disappeared. Fong Ming smiled and also withdrew the power of the magic weapon. Princess Riley was first stunned, then she became anxious and angry, and she was about to stand up and attack Fong Ming. Boom! Fong Ming stepped down, and Princess Riley fell directly, unable to get up. How can a level 3 fight a level 4? Fong Ming laughed and released a dark cloud. What do you want to do? No! No! Stop it! Emei. Butterfly cry flew up, and pieces of torn cloth flew out of the darkness. Anyone could see at a glance that it was the white dress wrapped around Princess Riley. Need I say what was happening in the darkness? No, these little days are all roaring, with eyes that are about to burst. This is the symbol of their small and ethnic group, the royal princess. Was being defiled by a Han Chinese. Ah! One of the little people couldn't control himself and pulled out a short knife and stabbed himself in the stomach. Many people followed suit. Chapter 200, Collecting the Artifacts. Not everyone would commit harakiri, after all, it was an extreme act of a very small minority. Most people are just angry and desperate. But they don't want to die. They have survived such a difficult time, why would they want to die here? As long as they are alive, they will definitely have hope to turn the tables. In the past, they were colonized by European and American powers, but didn't they rise up through a reform? It's the same now. The world is in chaos, and zombies are running rampant. As long as they can survive, they can go to all continents in the future and make the whole world submit to the rule of their small and ethnic people. At this moment, a figure appeared. She was absolutely beautiful. It's Fuji Nicole, the national goddess. The little people's eyes lit up at the sight of her. This goddess is obviously a superhuman, otherwise how could she jump more than 10 meters high and dash dozens of meters away? Fujita Nicole blared at the little people with disgust. Why haven't you killed yourselves yet? Ha! The little days were all dumbfounded. The master hates the little days the most. When he's finished playing with your princess and sees that you're still alive, the master won't be happy. Fujita Nicole continued. Now, the little days all understood, but they all felt cold. You are a little day too. Are you rebelling? You'd rather be a lackey for the Chinese? Refusing to die? Fujita Nicole said coldly, then I'll send you on your way. She picked up a katana and rushed towards the little people. Swish, 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 blood splattered, heads flying.
When Fong Ming gathered the darkness, he saw Fujita Nicole kneeling in front of him, smiling gently and respectfully, and calling out, "Master."
Fong Ming nodded, very satisfied with what Fujita Nicole had done, and praised her, "Well done." Fujita Nicole was suddenly beaming with a smile, and even felt numb all over. Princess really looked at her coldly, never imagining that there could be such a traitor. "Why did you betray your country and your own people?" she couldn't help but ask.
Fong Ming looked at her, and she nodded. She then walked towards Princess Riley and slapped her across the face. However, even though Princess Riley was tortured by Fong Ming, she was still a level 3 evolved being after all, and immediately counterattacked. She summoned the moon, and a ray of moonlight shot toward Nicole Fujita. Moonlight is also light, and once it is shot, there is no way to avoid it. However, she needs an action or a gesture to pull the moonlight, which is the best time to dodge for the force-sensitive Fujita Nicole. She quickly moved in close and attacked Princess Riley.
Boom, 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 she punched 3 times in a row.
However, every time she was hit, a white moonlight would shine on Princess Riley, and she was not even slightly injured.
Ha! Fong Ming thought it was interesting. Could it be that Princess Riley was a rare possessor of the light power? This should have appeared in the West, and it is extremely rare in the West, but it has actually awakened a woman who is a little day. Level 3 versus level 3, the two women's strength should be similar, but not only was Princess Riley tortured by Fong Ming, she was also new and vulnerable. Even though the physique of a superhuman is far superior to that of an ordinary person, it still had a great impact on her. The effects of this fight were immediately apparent. She was no match for Nicole Fujita.
After a few moves, she was pinned to the ground by Fujita Nicole. The princess of the royal family, who is also known as the reincarnation of the gods of Takamagara on earth, was actually beaten by someone riding on top of her, and she was still naked.
How could she bear it? "Let me go! Let me go!" she screamed. Princess Riley was already losing consciousness.
Fong Ming ignored her. If this woman submitted, he wouldn't mind taking her as a concubine, but if she couldn't stand it and tried to commit suicide, let her.
Did he have to beg and coax her? How could he?
He began to study the last artifact of the little days. After dripping his own blood, he immediately felt that there was another will in the artifact that was fighting against his will. It was the will of Princess Riley, but how could a level 3 fight against a level 4? The will of Princess Riley that remained in the Yatai mirror was erased, and replaced by Fong Ming's will.
From now on, the mirror will be called Fong. Pop.
Princess Riley felt that she had lost the connection with the Yatai mirror, and she was so anxious, frightened and angry that she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
Cut. Fujita Nicole glanced at it, showing a look of disdain, pinching the chin of Princess Riley and said, "Are you in pain? What a wrong idea. Not to mention a magic weapon, we are all the property of the master. If the master wants us to die, we should die honorably. How can you still be reluctant to part with something? You need to be trained."
Princess Riley looked at Fujita Nicole and felt sad.
"You are not lowly either. You were once the national goddess, and you are also a level 3 psychic. How could you have fallen so low? I will never be like you.
I will definitely find a chance to assassinate this Chinese man and avenge my people."
Fujita Nicole just snorted. How great the master is. The more you are favored by the master, the more you will deeply understand this. In a few days, you will look at the master with another kind of eyes. Fong Ming didn't care at all. He had a very subtle connection with the Yata mirror.
He pointed the mirror at himself, and with a thought, the Yata mirror was like a machine that had been switched on. A ray of light came out, and Fong Ming saw that there was an additional person next to him. A copy of himself. Although it looked exactly like Fong Ming, even the details of his clothes were copied, it was a completely different energy body. It is invisible to the naked eye, but a mental sweep can reveal that it is a fake. Fong Ming smiled, and the clone Fong Ming also smiled, suddenly bursting into high speed and instantly disappearing.